Okay, let's get this underway then. So it's Caesar 3. It's always Caesar 3. Probably been playing Caesar 3 on my deathbed. I love this game. Loved playing it ever since I picked up the demo disc for it all those years ago in some godforsaken UK gaming magazine. But the game is just fantastic, and it's a perennial itch for me. An itch I scratch until it is raw and bleeding. It might be raw, but it's not yet bleeding, so I continue to scratch. And the latest rash is being added by way of this map. Keinwyn submits this. It's called Eastern Delights. And it comes with a note from Toga Boy himself. So let's have a read together, shall we? Ave, Governor. Good rowing back there. Of course. Jaunty Caesar hails you. He says, I really am the best, aren't I? August even. Anthony didn't know what hit him. Magnificent work in Britannia, by the way. I hear they stiffed you out of most of your startup funds. Who's they, Caesar? Who exactly is they? You pulled through anyway, good man. It's reassuring to have a clerk who can deliver against the odds. For this next mission, I need someone who can deliver, and while I take the fleet to Egypt, you will head to the wealthy east. I want these provinces docile and prosperous. Give them good governance. Show them the merits of Rome's benevolence. A simple task it may sound, but you wouldn't believe some of the stories of mismanagement I hear. Governors who are loath to give their plebs all but the most basic of amenities, not even a lectus to recline on. Imagine squatting on the floor like some kind of barbarian. Not to mention oil. It seems many governors treat it as a luxury good. But is one even Roman without consuming olive oil? It's no wonder life expectancy is so low across the provinces. I'm sure you would never be caught building such a low-quality city, eh, Governor? Don't let me down now. After all, once this nasty business in Egypt is taken care of, my dear sister will be a widow. Tragic, I know, but I find myself in need of a reliable brother-in-law. Man, this kind of stuff makes me wish that I had access to the AI Caesar voice. I think Commissar Maddock has it. Maybe Bane has it. I should probably hit them up so we can get proper voiceovers for this. Anyway, we get some notes here, which is always welcome. Trade is stable. Well, that's good to know. I have a funny feeling we're going to have to do a lot of trade on this map. There are no plazas, no statues, no oracles. So this straight away tells you that one of your greatest problems of the map is going to be desirability. Plazas are extremely powerful for desirability. Statues are very powerful. Oracles also very powerful, and we get none of them. Fortunately, though, we do get access to gardens and governor buildings, so they're going to have to put in quite a bit of the work, but gardens aren't quite as powerful as the others, and the problem with government buildings is, one, they're expensive, and two, they take up a lot of space, and three, they will fall down if not tended to, so you need prefects and engineer posts for them. What Antonius and Cleopatra's soldiers lack in ability, they make up for in number, and we get no military academy, so lots of big Egyptian attacks. No way to properly train my units. Lovely combination. There is a no time limit version provided, as lots of the challenge does not require you. Lots, but not all of the challenge. We will not be wimping out with the timeless version of this. Alright, getaway instructions, and let's have a look at what we have, so that those who want to put their channel points on the line know what they are dealing with. Whilst Look Shadden says, the last time I bet on this, Jake made me rich by throwing the map. Throwing. I never throw my Caesar maps. That map was difficult, and there was a very pivotal milestone that I just barely managed to reach, and for that I lost the map. And it was tight. You know, if I had just reached the patricians half a year or a year earlier and had them stable, then it would have looked like an absolute cakewalk map. People would have been saying, oh, what an easy map, Jake. Oh, come on, where are the difficult maps? You people have no perspective what is and is not difficult in Caesar 3, despite me telling you every single stream exactly what is hard about a map and what is not. You just don't have the higher brain functions to put 2 and 2 together. Anyway, although it seems to be pointless, I'll try again and explain exactly what's going on with this map. So, as we've been told, we don't have access to the military academy, but we can and must train an army. The attack points are definitely not along this side and definitely not along this side. You can tell because there's all this raised land here, which absolutely blocks anything coming in. This, for example, could be labeled as an attack point because there's no route to get to the city. They just sit here and get shot to death. So we know that these aren't attack points. This all along here. That's not very clear, is it? Let's do this. This all along here and all along here. Those are possible attack points anywhere along here. The map maker will have specified one or more points along this area where attacks can come in, but it's actually kind of nice. Normally, having such a large area that you can be attacked from is dangerous because you don't know if you should build here or here, so you don't want to build any of those places because armies can come in and just wallop you. But there is this one major choke point. This is the only way into the rest of the map, this single stairway. Everything else is locked behind raised land here, which is completely impenetrable. Not by you, not by the enemies. Nobody's getting through all that. So huzzah, we can get on through to here. And this is where I imagine the bulk of everything in this city happens, because this is some of the only arable land. There are little splotches here and there, but it's really not much to talk about. This is also where most of the water gets sourced. Fortunately, a single reservoir with aqueducts piping out from it can supply the city, although aqueducts do mess things up logistically. You know, you can't build where an aqueduct is except for putting a road under it. Although, look at that, you could build a reservoir here and pipe it out. There are options. I like it when there are a lot of options on a map rather than just a very obvious pre-designated area where you can build and nowhere else. I like to know there's going to be variety in the map. So, as you can tell, this is where the bulk of the food is. There's a wee spatch out here. In terms of building, or land for building, this is actually quite a nice area over here. It's mostly flat and doesn't have a lot of rocks getting in the way. And at least the rocks are sizable. They're not like those little one-tile mattocks, which on a desert map are horrible because you can't see them. Let's take an example, if there are any. Is there even a single one-tile rock around here? Oh yeah, here we go, there we go, almost passed me by. Imagine having that on your building area. You barely even see it at a glance and then suddenly you try and build. Oh, I'd like my academy here. No, you may not. Horrifying. So what I'm saying is it's good that we don't have to deal with that. All these rocks surely mean loads of things we can mine out, is what I'd say if there wasn't a button missing here. Farm, workshop, market, granary, warehouse. Something keen is missing. It's called raw resources. We have none. In this entire city, our production is this. Fruit and vines. And we can crush the vines into wine. Normally this should be taking up half of this screen, but no, this is it. The only food we can get is fruit, and that is very, very sad news because we're on a desert map. And in terms of difficulty, the hardest possible climate setup you can do is desert map with no wheat. Because desert map usually makes up for its horrible super fires by giving you access to double speed wheat growth. But here we don't get wheat, so we have to make do with slow, and by slow I mean 50% speed, food production from fruit, and still the super fires. So that's quite unfortunate. I haven't had to build a prefect in a while because of all the fire-free northern maps we've been having. So straight away, it looks like there's a lot of little sources of difficulty on this map. Building-wise, what we've got, all water, all health. As we've been told, no oracle. So that's a little unfortunate. With 8,000 population requirement, we're going to have a god ghetto that is something like 12 of each small temples. Maybe we can get away with 10. No, probably 12. Not a lot of space for god ghettoing. Maybe over here, actually. Now, you could say large temples are surely better, but actually a large temple is twice as powerful for appeasing gods as a small temple, but is more than twice the footprint. It is 9 tiles, as opposed to 4 for a small one. So there's going to be a very, very sad amount of god ghettoing going over here. Although maybe I can make it so that it's spread out a bit more across the city. You see, the desirability boost from temples, both small and large, is not to be ignored. It is pretty good. And as I mentioned before, desirability is quite the issue here. One of the big reasons I love oracles is not just the incredibly long range they have on desirability. It's the fact that they placate all gods to the value for about 500 people, as opposed to one small temple which does one god for 750 people. It's really good density for keeping the gods off my back. Oh, speaking of the gods, I want to make absolutely sure that our difficulty is God Effects Vengeful. Been renamed from God Effects Plus to God Effects Vengeful, but I'll probably still be calling it God Effects Plus. Because we're playing on a different build here, courtesy of Pyre, who sent me over a patch, which I struggled to do, but finally did manage to develop a build for this. We have integrated God Effects Plus, but also no more pink pixel hunting, because there's a map mode that shows mergers now. If there is a blue tile and it's the northern tile of a 2x2 housing, it will merge. I can spare my poor geriatric eyes and actually just know where the merger points are going to be. The technology is amazing. On top of that, the desirability map mode will show the value. Currently that value is just 0. Yeah, because there's not a single thing here that changes desirability, but we'll show that working later on. The Ninja is not happy. Oh man. This information that you could spend ages figuring out yourself is now given to you? Unthinkable, yeah. Well, I love quality of life, and I love the fact that Ninja enjoys the opposite of quality of life. That way I can watch someone else suffer whilst I enjoy the good times. Right, anything else to cover? We have all of the education buildings, including the missionary post. An odd thing to include, and it's very odd that Keinwyn would include that. Keinwyn knows this game inside out, and there are obviously no natives here. So I can only assume that he has added that as a very obvious labour sponge. Now, I'm not sure I'm going to have a lot of free labour to sponge here. It's a desert map, so you end up spending quite a lot of labour on prefects. And these aren't nothing. Each one of these is 6 workers that needs to staff it. That is more than an engineer post has, and you need a lot more of these than engineers, because fire grows faster and randomly compared to damage. All entertainment, including a hippodrome, so we could get 10 prosperity per year if we wanted to. However, there's not a lot of great space for building a hippodrome. In fact, it looks like you put that one little rock there just to prevent a really nice hippodrome area here. Won't quite fit around here. And I wouldn't want to build it up here where the invasion points are, so I'm hard-pressed to imagine where or why I'd want a hippodrome. In fact, this is about the only reasonable place to put a hippodrome. I actually have an idea for that. Maybe I will want a hippodrome. Depends if I'm going to have enough unemployment that I could justify 250 extra people working there. Not sure if I can, but the option is there. This is one of the sadder looking menus that we have. We have Forum, Senate, and my own personal home. No statues. As I've covered many times before, statues are very, very powerful. Not just because they have good desirability boost, but because they don't need to be tended to by an engineer or a prefect. They can't break down. They can't burn down, so they're really good for just putting in no man's land to add desirability, but we can't have that. Gardens, no plaza, engineer post the bridges, no need for docks or wharves or shipyards, that's fine. Of course, we do get walls and towers, and we may need to wall and tower. As I mentioned before, this is a choke point into the city. I will likely be using it. I can imagine a situation where my army is situated here, and I have towers here and here and here that just blast the enemy as we kill them. Because as we know, the enemy can only come from this edge, so if I don't build here, and I don't build here, then there's no threat until the enemy reach this point, so we just have them group up and get destroyed here. Sounds good. But what about this area? There's something very interesting about this raised land, and that is that it is inaccessible until I clear a path. You can tell somewhere is accessible by just trying to draw a road from just anywhere outside of it to anywhere into it. It cannot draw it because there is trees and woodland apparently. Now that just looks like a tiny shrub to me, but it does block passage into this area. These little trees block the way in here. I think this tiny little marrock blocks the way in here. Actually, no, there's shrubbing blocking that as well. And I'm not even sure if you could go this way. No, it looks like it. So this land is inaccessible unless I make it accessible. If I never do, what we could do is actually use this for housing, cliff-dwelling housing that get their access of goods and things from here. So yeah, you have walkers that walk along here. They lob their goods and services up this hill, and then we can have some houses over here. And I have got this earmarked as patrician area, because what I can do is I can have all the patrician houses hug the edges here, and then we desirability boost them from the center point. Now that's not a lot of foot traffic area here to put goods and services, but I think I could make a good shot of it. Especially since there's a lot of free area over here, so I could do things like build the Colosseum over here and have the walkers over there. It would be very nice if I could fit the Hippodrome over here. Oh, hello, I can. Not only that, the Hippodrome wouldn't even block water access. I could put a reservoir over here and pipe it over. The Hippodrome is pretty massive. It gives 35 entertainment, and 5 of that 35 is global. This game has a very undocumented global entertainment bonus, and it can go as high as 20. So a house that has absolutely no entertainment walkers can still get 20 entertainment, which is enough to bring you up to large casa. Palomar comes in, they say, "Howdy, Jake, how's it going?" Oh, I've almost started. Do Nickies teleport up the cliff when they move in? Yes. Yes, they do. They'll walk over to the road here, and then they won't teleport. They'll actually haul their ass up the cliff and get into the house. At least I think they do. Don't think I've ever watched them. Anyway, it'll probably be late into the run, but this is where I think I'll be putting my patricians. Otherwise, how am I even going to go about this? As I said, there are no raw resources, but there are workshops for everything. Let's have a look at our trade situation. So here we are over in Hirsolmia, and we can trade with Ephesus, Antioch, Heliopolis, and Damascus. It's an interesting trade setup because it's very import dependent, but it can still export. So case in point, I can import timber from Ephesus, manufacture it into furniture, and then sell the furniture to Damascus. Ditto for the oil, which I can import olives for from Antioch. I can produce my own vines for the wine. Damascus sells me clay, and I can sell that clay as pottery to Heliopolis. And then what else is there? Oh, Heliopolis buys a butt ton of fruit. 40 cartloads of fruit per year. That's 5 farms worth of fruit. That's quite a lot. And Antioch buys quite a lot of weapons, so we can import iron. So there's a ton of import-export I can do. That's very expensive on labor. So what am I getting from this? Well, the entry point from the edge is here. Immigrants arrive from this point. I always forget if the immigrants arrive from the blue one or the red one, so I right-click on it and it says, "Immigrants arrive from this point." Good, thank you. Also, the Roman army arrives from that point. Good to know. So what is this telling me? I like building close to the entry point so I can have people as soon as possible. And whilst it is a very dangerous invasion point here, I think my initial plan is going to be a large settlement of ghetto right here. I don't like starting with ghetto. I like starting with small hovels if I can. But that's usually if I'm pressured into early taxation. Here I'm pressured into early mass production. So the sooner I can just get these people shoved in so I have labor, then I'm going to set up industry here. There's a good place for farmlands here or here. Well, here and here. So I reckon we get all of our farming done, and then we process the vines into wine here. We shove the fruit into a warehouse close enough to the entry point that the donkeys can come get it and sod off. And then we can also use some of this area for manufacturing. Now, it's a little dangerous. Boy, I would love it if this game had a planning tool. I've mentioned it before, but just like if I could just middle click and ghost a building, oh, it would be good. But that almost certainly, well, it definitely wouldn't be backwards compatible, which is something Julius has to be. It's one of its mission critical things. Be backwards compatible perfectly with the original Caesar 3. But it would be nice. So the problem is I want to use this land later to give my patricians access to things. So it's just a little tighter than I want it to be here because I don't want to build in this area. But I also need this area for my tower defense. So I will have to design this tight. Tight as a tiger. That's okay though. I can use my vast intellect and figure this out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can I push them further away? Well, a better question is, would I want to push them further away? And probably no, because I want to use this land as much as I can. There's no peace rating. You're relatively safe. I can take losses, but I still don't want to lose my city, do I? I'm pretty sure I don't. I should probably just push this out as far as I can. Is there any benefit to not? Let's start with this, because I know we're going to be building from here. And I'm going to want a space of like 1, 2, 1, 2, right? I think so, but I also need more farms. I need 2 more farms for vines. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1 for the road. Can I get 2 vine farms here? Yes. Yes. Okay. Okay, so this does work. 1, 2, 1, 2, blip. I want you to come down here to some nebulous point. And I'm going to want to have... Let's just use forums to imagine that we're putting towers here. Going to want towers around here. Plenty of them. Can't block the stairway, of course. The stairway is of vital importance. And I will probably, in the future, have a road that leads up and down the stair. Probably. Probably. So like you there and you there. Okay. Trust me, he's thinking. Not an easy thing for a Scot. My powers of object permanence are being tested. Dun dun da 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 dun. Wonder if it would be something like that. Yeah, that makes sense. So we got tower, 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 and then the rest of the towers over here, however. Maybe even a tower there? Well, it could be done. So then we have you come up like so. And then probably come out to here. Don't want this to be too long, so I'll probably bring it together like so. And then... something like, but not necessarily this. I know, it doesn't make a lot of sense what I'm doing here, and it's difficult to explain. My mind is too busy thinking. You know what it's like to be thinking all the time? No, of course you don't. Bring that over, and we're probably still going to want more of these things. If I wasn't such a pinch purse, what I would be doing is putting down something like a garden here to indicate where these would be. Alright, I see it all now. There we go. So if I have some labor access housing... Wait, we don't need pink pixel hunt. We have this. And would you look at that? There are merger spots everywhere I'd want them to be. These blue tiles here indicate a merger spot. So if it's the top tile of a 2x2, there will be a merger. Very good. Very, very good. So... I want my first housing to be around here so that I can... definitely have labor access. Like, no matter how the walkers go here, I want to make absolutely sure they get labor access. Shouldn't be a problem. Why would it be? Yeah, let's just do this so we can get maximum amount of people in over here. So this is how this place is going to start. But I will unpause to let people come in, and then I will immediately build up more slum labor places for them. Where's my housing? Already cheating. Oh, obviously. If you're not cheating, you're not trying.
I've heard there are jobs here. I want to be a lion tamer.
It's interesting that they spawned before they're even on the map. Like, if I right-click here...
Greetings.
There are several immigrants.
Do you know of anywhere to live?
I wonder how the game is handling that. I don't think they exist off-screen here, but they must be generated in some way. Anyway, I know they're in, and I know they're going for here. Immigrants do not change target after they've spawned. If their target disappears, for example, there's a merger, and then the tile they were trying to go to is part of the merger, they'll just disappear. If I delete these buildings, they'll just disappear. So now that they're there, I know they're going for there, which is good because I'm going to need that for labor access. Is this relevant? Kind of. It squeezes out more output in the first year, which is very important to me. Now, what kind of place am I looking for? Just ignore that rock, assume it doesn't exist. 1, 2, 1, 2. This is going to be my disgusting slum, and it will be disgusting. I'm already disgusted at building this. I don't enjoy building slum. 1, 2, 1, 2. But this seems like a very slummy map. But don't worry about how close they are to the invasion points. I will give them an army right here, and they're not going to care about how undesirable it is. And with we don't even need to pink pixel hunt or just spray and pray here. We know exactly where they're going to be merging. Oh wow, this is perfect non-merger points here. That's hilarious. And that is also perfectly awful. In that case, I'll just draw you in a bit. These roads aren't free, by the way. Anyway, I know you're going to merge here. 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 I know these will merge. No, this won't merge. So we put them down in single tiles like this to maximize the amount of people that are going to be coming into the city. I'm told this is because I'm a cheater. I'm okay with that. Each of these tiles is going to enjoy 5 people living in them, so might as well make the most of them. And this does leave a little bit of space for wells, and I will actually be welling these people up. But we'll just get them together. I can see some people going, somehow this is even worse than pink pixel hunting. Quick question, why didn't the developer make all the square tiles a merger point, says Shen. I suspect that later on they wish they had, because in later games, I think Emperor, they're forced into 2x2s. So that is something that they wanted to change, it seems, or they didn't like how it turned out. But I suspect it's because they want a variety of housing on how the city looks, which is very nice. It's a nice effect. Alright, is that going to be enough? No, I think we need a ton of people living here. So I'm just going to push this. There'll be plenty of opportunities for slumming. Fine. Whoops. I did that wrong now, didn't I? Let's get rid of that. Just consider it a small bit of tax for my own mistakes. I'm really overbuilding this, but I suspect I'm going to need a ton of people. And I'm usually right in my suspicions. I'm going to put you out there, despite how dangerous it is for you. We'll leave this area for gods and whatnot, or more people if we can get it. And these people are going to need certain amenities. Little 1x1 spaces I left for myself, like here. You're going to need a doctor. Going to need engineering. You're definitely going to need prefecting, and you're going to need more than 1 prefect. That is for absolutely sure. Anywhere else I can squeeze like 2 prefects? I even think 2 won't be enough. Or 3 won't be enough, but whatever, let's go with it. So, I've already spent almost half of my dinero building practically nothing. Guess I better keep saving here, right? This will be DDR Jake, Eastern Delight, Stream 01. It allows for long names, so I'll just be very verbose. If only to distribute fewer goods to smaller houses as well. Yeah, the consumption rate is something else. Mechanically, though, something I do like about the fact that there isn't forced mergers is that it empowers the large insulae. Large insulae is the first house that forces its own merge. And otherwise, it's a really unappealing household. You know, they consume oil, which is expensive and bothersome, but they don't really give you much to make up for that. Alright, so the people are over here. The amount of occupants that come in always feels like it's either 1 or 5, which is baffling, but it is how it all works. Is this odd or even, by the way? It's even. Okay, so 2x2s will fit in evenly here. Glad we know that. And there's even space for 2x2s over here. Doesn't change the fact that I'm going to need an engineer post, and I'm going to need rather a lot of prefecturing. I'll shove one here, I'll shove one here. I like to put them in places that I can only fit a 1x1 in regardless. Don't want to infringe upon the tower building zone, though. But I could use both of these with not too much bother. And then I would still like to have a bit more safety over here. Because these prefects aren't going to walk where I want them to, that's for sure. Alright, it's pretty important that the industrial area doesn't burn down, so I'm going to go a bit ham on the prefects. Because let's have a look at that fire risk. It's already growing. It's scary is what it is. Scary how good I am. Alright, let's make sure the gods do not smite me instantly. Trying to space these out a little bit so they give some of their desirability boosts. And we can look at the desirability map mode. Hey! No citizens desire to live here because empty plots and small houses, small tents are disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. However, there are some spots that don't look too bad. Now that I've built these temples, look at that. Some citizens desire this land, and it gives me a number. It's a number between -100 and +100. Although I could have sworn in vanilla Caesar 3 it underflows or overflows. Yet more non-consensual Julius fixes, who's to say? I worry about these places burning down. And if you don't have them merging, then it's even more risk that they're going to burn down horribly. Well, life is full of risk. Anyway, I just want these people in as fast as I can so I can start trading. And the reason I'm doing these single tiles is just to max out the amount of people coming in by immigration. These people will not be fed for quite some time. This is the last blast of immigration these people get before I start doing work. In fact, I'll just start doing work now. I want fruit. 1, 2, 3, 4. Out of my way. 5. And these people all move in, and then merge and merge. They merge, merge, and merge. They will also merge. Don't even need to check, but might as well watch it. Boom. That's quite nice. That quarters the fire risk. And that's plenty of labor access for all the laboring I'm going to do over here. Still lots of people waiting to move in here, so we'll take some time. As for this fruit, it's a good that's going to be moving in high quantities. So I think I want the warehouse right here. Is that true? Well, it's not untrue, is it? Sure. This will be our fruity warehouse. That will overproduce the fruit, but I'm not concerned about that for now. I'm going to need other warehouses to deal with and distribute other goods. I will concede I haven't given myself the best of setups for that. Yeah, I can't help but feel that this should be like one tile further up. Excuse me. I'm allergic to city planning today. I have an idea. You go here. And this road goes here. I'm not thrilled about how I... Nah, it's fine, it's fine. I am thrilled. Don't believe yourself, Jake. You're absolutely thrilled. I don't trust that engineer to make the full rounds, though, so I'm... Nah, he'll do the full rounds. I have confidence. There's like a 1 in 32 or so that he won't. Keep those immigrants coming in. I've got a lot of work for them to do. I'm also going to want to get my vines going. Vinery 1, Vinery 2. And a warehouse over here. Doesn't need to be that close, does it? This seems like a better warehouse position. And this will accept the wine that I'm going to make. Just keep those people pouring on in now. I need them.
Greetings. This city urgently needs more food.
At least all the gods are happy, and they will be happy until my population reaches... more. About 1,000, and then they'll start thinking that I'm not that hot. Heliopolis, it's expensive, but I'm going to open this trade route. Am I? Do I have that kind of spare scratch going around? I suppose I do. Heliopolis, come on in and buy my fruit. So it's worth noting, I never really talked about the upper limit on my housing now, did I? So we have access to all the goods, except for all the foods, of course. So we have wood that we can import for furniture, clay that we can import for pottery, olives that we can import for oil. We make our own wine, and there appear to be 3 types of food. Well, Antioch have mysteriously already stopped selling wheat. What about the other one? Heliopolis sell a tiny amount of wheat and a tiny amount of meat. But that's still 3 types of food, and that will feed a surprisingly large amount of people. So that tells me that our limit is Grand Villa, which is good. I love the Grand Villa. We can't go above Grand Villa because there's only 1 type of wine. Importing a second vine does not count as 2 types of wine. If you want 2 types of wine, you must import a wine or import vines when you don't produce them locally. Is that true? Probably. Not something we'll often have to think about. Anyway, what I was getting at was I need to open up this trade route with Heliopolis despite the cost. I need to start shipping those fruits like there's no tomorrow, and there is no tomorrow. Not for my city if I don't start making some money. Look at that fire risk. It's intolerable. Despite having 3 prefects that make the rounds here, they still build up enormous fire risk.
There's no space for this lot anywhere in the city.
This is good. I can start producing my wine. Where do I do it? Well, I might as well do it right here. Makes no real odds to me. And vineries aren't actually that unpleasant as buildings go. Having a slight moment of should I do it that way? And I'm thinking no, I'm actually going to put it further away. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I could put another warehouse over there. Interesting. Alright, there we go. So the vines go over to here, and then the wine goes over here. It might seem a bit back and forth, but that's fine. You can use your cart pushers up to 100% of the length that they're willing to walk, and it's still 100% efficient. No need to overthink such things. Fire risk remains negligible. For now, won't remain that way. 500 denizens already. Oh god, I am going to need more temples. Yeah, it's an inevitability. Just accept it. At least they're only 50 denarii each. If this was Pharaoh, they'd cost like 150 each. I'm told Pharaoh is a hard game.
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
Wait, excuse me?
I love coming here.
Bought 1.
Business is going
Oh, these
very
guys
well.
bought
Coming here. Business is
a
going
load
very
ahead of
well.
them. So we begin the wine production. Lovely. And I already have 60 unemployed people, so I need to start more industry already. So I think we'll put another warehouse over here, and this warehouse will get... What's the most lucrative good to produce and sell? My instincts tell me it's weapons. You know, I pay 60 on iron, and I make 120 profit on the weapons. So this will be a warehouse that accepts... Oh, once I open it up. Where do I get my iron from? Damascus will sell me the iron. And Ephesus will buy the weapons. That's very expensive, but needs must. So import the iron, export all the weapons. Maybe not all the weapons, but yeah, all the weapons, I guess. Caesar won't be happy about this, but that's okay. I don't have personal rules about going into debt. 1, 2, 3, 4 if I want to truly maximize weapon exports, and I do. So there we go. We'll get in the iron, produce it into weapons, export the weapons. And it's probably good for me to go into turbo debt to to export the maximum amount as soon as possible. So we import a ton, but then we export a ton. I just realized I'm still clerk, right? I'm okay staying as a clerk. I'll send Caesar a gift before I put myself down to citizen. Salary of 0. So the next question is, what other import-exports? There is, or there are, clay pottery, wood furniture, and the last one. I've already opened up all the trade routes, haven't I? There's no good reason not to get to work then. Timber is cheap. Furniture is good. And it's 4 if I want to maximize things, not weapons. Don't be a fool. Furniture. Furniture 1. Furniture... it's a little far from it, isn't it? Okay, furniture 1, furniture 2, furniture 3, furniture... Maybe I should stick to 3. See, the 4th one only gives us a tiny amount of output. And I do have to look at my employment numbers, which aren't high right now. This one should do the oil. Wait, I didn't open up the trade route for the oil. That can't be right. I guess it is right. Antioch. It's yet more money I don't really have, but sure. Give me the olives. Export the oil. Give me the timber. Export the furniture. And I guess give me the clay. Take all the pottery. That means oil. 1, 2, 3 for now. And then pottery. Pottery can go here. I'll leave this as like an access point. Get the pottery, get the clay. I'll make sure I actually set these things. Whoops. Oil and olives. Timber. Furniture. Wine. You only accept wine. We don't bother with vines around here. Alright, and that tells me I need my workshops for pottery. This is a lot of people and a lot of debt. I'm sure we can manage.
You got through those funds quickly. Try to make these new funds last longer.
Wetter Doctor says, I've never played Caesar 3. Does a cartload of wheat contain the same number of individual goods as a cartload of pottery? Food does not equate to goods. But 1 cartload of pottery is the same as 1 cartload of furniture, which is the same as 1 cartload of wine or 1 cartload of oil or weapons.
My governors think money grows on trees.
Food is a different thing, though. To put it another way, 1 cartload of pottery. You know what? Let's just say yes. Yes is simpler. Houses handle these goods slightly differently, but it's just easier to say yes. Alright, nothing's burning down. Good. Soon it will be time to merge, and I think actually now might be the time to start with the mergers. Let it merge. Now I'm positive every single one of these will merge, but it's entirely possible I've made a mistake somewhere along the line. It's been known to happen. At least this time it won't be pink pixel-based mistakes. Ah, the mergers just look so beautiful. Although, tent slum will always look disgusting, tent slum. It does feel nice to gradually pick them off like this. Just look at them go. I need the extra housing space because I'm shy a lot of employment right now. I'm even going to make these into large tents, which is not something I normally do. But I want the extra housing capacity, and I want to not have to pay much for it. So as all these merge together, 1 more. Perfect. But yes, these poor sods need watered if I want lots and lots of people out of them. Fortunately, wells require no workforce. Right, you hit that one. Very good. Yeah, wells are also exceedingly cheap. And I actually don't think they count as a loss if they get destroyed. The land is very undesirable, but I can still squeeze out some mergers here. Good to see. That'll hit one more of you. That's fine. Just more space for more people. In come these goods. You can tell I'm going into turbo debt by importing all this stuff. But that's probably okay. Well, I hope it's okay. If I can't get out of this debt, I'm in hot water. There doesn't appear to be attack on its way, so if I just stabilize my economy, things should go alright. No immediate fire risk, lovely. And there's quite a lot of space for more people here. So I can still get the workers needed to get full employment, or as close to full employment as I can manage. I want to make sure I'm actually set to export everything that I'm doing. Furniture, weapons, pottery. I won't bother importing marble just yet. Oh gosh, I don't actually export my wine. Gotta change that. I've been watching Alpha play Pharaoh and I wish it had the same quality of life that Caesar has received. Yeah, unfortunately doing that kind of thing is way beyond me. But yeah, Caesar has received so much love. Kind of strangely, I didn't expect Caesar would be the preferred... Oh god, what's this? I forgot to set you to just be weapons and iron. So we've got a lot of stuff here. Fortunately, the stuff will be shipped out in time. You know, people will buy the wine and the fruit. Okay. I've been called the furnisher. My favor is going to go down the toilet, by the way. I was not given a lot of time to fulfill Caesar's need for wine. That's a little unfortunate. Actually, it's a lot unfortunate. Well, if he wants wine, then I can do something about that. It's not outside of my skill set. There we go. Okay, that was even more money down the toilet, but oh well. Togobo, I'll see the funny side if I can crawl my way out of debt within a year and a half. And to be fair, once I get all these goods actually produced, I should be able to fulfill quite a lot of trade quota. The problem is I'm continuing to spend money on imports, which is hurting me quite badly. There's a temptation to stop the imports temporarily just to crawl my way out of debt. It will back blast pretty swiftly, though. How many of these goods do I even have right now? Alright, let's calm down for a moment. I'm going to turn off the imports. And then we're going to turn what we have taken into exports to crawl out of debt. Because crawling out of debt is a threshold. Once you're out of debt, then happy days. You get a reset on the time before Caesar comes for you. And he's often coming for me. My favourite just took a nosedive, because I was unable to send him tribute, and I'm still in debt. You couldn't pay your tribute this year, which reduced your favour. Keeps the money in your treasury at the year's end. Some absolute mad lads play Caesar 3 with a rule to never go into debt and always pay tribute. I am... well, I bow to these people's superiority. It might have been a mistake to put this warehouse all the way over there. You notice that the traders kind of bounce around a lot.
A good day to you.
You know, they buy something here, they sell something here, they buy something here, they sell something here, and then they leave. You can only have, I believe, 4 traders on the map at one time. See, we had 1, 2, 3. 4th one just came in. Since one just left, we can have our next one. Am I talking nonsense? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, maybe it's 6 traders. 7. Okay, well, clearly I don't know what I'm talking about. But I'm pretty sure there is a limit on the number of traders that you can have. Gosh, I would like to be out of debt right now, but I don't think it's going to happen before Caesar blows a gasket. Yeah, I went into debt in July last year. If I remain in debt July this year, Toga Boy is going to go spare. But if I can crawl my way out, then that's good. And then we just get the regular Pa instead of the Omega Pa. Counting isn't your strong point. We all know, don't worry. I seldom worry. It's already March. July is rapidly approaching, as is Turbo Debt, but these weapons will be really good. They sell 180 apiece. The wine also sells tremendously well.
Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
Buy my goods. Actually, we should be out of debt pretty swiftly, and then we can re-enable imports and keep things flowing. Fortunately, there's a bit of inertia due to the goods that remain inside the manufactories. Ah, life is good. And we still have some unemployment that I can dip into for whatever nefarious purpose, like building up a proper plebe block. But I think most importantly is to turn all this money into an army. We have been warned that there'll be large attacks. Hey, we're out of debt. Sweet, now I don't mind going back into debt. So let's import olives, import iron, import timber, import clay, and probably never stop doing this, because I think it's going to be a while before I have profitable plebeians. Of course, when I do, I will destroy disgusting ghetto block over here, and then life will be better. And I like a better life. Ah, curiously, Keinwyn, do you have your own finished version of this map? So when I conclude, we can see how another governor approaches these problems. Always fun to see alternate approaches. I left myself more space here than I thought. I didn't figure I would... Well, I guess I just didn't figure. Go figure. One more oil pressing place would go around here. Maybe should go right... I want it here. I don't want to skimp on the oil pressing, but I don't know how much wine Toga Boy is going to demand over this whole fiasco. What was the most recent thing I built? It was you. I'll do it like this then. I prefer to have my cart pushers not go very far from their warehouse when putting out goods, because it's just one guy that needs to supply all of the manufactories. And often he can become overwhelmed and they don't work at full pelt. So keeping them close just gets rid of that issue. Maybe I should have checked just how much exporting can I do of these goods. 15 furniture, 15 oil, 15 weapons, 15 wine, 15 pottery. But hang on, Heliopolis and Antioch both buy pottery. And I can import 25 units of clay, so actually there's room for another 2 potters. Potter. We'll give it a go. Vicious Gods makes the game a lot harder. So many runs in the past are saved by Neptune Blessings. Oh yeah, Neptune Blessings are the biggest crutch of all the gods. I absolutely do not like it. Okay, well, we're making money, which feels good. Feel even better when this warehouse isn't sitting around with spare olives and clay. Okay, good. He'll very slowly distribute those to places that need them. Because otherwise he focuses on distributing the iron to the weapon workshops. Okay, I have tons of money, and money needs to be turned into useful stuff. Since this is where my towers are going to be, it makes a ton of sense to have the barracks here. It also makes sense to keep it far away from any potential patrician areas, so this looks fine enough to me. can we make it finer? Probably not. I don't like this little... Actually, that's not terrible place for prefects. Little 1x1 spaces like that could really help out. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. We've got to get our fighting force at the ready. Now, where do they go? They need to be close to here, and I'm very strongly drawn towards putting my entire army here. Because I think down the line, I'm going to have a plebeian block here. There's relatively easy water access, because I can put a reservoir here. So I can have housing up to about here. And whilst it is very far from the food, I don't think it's that far. Because the food could go into a granary around here-ish. And then the market ladies could go from here. They go down, around through, grab it and come back. It's a bit extensive, but if I just build a lot of marketplaces, the long journey won't bother them too much. So with that in mind, I would probably have them here, and I'd probably have this as some kind of wall, possibly with towers. And then if the army is here, then I can react to any attack here, and then you don't even need to defend anything around here, because there's nothing for them to attack. And I don't think I'm going to be building along here. I could, but how would they even get food? I could have market ladies throw them up the hill, but the shape of this tells me it's not that great for a cliff dwelling anyway. Yeah, no, I think we can do better than that. And the fact that all of this is potential invasion point tells me, nah. So the answer to our question is yes, we have our armies here. Legionnaires, prefects, legionnaires, javelins. 2 jabs, 4 legions, my usual assortment. I don't see a need to change that. Is there any relevance for where I put them? Also, are these traders able to get through this? Yes, they can walk through that. Which is fine. Legionnaires should be closer to this side, so we will have our jabs on the side. Go, jabs, go. Sooner you start building the army, the happier you feel. Nothing quite like building your army when enemies are at the door. Are we blessed with a tower map? We do get towers, which is nice. I think towers look really good. Caesar's getting real tired waiting for his wine, and he has reminded me that I have only 1 year left to oblige, which means I regrettably have to start stockpiling my wine. Am I going to produce 20 in a year? I have 1, 2, 3... Well, no, I got 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of them producing 8 point something per year. It'll be fine. Plus, these won't be sold, so yeah, we'll be okay. Employees needed? How can this be? This is intolerable. Actually, something that is tolerable is putting down just a little bit more housing. Especially when it's housing that I can water. Hey, this is funny. I can put a 2x2 right here. On top of that, anywhere else craving to be another bit of tent slum? Oh yeah, this is, and so is this, and so is this. It's not going to be happy next to this fort, but happiness is not my concern. This could be a 2x2, so it will. It's gonna be a little bit difficult to keep it safe from the fires, but that's okay. I can handle difficult. That's right, Roseanne. Thanks to the power of Pyre, who sent me a patch for this. We now have Merger's map mode. No longer do I have to strain my geriatric eyes over the pink pixels. And I'm telling you, it feels good. So watch this. Blunk. Immediate merge. Damn, I'm good. Next to a well as well, so it immediately gets water too. Immediate merge. Immediate merge. Put you a little bit awkwardly, but immediate merge. And then they don't need their little road things because it remains within 2 tiles of a road. I'll give him a well as well. Nobody likes to be thirsty in a desert. Well, I assume. Don't think I've ever been in a desert. Are we looking on that wine for Toga Boy? 10 months to comply, but 9 in the warehouse. Should be fine. And we are absolutely mulching our way through our export demands. Going to build my second load of javelins already. The barracks does not stock weapons. Oh, I just had a thought about the barracks. It's in a bad place. See the cart pusher here? He pushes out all the weapons, and then he has a long way to go to stock weapons into the barracks. I'll survive. That stuff will pass. Does mean that I probably don't want to export all of my weapons quite yet, but I do want my legionnaires. Oh, it's Budget Pharaoh. How goes the Budget Pharaoh? Are you hearing this guy? You hearing the words I'm hearing? Well, Alpha does make a lot of sense. A lot of nonsense. Caesar fixes so many of Pharaoh's issues. So much so that it came out before Pharaoh. I'm loving keeping myself fiscally hydrated in this desert. Unfortunately, I'm not keeping my people very hydrated. We haven't touched any of the water sources yet. They're just told to dig a sandy hole and extract moisture from it. The weapon production really isn't up to snuff. How much iron can I import? I can import 25, but only export 15, so I could put down more metallurgists. Which isn't out of the question when I trim back the wine production once I meet Caesar's nefarious demands. Which I would like to do. Toga Boy's got me by the togas here.
My governors think money grows on trees.
Sure hope that didn't happen at the turn of the year. No, we actually paid tribute. Good. Actually, his tribute's what put me in debt, the nosy old toad. He thinks I made so much money last year that he takes money I don't have. So he takes out a loan in my name in Rome to pay himself. Oh, that man is a real piece of work, so he is. So yes, these weapons right here are being delivered to the barracks. So the barracks can train some actual legionnaires. Happy days. Also, these guys will not become small tents because the desirability is so bad. Negative 32, negative 35. These will never become large tents. And you might look at some of the large tents and think, well, they don't look like they live in particularly nice areas either. However, oh, this is really, really interesting. Well, it's interesting to me. So here's a fun thing about tents, or all houses in general. They need a certain desirability to evolve to the next level. And thanks to this patch, we actually see what the desirability level on each tile is. So for large tents, they need the desirability to be at least negative 10. You know, they can still live in squalor, but at least they have some standards compared to small tents. But it only checks for the most desirable tiles. So the 4 tiles of this place are negative 15, negative 16, negative 14, and negative 12. So they're counting negative 12. Now you might go, oh, negative 12 is worse than negative 10. And you're right. The interesting thing is that houses have a tolerance. So if you already reach large tent, they won't devolve until they hit 2 below the value. And that value of 2 remains until they hit medium insulate. Then they get a tolerance of 3. And then medium palace gets a tolerance of 4. And luxury palace has a tolerance of 5. And yes, I was up till the AMs last night discovering that.
My governors think money grows on trees.
Caesar doesn't seem very interested in my esoteric information about his titular game, but pff, I was happy. So yeah, people don't like living next to the barracks. But, so here's the thing. If I were to reduce the desirability of this tent more, by putting, say, a well here, wells are undesirable, then it would devolve. And when I remove the well, they wouldn't re-evolve. They would want more desirability to bring them up to the threshold. That tent is one spilt drink away from devolving like a northern Englishman. Oh, don't tempt them. Alright, so pretty happy with the money, pretty happy with the industry, pretty unhappy with the way I've gone about it, which is tent slum. Also, attack is on the way, so we don't have a lot of spare employment, but we have some. I need to think about where my plebes are going to go. Maybe we should talk a bit about how we win this map. You know, we've gotten over the first hurdle, and actually I love to save and save often on these, so we shall save. How do we go? Well, maybe I should take a drink to clear my mind on this one. Alright, what are we thinking? So for this map, we have rather ghastly prosperity target of 95. And in the spiel that we got before this, Caesar was talking about how we would never subject our people to low quality housing. Definitely a reference to my reliance on small insulae where they get pottery and nothing else. Not a lectern to recline on, nor oil to cook with or burn with. So the prosperity mark is very high, and I don't have access to a lot of patricians because we can only have... where was the food import? What do you mean 0? Yes, there we go. We can only import 15 wheat and 15 meat. That's not able to feed a lot of people. It's not able to feed much at all. I think 15 imported food, off the top of my head, feeds about 280 people. 280 people is nothing. But fortunately, patricians will eat multiple types of food, so it stretches a bit. So with 3 types of food, that's not 280, it's like 700 and something. Bottom line is there's a limit to how many patricians I can have, and since the highest level of patrician I can have is large villa, which has 100 people, I estimate we're going to be limited to 7 of those. So if we can have 7 grand villas, then I won't be able to make up the rest of this prosperity by just having small insulae. I'm going to have better quality housing. And it can't even be grand insulae, which is a bit of a pain, because I won't be able to produce a second type of food for them en masse. So we're looking at relying on large insulae and medium insulae, and maybe some small insulae. And I don't think I can get away with any tent labor on this map, or at best maybe 2. I might keep 2 of them here and then hope that that's enough. Actually, 2 of these would be enough. I could trim down 2 of these and keep these 2 and be happy. So that base is what my city has to comprise of. Has to comprise of the, let's say 7... Wait, maybe I should run the numbers, right? I think I should. Hold on, let me grab my calculator. 15 cartloads of food divided by 12 is 1.25 cartloads a month. People eat 0.005 cartloads a month. Okay, so that only feeds 250 people. And we can times that by 3 because it's 3 types of food, so it's 750 people. So yeah, I can have 3 grand villas and 1 medium villa. I'm not going to bother with a medium villa, those are crap. But yes, that's 700 people living in grand villas. Let's get mathematical, shall we? Flashbang incoming, I think. If I can get this on the stream. Where is it? Where's the Caesar 3 math screen? That looks a lot like it. Here, I'll even fade it in so it doesn't hurt your precious little eyes as much. Where's my fade button? Ah, there we go. Come on, 3 seconds is too many. This is a prosperity calculator used to figure out just how many people I can add to fill the requirements. So here's the population that we'd have, and here's the prosperity. Obviously 600 is huge prosperity, but that's only counting the villas. If I were to do things my way, I'd have something like 100 small insulae here, and we'd be happy. 8,300 people, prosperity only 85 though. So what's more likely is that I don't have any, well, maybe I have 40 small insulae. 40 is maybe a bit much, let's say 32 of them. And then I probably need a bunch of large insulae, let's say 42. Maybe we could have some medium insulae as well, like 20 or so of them. There we go, that makes a lot more sense. So something like this. I just realized that it's cut off on the wrong side. Yeah, There we go. So this is probably how my city is going to look towards the end. And I'm probably not going to escape my reliance on a couple bits of tent labor. Oh no, this needs to be 95. There we go, 95. So yes, small insulae, medium insulae, large insulae. Mixed insulae, actually, which is what I think looks really good in a city. But I doubt I will be mixing them together in their own loop. They'll probably be in 3 designated areas. Okay, but that kind of sets my mind on what we're going to be having. So a small insulae block, a large insulae block, and some wild cards. I have ideas for this. Let's get rid of you. Although I will keep these numbers on my screen for my own personal reference. Well, I say on screen. I just got rid of them because it's too big and white. Don't like white things on my screen. Too eye-catching and burns my poor eyes. Let's look at this area. Doesn't look very promising, does it? This center bit is really awkward for building in. It's got this weird shape. It'll be difficult to loop because of this tight entry point. And really, if you loop this, what else are you doing? But I'm looking at cliff dwelling. So that's to say people that live up here, but they get their goods and or services from down here. So we'll have walkers that walk along here, hugging this cliff. They will throw their services up the cliff to the housing. And they'll come back down and round. There's a lot of area for food production here. It doesn't look like a lot, but trust me, it is. Actually, let's just get rid of all of this. It has to go eventually. There's no point in preserving trees other than aesthetics, and I'm more interested in victory right now. Get rid of this as well. Yeah, so I can actually have a ton of farms here. Huge numbers of farms, which is good because the farms are rubbish. Fruit farming, pig farming, vegetable farming, they all produce at half the rate of wheat farming. And we don't get any wheat farming here. There's even a little smidge up here, but I don't think that's even worth thinking about. So I say we produce a lot of food. We shove it in a granary over here or so. And then there are some lovely market ladies that walk around dispersing it around here and here. And then probably even have an entertainment walker that walks around here to provide them with entertainment. Potentially going to a hippodrome over here, but more likely over to a coliseum. And then how many people do you think we can get here? Let's just do a finger in the air judgment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40. Depending on how far I curve this, between 40 and 50. So I think I cannot reliably make all of those lovely mergers. Even if we look at the merger map mode, not everything's going to line up. For example, I couldn't put a house here and expect it to merge because of this bit being here. The rest of them look quite nice though. But around here, for example, it's fairly hopeless. Here also doesn't look so good. So this is where my large insulae should be. Now, as we've covered in this map, we don't have statues and we don't have plaza. So desirability is different, or not different, difficult. But here's where some more esoteric Caesar 3 knowledge comes in. Houses built on elevated land, which is what this is, get a plus 10 desirability. So whilst a large insulae normally needs 32 desirability, they will only need 22 desirability up here. And 22 is very achievable, especially since we have these temples available. So I can do a lot of temples on the outside as well as other desirability boosters. And let's not understate gardens here. Gardens are plus 3 at single tile range for desirability. Yeah. So I say we get our huge amount of large insulae up here. How many did I say I needed? 42. All right, we can get that up there. So yes, I reckon large insulae up and around here. Probably not what I'm going to go for right now, despite the fact that I already have the production that I need for it. Do I really believe what I'm saying here? I don't know about that. Maybe I should be going for large insulae straight away. No, I should go for small insulae first. Because I'm going to need a lot of labor to pump out all the food and the services for them. Small insulae are extremely labor efficient because they don't need a lot of that nonsense. Thought that was a water layer at first. No, this is the mergers layer. Tells us where we can get mergers. Extremely useful, and it's far better than going like this and me telling you that there's a pink pixel here and then you saying, oh, I don't see a pink pixel, and then I get to call you blind, and we just keep going round and round in this circle of hilarity. So wait, can I even get water over here? Not enough space for a reservoir over there. There might be here. No, there's not. So I need to pipe this water over from here. I have objections to all of this. I really don't want to have these here. They're bothering me ever so. But I don't want to cut down on my wine exports, but I know Toga Boy is going to be coming for me. Maybe... what needs to be done here? I don't think anything can be done. This is really rather awkward. Ah, I know. I could reduce my fruit output slightly, because I do overproduce food. So what I can do is I can trim these down, shove one of these over here, and still maintain an excess production of wine for my own uses and for Toga Boy's demands. Alright, once I meet Toga Boy's demands, that's what I'll do. I will migrate that over, flatten out this design, and then that'll tell me exactly what I have to spare here. And then I will have to figure out how I get food over here, because yeah, I think my next block is actually going to be here. I don't want to build in this area because of potential invasions, but since I'm already building up an army at a dreadfully slow rate, I might add, we might get somewhere. Alright, we can do this. We have the power. And we have the wine for Toga Boy. When we resume our exports, let's make sure that we keep some on hand for our benevolent overlord. Keep 8 on hand at all times, please. It's already February, but I'm pretty sure we'll meet our demands. We have the bravery to bring back slavery. Rome apparently thanks me with a staggering, what was that, 5 favor? Maybe 5. It's hard to get any gratitude out of the mopey old toad. I wonder how it works with the production of units. You see, we coughed out a legionnaire. We just got some weapons. We also coughed out a javelin guy. I don't actually know how this thing works on pumping out its units. You know, does it come in ticks and then during the tick it checks if it has the weapons, or does it start building a certain kind of unit and then it gets provided weapons and it resets and changes to churning out a legionnaire? I just don't know. I guess we can check, right? A legionnaire just came out. The weapons are on their way. Weapons are on their way. Weapons are delivered. You now have 1 weapon. And then out he comes. I don't think there was a delay on that. So maybe that is how it works. Just comes in bursts. Feels like they produce about 4 a month, so we should have a reasonable army before the enemy approaches. Alright, I'm reasonably assured of our success. Feels a bit bad to cut into my apple profits, but I want to keep this tight, and I want to... what I build in terms of the farmland, I want to be final, because raising loads of farmland can get not that expensive, considering it only costs 40 per farm, but it can get mentally expensive to redesign farming plots. Alright, gone, gone, gone. Renovated, gone. Smoothed out. Chonk. And then what was this space used for? I was contemplating furthering my weapon production. We have 1, 2, 3. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't need 7. Get rid of you and then up my weapon production. It is actually bad. There's too much time wasted in providing the weapons to the barracks. These aren't actually working properly. The answer is to move my barracks over here. I don't want to waste even a single weapon here. I'm going to stockpile my weapons for a moment. Have you use up your final weapon on a legionnaire. And I'm going to migrate you over here. Come on, you can do it. Well, I say you can do it. You're managing to prove me wrong. Ah, there we go. And then I will migrate you over to here. Would have made more sense to migrate the... Well, no, I'd have to migrate all the workplaces as well, wouldn't I? Okay, so I guess you go over here, or maybe here. And now the weapon guy won't have to go quite so far. There we go. Yeah, that journey was meaning that the iron wasn't getting distributed to the workshops. Which you can do pretty quickly when he doesn't have to travel far. For a month, that is twice the rate of Pharaoh. Yeah, but you get archers, which is cheating. Right, is June, am I willing to build this stuff up? At least I have a lot of unemployment to shove into the fruit mines. I don't have a design in mind for this. Right, well, what I should probably start with are the reservoirs. I need to push those as close in as possible to maximize possible watering of my plebs. I don't think I'm going to use any of this area for housing, although it's not that it can't be used. I could do a bit of a straight line housing operation like so. Would I want to? I do need to shove in 20 medium insulae somewhere, and actually this is kind of good for that. We shall give it due consideration. So you water out to there. You water a little bit further over here, so we could do something of a bent design. I need the water map mode to aid me here. The problem is throwing in water here. I'd rather have an idea of where all my farms are going to be and then build the water around that. Designing in Caesar 3 is hard, you know. It's hard bloody work. But that's okay. I don't play games to relax. There is an interesting thing I could do here if I allow myself to... 3 bits there. Because of the shape of this, I can slam out the aqueduct on these tiles. But I'm only going to do that if I think 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. 2, 3. I would have it say here, and then 1, 2, 3, 1. I don't lose out on much. But that's with a single line coming down here. But what do I do with that? Where does this food go? In the end, this food has to go somewhere quite reachable. Rather frustratingly, I would want it here, wouldn't I? So this warehouse, which has already done so much for me in the pottery world, would have to migrate over here at no real cost. Well, that's good. That's really good. All right, you are the pottery and the clay home now. You must empty the warehouse. This will empty out in no time, and I will transition to having a granary here. And the granary will be fed from all the fruits and things that I get. The granary will, let's see, pivotal point will be here. So the road is going to come out like so. Farms are plenty. And then, oh, this is really, really nice. I can put a gatehouse over here to block walkers, defend the city, not impede the towers. Nope, not impede the towers at all. The towers that are only hypothetical right now, but we will have them. Oh, that's wonderful. That is just wonderful. Also, Togaboy doesn't tend to mind if I spend money on improving the city, which is absolutely what's happening here. It's sheer perfection. Alright, very good. I need this to empty out, though. I'm not going to get rid of all that expensive clay I bought. Is every building I do a crutch? Freaking lose lobby. I hate them more than they hate themselves. Alright, the enemies are closing in. My army doesn't feel very good, because it's not very good. But it's being built. I'm glad we started building it as early as we did. So with this guy that's told to empty his warehouse, I wonder if that pottery thing's going to get in the way, or if I should migrate it over here. We'll let it do its work. That guy's going to spread out his clay. He'll either send it to here, or to one of the pottery places that'll still take it. It's a shame I can't disable a single building from getting its goods from the warehouse. Otherwise that'd be sweet, super sweet. Anyway, I have mentally cleared this space. And if I know that farms are going to be across, excuse me, here with a road coming up the center, then I can have you come out like so. Water table map mode. I'm giggling a bit on the inside over that one. I don't propose to build anything here for now. Let's just keep our options open. I'll figure out how I build up here in the not too distant future. Asking myself if this would be of any use. Let me get the actual water map mode. That doesn't water anywhere that isn't already watered by you, so there's no relevance in putting a reservoir here. So we just shove our next reservoir over there. We'll hug the wall in case we want to use this land for something. Like I say, I do need 20 or so medium insulates down the line. And then this is what we have available here. I don't want to do any design that brings me closer to the entry points for the enemies, wherever possible. But we have to accept the limits of our watering. Fountains only have a range of 3 on desert maps as opposed to 4 on other maps. This area might not be relevant, but it could also be very relevant if I make sure that this is dedicated towards services. And services are suffering here. What I think I'd want is a double layer for gardening to boost the desirability of houses that will go here. So 1, 2 houses here, double layer. Looks extremely bad for mergers. Holy crap. No, actually that's suddenly a lot better. Acceptable even. Alright, that's fine then. So 1, 2, 1, 2. A line coming up here, some way, somehow. How far down is this going to go? The further the better, because then it gets closer to market access. How long is that anyway? 20? I reckon we could squeeze out a little bit more. Now, what is going here? Because of the fountain's ability to only go 3 tiles, I can't put fountains down the center and have it water the outer tiles. But with the range of the fountains that we have here, or range of the underground water, I could have fountains on the inny bit here if I disjointed the houses, so some are back and some are forward. I'm happy about that, actually. Yeah, I'm actually very happy about that. Okay, good. So one set of fountains along here will deal with the innies and the outies. And then the inner part here won't actually need a center bit. 1, 2, 1, 2. This is where it gets a little bit more complicated. It's just the perfectly wrong spot for water to go here to water people on this side. I did say we could use it for services. And maybe that's what we do. Something like this. Then I can still do a bit of watering over here. And I can pick and choose how we water here. Alright, I'm okay with this. It might seem like a lot of work to just build this boring rectangle, but there was quite a lot of thought involved in that one. Now, this will be walled when I can afford wall, which is not now. It's like, add another 0 onto the denarii counter and then we'll talk. I will open up this route through here because I'm going to need market ladies walking a long, long path. Wait, can you even get through all this? Inaccessible, sire. Okay. These market ladies have a long, long way to go. Holy smokes. Just try and trim out as much of their arduous journey as I can. I just had a thought. This is arable land, isn't it? Haha, it is. I can have farms up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5. Maybe an incredible push 6 farms? How relevant? Probably not. Why bother defending? Peace isn't even a requirement. Well, if I don't defend, then that population requirement is suddenly going to be a bit of a big deal for me. Just a little. So something like this, huh? It is the most justified gatehouse I have ever seen for this kind of loop. They're not desirable, mind you. That is a long way for market ladies to go. The market ladies are going to be working to the bone for this one. That's unfortunate for them. I'll just have to build a lot of market ladies. Yeah, I'm trying to think of a reason not to build this gatehouse here. And I've got nothing because in the end I am going to want a path out here that reaches the walls. Yeah, it makes sense to me. Alright, very good. Been a long, long time since I built a gatehouse to block a loop because I don't like doing that. But here it actually makes sense. So we don't think of you as a complete scrub. Oh, steady now, Keinwyn. Or else you might find yourself building your cities live on stream and then finding that things fall apart when they never used to fall apart when you did it privately. How could this happen? Amuses me every time. It was that moment during the mod game challenge of, oh, you know, the game doesn't start until World 7 in Ninja Gaiden. And then all those deaths in level 3. And I go, oh god, my hands are sweating. I was laughing. And yet at the same time anticipating a glorious victory, which is what we got to see. So life is good. There's no enemies at the door. The regiments I have are filling up nicely. And do I start building this up now? Probably not. But also probably I'm going to need the housing for people that are going to work in these farms. I also need to contemplate how these farms get their workers. Alright, well, let's start building this up, shall we? Yeah, I think we shall. Oh, they absolutely would! Ah, feels good. Well, lots of things feel good. Right, how am I even deciding on what I'm doing here? There are a lot of mergers I can get that are 1 tile away from the road, which are good. I do like them a lot. Because it frees up these inner squares for prefects, doctors, the engineers, fountains. So wherever possible, I should put them 1 further away. But when I can't, I should bring them closer. So something like that works really, really well here. Notably, some of these are going to fade away if they don't have access to a road, so I will give them their rhododendrons over there, so they won't just despawn on me. And to be sure, that's all water-friendly, right? Oh, extremely water-friendly. Very good. More hither. Another one here. This is awkward because I can't get a 2x2 there. Actually, I should put you over here. Just makes more sense. What I put on the inner side is a bit more suspect, isn't it? But almost all of this merges. It's kind of crazy like that. Crazy, isn't it? This will not merge, and this will not merge, meaning I can put them out and still be happy-ish. Which I likely will, because I'm going to want a lot of people living here, but I'm also going to need a ton of markets, and I haven't left myself any market spaces here. So maybe just leave these two open to be market ladies. Yeah, let's not get greedy here. Markets are of vital importance. So is counting. Whoops, just sank a bunch of money there. You go there. Leave you open, put another 2x2 here. And to be clear, the water does still barely reach beyond that, so we're fine. So we are committed to having a couple of marketplaces here, and probably a marketplace there. Services over here, and even more marketplaces. I need a lot of marketplaces. This food has to go a long way. One could argue that what I should do instead is have the granaries over here. Two getting granaries will actually shovel over quite a lot of food, but I find that getting granaries never stock enough. Keinwyn, do you remember how much a getting granary will fill its stocks to? Assuming no overproduction of food and the getting granary just keeps grabbing, I'm pretty sure it doesn't grab a lot. That's what my memories are telling me. Market ladies will grab 600 to fill up their marketplaces, and this is only small initially anyway. I'm pretty sure they'll be fine. I just need a lot of bloody marketplaces. It doesn't change needing more housing here, though. This is undesirable being next to the gatehouse, so maybe just start from this end. Little awkward. 5 getting granaries equates to 1 normal. That can't be right. Nothing about what you just said made sense to me. Yeah, this is quite horrible for mergers. You know, this is all in completely nonsense areas. Guess I have you over here then, but couldn't I punch you a little bit back? How's the water situation? This is as close as we can get for watering around here. That's a bit tight, but we can work. We can work with that. Especially if we have a merger here, huh? And then this is pretty much the final fountain home. Alright, I can work with that. Again, services are needed down here, so try and get as much out of this as possible. There we go. Let's get these people in. Whoa, it doesn't like something here. It doesn't like the fact that I blocked off the road to over here. So actually, I need to make space. I can do that by doing this. Otherwise, a lot of these places would just instantly disappear. There's weird road to Rome mechanics where roads must find a path towards the entry and exit point. I wonder how the game manages to do that efficiently. Old games with pathfinding. Oftentimes it can be a pain in the bum. Right, we're going to have to stockpile the pottery. which is what you will do. You're still emptying out. And we'll get all these people over here. On the double. Damn, it was 2 hours of Caesar. I don't know, you missed 1.5 hours of talking about Caesar McCain. What I've built here, a regular player just sitting down playing without talking could probably bash out in 20 minutes. But I like to explain what I'm doing in Caesar, because I know it's a very esoteric game. There are ways to pre-calculate paths like that. I'm not sure if Caesar 3 does it, though, says Ninjin. Well, we're circa 1999, right? So you tell me. I certainly couldn't tell you, and you know that. Right, these people are going to be desperate for fire security. People don't like being on fire, in my vast experience, so... Prefect, prefect, prefect... 3 prefects should be fine for now. They are going to need engineering as well, of course, and a doctor. I don't like having very good health, but it's early game. Very good health is not nearly as bad as fumigations. Fumigations are bad, okay? So yeah, they needed this path to go up here and actually get to here, but they will do their merges, because I order them to. And then once they do merge, then happy days, because then they don't care about having a route over to the back side of these houses, because they can get their route from these roads. So now I can actually close this off. Get rid of these roads. Cause this to merge. Whoops. I take it all back. I did that in the wrong order. I shouldn't have gotten rid of that, because this guy now doesn't want to exist. Is that actually a solvable problem with how we are right now? Because he disappears before considering the merge. Can I merge like this instead? It's not a problem if it doesn't. Oh, but it does, okay. I was going to say it's just another marketplace if it doesn't. And as I said, we are in dire need of marketplaces over here because of how far they have to go for their food. Oh god, look at them there. They're coming in like a civilian army.
Greetings. I'm new to this place. Do you know of anywhere to live?
Beautiful. How many houses are we getting here anyway? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 29. How many did I say I needed? 30. Well, that's rather convenient because I can extremely easily add one more. Extremely easy. And then that leaves me all this space for whatever I want, which at this rate is about to be some temples. Desirability is going to be a consideration, but maybe not a concern. Wow, 110 months from Darth Air. He's a hair away from being here for 10 years. How does it feel, Darth Air? In fact, take us down memory lane. What's the first thing you remember about being here? And when was that moment that you thought, you know what? Instead of doing anything sensible with my money, I'm going to give it to this raving loony Swede. Actually, back then, I would have been a Scot.
I'm hardly needed. These buildings are in great condition.
Oh, maybe that's what he was thinking. Good lord, there are a few that can challenge that level of primacy around here. Yedrello and Kalpa, maybe. Nah, you're a Swede already. 10 years ago? No. I'd only just moved to Sweden 10 years ago. I didn't gain Swedish citizenship until... oh god, when? 2019? Whenever I was in Sweden for 5 years, 2019 seems about right. Right, this place looks miserable, and don't get me wrong, it is miserable, but we can do our best to make it less miserable. Now that we have all these people, and especially now that this warehouse is empty, we must figure out how this granary goes down. It goes here, so unfortunately for you, you have to migrate. I'd know a thing or two about migrating. Out of the way, Hot Rod. There goes the granary. This could cause labor problems, but it's unlikely to do so. Really rather unlikely. Right, so this is the happy food place for fruit and only fruit. Forgive me fat fingering those inputs there. So, fruit 1,000,000. How many millions of fruit? Actually, maybe we should think how many fruits we need for these people. And then maybe add a few more, because I might in time want these people to even eat. Unthinkable, I know, but it could be done. I won't be able to water them very well, but I could feed them. I think I graduated from YouTube on Twitch sometime shortly after Bad Ideas Guy. Our little game playing as Bornholm in Europa Universalis, where C-Space Echo sent me a file containing nothing but negative ideas for a custom nation. Which is really the only way to play custom nations, because it's such Barbie mode otherwise. I'm contemplating how exactly I go out with this. 1, 2, 3, 1. Now we just go along like so. But where do I start the consideration from here? One way to think is just how far can I get? Like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Alright, I'm game for that. And do we punch you as far as you can go here? I don't see why not. This game has a very satisfying crunching noise of putting down your farms, isn't it? There's a single tile here. Can we navigate around this farm? If I put you here. Sources say yes, but do I want to? Because it's going to be a touching point for you there, which will be unpleasant. Another way to think of it is that we don't have to. And I like it when I don't have to do things. Okay. Labor access will remain nefarious here. But we're in early enough part of the game that I don't care about just slamming down some crappy tent labor as long as they have a dedicated and designated prefect to prevent fires. Maybe more than one. I'm not sure how much I trust this guy. Right, how many fruit farms is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. That is more than enough to feed all these people and have excess for export, which makes up for the fact that I cut down on this. So I could actually cut down even more, or feed more people, or dedicate the food elsewhere. So, lovely overproduction. Shouldn't be a problem. Get to work. Also, I don't trust you not to burn down, so you get another prefect there. Never trust your buildings not to burn down on a fire map. This risk grows rapidly. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 prefects running around here, and this thing is already this high on the risk meter. And not to speak of these tents. Also, not to speak of the gods. The gods are getting a little bit angry at me. They say pleased, but I know what pleased means. Desirability might be a little bit of an issue for some of these people. But a lot of things are going to be a bit of an issue for some of these people. Marketplaces being a huge one. That should do them for now. Try and build a bit of this desirability, which is currently not looking so good, but after these, boom, so much better in some of the places. Certainly chewing through my money here. I guess those farms weren't free. The sound and editing design in this game is honestly amazing, says McCain, and it's a major reason that it still holds up. Yeah. It does two things that a city builder absolutely must do. Sounds good and looks good. I don't know why that is so hard for some game developers to understand. Some games can afford to look ugly because the point of playing it is not to have something that you want to sit back and appreciate what you've built, but in this game you do. I don't think RimWorld looks all that great, but I care more about the people there rather than the thing that I've built. But in this city builder, absolutely I care what I've built here. Togaboy's going to get his pottery. He needs to stop being unpleased with me, so we're actually going to cut down my own salary. I'm going to send him a troupe of performing slaves. That'll boost his imperial favor by a chunk. Love that unemployment for now. What's the word you use when someone has been held captive so long they start defending the person that took them captive? That's Stockholm Syndrome. Why would you ever need to know that right now? Heavens knows. Alright, the legions are looking quite good. I would like to expand with another legion of proper legionnaires, but the donkeys are getting in my way. Consistently. Gonna take some time to fill up that. Actually, that took no time at all. Okay, marketplaces. Market ladies, are you ready? And I'm gonna need a lot of you. They're gonna be wait a minute, I've made a critical error here. Part of the agreement was that I was going to have walls with towers here, and those walls with towers need to be defended by people that get labor access. On the other hand, they only need labor access once, but I have had it fail on me before. How will this be solved? There are going to be services over here, but if I could just squeeze in a little bit of housing... I have an idea about that, and it's a pretty good one. Well, it's one. It might not be a good one. You've got a range of 3. So you can water out to here. So what I reckon is that we have 2 additional houses. Here and here. The road comes around the back here. And that gives the labor access to these guys. Okay, okay. Averted the disaster using my enormous lobes. Nothing new here. The road is going to have to come around here. And that will get in the way of some services. In that case, I can just have more housing though, right? Let's see why not. Yeah, that'll be fine. Because a fountain right here will water them all. Okay, once these guys move in, they're all getting food, they're all getting water. They're all going to be very happy. How many marketplaces am I going to need here? I got 1, 2, 3... 4, I want at least 6. 5. 6. Means I can put the warehouse on the outside of this, which is quite nice. Because in the end, this road is going to do something like this. Or maybe even a little further out, and then I'll have walls with towers here. Very good. So I shouldn't need to soak up unemployment with the mission posts. However, mission posts are more efficient in a lot of ways for doing that. Togaboy gets his pottery. I stop stockpiling pottery and I start trading it away. I'm going to start building up a bit of a buffer though, because I'm going to want to start giving that to my people. In fact, we're going to start buffering all of our goods to the tune currently of 6. 8 for pottery, I suppose. Wine, 8 is fine. That Rudy-Toot tells me that enemies are at the door, so we're going to build up another army. And maybe get going with our towers. Towers don't make sense, right? I'm not in a position where I can lose this yet. I will be once this is built up, though. And we're getting there. Did Rome increase wages again? No, it's at 34. And my people are extremely pleased with me. Things really are going way better than a lose lobbyist would like. They usually do early on in Caesar. It's a tough break for me to lose a map early. Okay.
I'm off to collect more supplies.
The market leader's going out to go and empty this granary. For whatever reason, they only capture 600 units of fruit, meat, and vegetables, but they'll capture 800 units of wheat. So you need 4 market ladies to empty a granary from non-wheat. Just wheat is superior. If you have the opportunity, always get your wheat. It's like always getting your 10 to 1s. Alright, and to be sure, none of you people are bursting into flames. Good. These people are going to become quite high-level patricians before... plebeians before too long. How about the pottery situation? I probably should have put it so the warehouse goes here, but I want this wall coming out. I want it to look good. Don't know how it's going to move just yet. The warehouse remains a question, right? I want a warehouse here that gets pottery. I suppose it's not the end of the world if the market ladies go all the way there for pottery, but I don't want them to. Why worry about it? I'll just deny these people bathhouses for a good long while. Wait a minute, baths? Water? Okay, I must not build anything else here. This needs to be my little bathhouse corner. Ugh, but it's in a tremendously good position for an amphitheater. Okay, new thought. Amphitheater goes on Ceres' temple. So Ceres needs to go. You know, go away. Thank you, Ceres. Thank you, amphitheater. The bathhouse goes here, lest we forget. So people can have a good scrub down after the games. Get my mergers here. Think nothing of them. Granary empties. All the little boys are following the fat lasses. Their words, not mine.
That fat lady up front told me to carry this and follow her.
And as expected, Caesar, who is just perennially displeased with me, is ordering furniture. So we'll stockpile that. Cleanliness is close to godliness, but the godliness is still suffering here. Once these people are brought up to a decent enough level, we're going to be building our large insulae over here. And then our patricians, and then we'll fill out whatever else we need for 4 patricians. All the while continuing to bulk up the army, which is certainly in need of some bulking. Currently it's more like bulking. Or I am going to get a bollocking, perhaps. There is a further question of how these people get their entertainment walkers, and given the space that we have over here that isn't supposedly necessary for industry, I could slam down amphitheater gladiator school over here. Little tight on space for it. Maybe it could even be done. Ooh. Entertainment walkers can go a very long way. I don't see a good reason not to just have them here. It's almost like it was destined to fit in here. I worry a little bit about them burning down, but when do I not? I wouldn't trust this long term, but in time I'm probably going to bring this road out here and then feed some more people over here. Anyway, they'll be fine enough for now. Quite glad that all the marketplaces are taking their time to go and fill up with food, because there's going to be a large demand for food as these places evolve. And I anticipate food problems coming. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's a long way to go for food. That's why I'm vastly overproducing marketplaces. I think this lassie only got 2 little boy barrels of food.
must be the most boring city in the Empire.
I just built you an amphitheatre with nothing happening in it. Some people are just impossible to please. Okay, it's time to start watering these plebes. You know, I never find the water map mode is very good for putting down fountains. It does tell you where they're eligible, but it's just too busy. I find it better to use a clean map mode like tax. Right, I have to put one here, that's a given, but that already waters a ton of houses. You need to be covered. It's kind of a shame I can't quite put one, say, there. That would cover a lot of people. I could put one down here. That's amusing to me. Amusing is one of the best reasons to put one down. I like the idea that people have to climb down a bleeding mountain to get their water. Entertains me so. Right, you get all the way over to there. That means you need to be covered by... That goes as far as there. Quite like that for you. In the end, this is probably always going to be used for water, but can we not do better than that? Probably not. Not best pleased with putting you there, especially knowing that I could put this here. And that allows me to put this a little bit further down. Migrate you across one bit so I can have the fountain right here. I wait for all my mergers before I put in water, and I find that very, very important. Oof, that's close, but you do get in there. Because if you don't do it, then you could have a situation where in your 2x2, one of them is a large tent and 3 of them are small tents, or any variation thereof. Mergers only happen when they're all the same tier of housing. Alright, did everybody get water? These 3 poor buggers did not. Got you covered. There. There's no need to be completely anal about being worker efficient on your fountains, but it's still good. If we have space for gardens, we give them gardens. Gardens are quite powerful. These people are probably going to struggle on desirability, so... Well, the gardens up there won't help them. Could be difficult. Of course, you just put this little bit of rock over here, so I couldn't put, say, a large temple, which would be pretty good for their needs, but I'll see what I can do. Flanking them with large temples, well, this needs to be a bathhouse, but large temples on the flanks here might not be out of the question. So they come up to large hovel. I'll keep them at large hovel for a wee bit until food stabilizes, and then bring them up to Casa. Am I seeing Jake using a gatehouse? What does the world come to? The gatehouse is not to lock the workers in here. The gatehouse is because that all this is an invasion area. So the plan is to extend the wall, so I have towers down here. The fact that it traps the walkers is a happy coincidence. Take your furniture, Toga boy. Just a coincidence. Freaking Dennis Wolf. Dennis Wolf does his own streams, and he sometimes streams his Archipelago stuff as well, which is cool. Funny thing about Dennis Wolf, I thought he was...
My governors think money grows on
I thought he was like a 67-year-old man, the way he was talking during his Nancy Drew stuff, but no, he's a young gunning, hot-blooded student. Also, someone gunning for me is Toga Boy, who once again... Oh, wait a second. I didn't pay my tribute. Oh, that's not good. You lose a considerable chunk of favor by being in debt at the turn of the year. I'm going to start thinking about taxing. Well, we'll get on it in due time. I'm not a student anymore, now I'm a government employee. Nah, 17 years old, fresh-faced. What a guy. Alright, well, the army at least looks good. If I get attacked here, at least I can be bum-rushed. Oh boy, inflation's hitting. I don't want to take things too lackadaisically. But if I torch this and bring these guys up to small insular and start taxing them, I should be able to cover my wages pretty well. And I do plan on torching this. I think I actually need a slightly larger leeway area here than I thought, because I'm going to need to god ghetto this and provide protection. So this is actually going to come a little bit further out. Have temples, have certain things. Okay, I can work with that though. It is part of the plan. But my money, all these exports, my money isn't looking as hot as I want it to. Trade receipts came to 9 grand. I just spent quite a lot on construction. Oh, right, of course it's not 9 grand, right? You take away about a third of that for imports. Oh well, c'est la vie. Yeah, in my mind you are still always the bandit that killed me in Death Road to Canada. I appreciate the hustle. Well, I respect the hustle. Maybe appreciate's the wrong word. How is this going to look then? I'm probably going to want a space of 2, maybe even 3 here. So that I can have... Maybe I do put the warehouse over here. Warehouse, maybe even the large temples. But yeah, this is going to be needed, I suspect. Easy now. Yeah, this is the defensive operation right here. I do want these people primed and ready for receiving pottery though, so I'm going to have you set to get pottery. And our exports of pottery are going to be highly diluted. Exports over 20? Let's call canny, call it 16 for now. Then we'll keep 8 here and 8 there. I'm still not convinced that this is going to be enough for moving the food, but that's all I can really do. Oh, I missed a spot when it came to watering. Whoops. How unlike me. Yeah, desirability here is going to be in dire need of a pair of large temples, or else these guys are never going to make it.
I work hard. I like to play hard. But I can't here. There's nothing to do for fun.
Rome is apparently grateful for all the IKEA that I send them. Sorry, the lecterns to recline in. Yeah, it feels glacial, this progress. I really need to start taxing badly. Fortunately, we actually get access to the forum. Could you imagine if we didn't have the forum? I could imagine that. Since this is a locked loop, there's no need to put down multiple forums. A single loop will allow everybody to do everything here. Good. I thought that was devolution, but no, it's evolution. The bad thing about large temples is I'm going to need to import marble for them, and I'm sure you know that marble is a deeply unpleasant thing to purchase for yourself, given how monstrously expensive it is. Let's give these people water access and preemptively get rid of 2 of you, right? Do I believe in that? If I got rid of you, would things be okay? There's too many things that can go wrong here. I'll get rid of 1 of you. And give you all a well. That's probably not enough to evolve you because it's horribly disgusting living here. But maybe this garden could speak to your sensibilities. Yeah, see, there we go. Everyone loves a garden. You get to play in the garden next to all the heavy machinery in the warehouse. Perfect spot for the kids to play. And then soon I'll be raising this area. Question is, how many people live here? I think it's just shy of 1,000 people, which is a lot of workforce. There's still a lot more room for people over here, but they do need to die. Move to another place. I don't want this to be a vulnerable area for the enemies to attack. And I want this to be my home of lots of labor. But given how much industry we have, it might not be enough labor. It is a concern, just looking at the spare employment numbers. Do a finger in the wind test. Let's remove 4 large tents and see what happens to the unemployment. Goes from 209 to 137. So let's say it's like 7 people per tent that I get rid of. How many tents are here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What's 40 times 7? Well, 4 sevens are 28, so 280. I need that number to say 280 before I'm comfortable disposing of all these people. It'll look a little better once these guys get up to insulae. I like corner of the envelope mathematics like that. Like I said, these people are not getting access to bathhouse evolution until when, Jake? Oh my god, Caesar wants 28 wine. That is not a small amount of wine. It's very undoubtedly a lot of wine. You see the Senate so rarely. It's a pretty useless building. Okay, so for 400 denarii, you can build the Senate. It is 5 by 5, and all it does is send out 1 tax walker, and it gives a kind of small desirability boost. How much is it? It's really not good. I think it's about the amount of a large temple. Where is my desirability document? The desirability of the Senate is, yeah, it's got as much desirability as an oracle or a large temple, which is 887766. So it's got a range of 6 tiles for desirability, and it goes down. So within 2 tiles of this building, you get +8. Within 1 tile of a single piece of garden, you get 3. So I think I'd rather have gardens than a Senate. No, if you need tax stuff, send out a form. Also, it consumes 30 workers, and you can only have 1 of them. It's the best looking building you've shown me. Yeah, it does look good. It is aesthetically pleasing. So when I'm building a city for pure aesthetics, what I like to do is have a single luxurious palace, a single governor's palace, and the Senate together. So you have the rich patricians, you have yourself, and you have the Senate holding all the power. Uh-oh. Speaking of power. Oh my, they are gunning straight for my newly built home here. Let's see just how powerful we're talking about with these invasions. Get into defensive positions, folks. I would like to build another one of these whilst we're doing this, so that I can still have people be generated. Out of the way, out of the way. Ah, they're not getting out of the way. Okay. Do they have projectiles? Well, that sure sounds like projectiles. Oh, they've got projectiles on camelback. Alright, alright. The need for offense is dire if they're coming at me with camelbacks. Why are you showing your back to the enemies? Okay, surprisingly, I already have enough wine for Toga Boy. I'm happy about that, but I did set them to be overproduced for a reason. Right, kill the camels. That is concerning how close they spawn to this, so I definitely want my walls and towers operational. Fortunately, Egyptians fight like trash, so away they go. Keep crying, Cleo. I mean Cleopatra, not just Cleo. Cleo was the name of one of my childhood cats. Not my favourite of all the cats. She was a dusty ash grey. But I do love cats in general. Right, one way or another, we're going to need some Revengineering going on around here. And some prefects to stop everything from exploding. Don't want to put them here because this could be valuable garden territory. But they have to go somewhere. Yeah, the Egyptians have finally crossed the Alps. Oh wow, we've got a lot of unemployment. Alright, time for the Great Purge. Start with the small tents. You and you. And you.
I've been thrown at my home. I've got nowhere to live.
Ah, it's just wonderful hearing Nikki cry. Kind of what we all live for, really. So I need to kick these people out, otherwise they're going to be very unhappy about my new tax policies. Despite the fact that as tent dwellers, they don't actually pay taxes. Well, that massacred the population, didn't it? I've never noticed before they're named Nikki the Homeless. Yeah, that was a modification I did. I don't remember when, and I certainly don't remember how I did it, but I did it. So the pottery is now coming up here with the express desire to make the market ladies easily access both food and pottery. Which is all they'll ever do. Because the market ladies have to go such a distance to get food, I don't want to pressure them any more than I already have. So all they're going to be doing is getting food and pottery and bring these people up to small insulae. The large insulae and just in general the better housing are going to be far closer to the production. It's funny because as the crow flies, this is very, very close to the production. But it's not close enough. Oh, hello. That's good news. Can we have you evolve up to something even better? Oops, not that, not that. Gardens, please. Ugh, no statues. Gardens and statues are mostly the same, but they have some slight differences which can be useful. In particular, walkers cannot pass through a statue, but they can pass through a garden. I would very much like to evolve them into shacks, so at least they eat food. If you eat food, you don't complain about being taxed so much. But it is enormously undesirable to live here. It's only somewhat desirable to live in these shacks because of these, what are they called? The farms, the fruit farms. Yeah, it's more or less impossible to make these guys not... okay, it's very possible, but I don't want to do the investment to make them into pleasurable living places. Oh well, they can complain all they want. They'll get beat down by the prefects. But these people, I hope they're ready to pay taxes, because I'm ready to charge them taxes. The gods are going to be unhappy. I would really like to set up another god ghetto. But I'm unsure that's even conceivable right now. They spawned here-ish, right? Don't want to antagonize them with towers so swiftly. But if I extended this out, then I'd have more space for god ghettoing, which I do need to do, no matter how much I don't want to do it. Yeah, I think I must. Yeah, especially since I'm destroying those old temples. Whoa, hold on, that's not even far enough. Oh, this is going to hurt in a lot of ways. You think the Walker for Labour is going to be able to get all the way over there? I think he will. Have faith. Although I'm further extending it by 2 more tiles there. Small temple to Venus going over there. You know, for something I'm calling a ghetto, it's at least going to look pretty good. Mercury, Mars. Need a bit more Venus. I guess I'll just shove you over here. Do I believe what I'm saying? Interesting and awkward amount of space here. Might want this to be a proper large temple. It's hard to say. Let's shove you over there for now. As I said, never trust these not to explode. So here's your prefect. Pretty sure the engineer can get all the way across here, but prefects are a must. Another prefect here. And you could conceivably put another prefect over here. That's how little we trust them, but yeah, we'll be fine. That's what I'll tell myself, we'll be fine. If you put temple where the enemy spawns, will the missionaries delay them or annoy them enough that they leave? The missionaries will just walk into them and die. There won't be anything impressive about it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Can I just get rid of all of this? I reckon so. I don't want it here in general. I can leave the roads, there's no need to delete them. Okay. The traders are still struggling on the food, so I will not evolve these until we have the food, is what I could say, but what if I check food stocks? They struggle dearly on getting that food. It's quite a journey bringing it over. But it's not a problem, really. It's not a long-term problem. It's just right now there are so many people in here that want to stock up on food. Houses stockpile food based on the population inside the house. And no, I don't know how much they stock up. I just know it's more for more people. They don't do that for goods, which is a little annoying, but many things are a little annoying in this game. Is it time to turbo tax? I think we just have to bite the proverbial bullet here. Devolution won't be a problem. In that case, here is your bathhouse, which we reserve this area for. And here is your complimentary 25% tax rate. And your complimentary vast increase in wages. Pay 8 above Rome for a maximum bonus of plus 3 city mood, I think it is. Huh, let me check. City mood dot ping? It is dot ping. Yeah, it is a plus 4, actually. Pretty sure I made this sheet and I forget the numbers on it. Okay. What's that? You say you want to know as well? I suppose I could show you. Where's my citymood.png? Is that it? Wait, no, that's not it. That's Kaladin explaining to me that he's not broke in Victoria 3. How could I have made such a mistake? No, these are the numbers that I'm referring to. Here's a quick check on what affects the global happiness of your people. And global is the thing you mostly care about. There are some isolated incidents, mostly down to housing quality, which is why tents love to revolt and cause crime. But you only care about the big picture here. So pay lots of wages to make people happy. Pay them very little wages to make them extremely unhappy. The amount of types of food you give them, the tax rate, the unemployment rate, all plays into this. Very handy numbers to commit to memory, but I'm not good at committing memory. The line is leaking out of the chart. Yes, Vidox, that is the humorous part of it. So now I'm very much beholden to my unemployment rate. I need to keep it low, or else my people are going to be really rather unhappy with me. I don't want them to be unhappy. At least not unhappy to the point where they can cause problems for me. So what does this mean? Well, it's very expensive to build towers. I don't want to do it when I have very little money. I just want these people to happily grow into... Oh, right. And now we're going to run into another problem, of course, and that is desirability. Very happy to see that the desirability here is quite high, and where possible, I will garden up the places for my people to enjoy things better. The reason that things are going remarkably well here for evolution is down to me being an absolute amazing city builder, but more grounded is the fact that they're on elevated land, which gives a +10 to their desirability. Normally he's looking over his cheat sheets here. Normally a small insulae requires 20, +20 desirability. And some of these definitely don't have it. Look at these guys. They got 10, 10, 10, 9, and 8. And they only count their most desirable chunks. So they have 10. But because they're on elevated land, that counts as 20. So they're okay. Otherwise, this would be really actually a lot of work to bump up in desirability. Probably what Keinwyn had in mind. Because statues could do a very easy job of making my life easier here. But we don't have that, do we? No, sir, we do not. We have gardens. Oh, that is a thing of beauty. And yeah, we could have more of them, but water is strained, and I may yet want more markets. We'll see. Pottery shouldn't be a big deal. A pottery guy can just keep going and keeping himself stocked up. The food is the bigger concern. Alright, no current demands from Toga Boy. In fact, he's not even that unhappy. He's only a little concerned. Which for Toga Boy and me is a pretty good situation to be in. I'm a little low on the temples. I'm okay with that. I did finally pay my tribute, which is very good. That unemployment needs to be stamped down, though. And we need to think how we go about that. Maybe the royal we. I don't want to think too much here. Thinking too much is bad for your health. Somewhat amusingly, what I could have done is had a dedicated warehouse for the weapons. That way this guy wouldn't have to put out both weapons and iron. But I don't think it's a big deal, because once my barons and whoever make the final legions be have all their weapons, it won't be a concern except for reinforcements, or rather reinforcing losses, which really shouldn't be an issue. Quick check to make sure nothing is burning down in fire. Nothing appears to be. Speaking of the barons, I noticed I got a private message from Baron Von Own himself, and it was asking for the merger map mode. But then Baron activated his neurons and realized, wait, whenever Jake has something useful that he's showing off on stream, he usually puts it in his Google Drive, which he has publicly available. And then he went and solved his own problem. It was good to see. Okay, I would love to build patricians, but I think if I want to maintain a semblance of a functional city, I'm going to have to build up my extra plebs first. Which is sad, right? There's still room for so many more plebs over here. I reckon I could actually provide the patricians with everything they need, and they'll provide me with all the money I need. Do I have enough unemployment for that? They need some pretty hefty things. Library, academy, hospital. I can't skimp on too much employment, and they need food as well. I'm not chancing it. We're going to have a large insulae. Now, the large insulae is definitely going to be the hardest thing I ever build on this map, because it's going to be the single largest collection of cliff dwellers I think I've ever done in Caesar 3. And I've done a lot of them. Fortunately, though, I have done so many maps on this that it's not exactly going to break my mind to figure out how to do it. I feel like before we build this, we should give a preview of exactly what it is that I'm planning here. So what we'll do is we'll save this. Chunk, and I'm going to load up a map that has what I have in mind here. This is also a great way to test that this build is fine with jumping in and out of existing saves. Also means I have to remember the name of the map. It was something about mining. All that glitters. Chunk. Yeah, this is an example of cliff dwellers. See these guys? They live up this cliff, but walkers along this road down here just wheek up their goods and services. So these little schoolboys...
This city is fantastic.
...are giving service to the podgy old patricians living up here, and they have to do all the climbing up the hills to give them that schoolboy access. For the more things change, the more they stay the same. We're going to be having this en masse. So yeah, the bathhouse lady, she gives her services up the cliff. The Senate's tax walker, they all walk and wheak it up the cliff. Of course, they also have stuff walking up top the cliff. It looks like I have some markets that... Oh, they get everything. Well, good for them. This is a cool map, says McCain. Oh, yeah. It was a fun map to do. And I took some time to immortalize it. This is actually more tricky than it looks because it's all a single line that goes through, which is often difficult for building up. Loops are easy. Lines are... Well, they seem easier until you do them. Anyway, just wanted to give some information about cliff dwelling, even if it's going to fall on empty ears. What do you think of the city?
As cities go, this one seems okay.
Nice. And good, it remembers that it's God Effects Plus. 2 grand and a lot to do. Fortunately, it will initially churn up a lot of the unemployment. Unfortunately, it's going to make the people unhappy as they live in tents and are still subjected to the 25% tax rate, even if they don't pay it. I think the first thing I should do is actually draw out the road that comes along here. Because that'll give me a very clean and clear idea of how these mergers are going to go. Wait a second, mergers. These won't actually be mergers. Haha, that's a very important note. Okay, how far down can you get? So either I tuck you in here to grab a bit... I could tuck you in here to grab one more house. Or we commit to going around and we have a lot more houses. I don't think we need a lot more, and in fact I'd rather leave this area open for... Well, I don't know what for, but possibilities are nice. And I think we said we'd get, what, 42 houses here? My math sheet says 42 large insulae, so maybe I should believe that. So, as I'm sure you are already thinking, but Jake, mergers. We can't guarantee mergers everywhere. What I will do is I will grab some of them as mergers, just for labour access, and then we'll add more in guaranteed merger zones. Then when it's nice and stable, we will add individual houses that will grow into large insulae. Because large insulae will auto-merge. I don't even need 4 plots of housing for it. Single plot will do just fine. To ask the question is to answer it. That's an excellent phrase, McCain. I will do my best to remember to steal that. One very important thing is water access. Can a single reservoir do everything I need? To a degree, yes. Because the fountains can actually be put underside the water and still put their water up there. On the other hand, I'd rather the water was up here. There's more space. Things are probably going to be more crowded down here. Do I believe that? Am I talking out my keister again? I don't think this is unreasonable. We can leave our options open by doing something like this. That way I definitely have access on the lower end, but we can still build them on the top side. And there's still plenty of room to build things around it, and I think the nastiness of a reservoir only extends 3 tiles. Yep, only 3 tiles. So people don't like living next to reservoirs. It's got a -6, -4, and -2, depending on how close to it you are. Of course, that means that the reservoir here doesn't actually affect any of these buildings. Nope, not a sausage. It might affect these tiles on this building, but they only care about their most desirable tile. And either way, they didn't even need these gardens. Look at that, the gardens are overkill. These houses are beautiful because they can look down at the smelly reservoir. Oh, that must be awful. You got this essentially giant pond right next to you in this hot, arid place. Think of all the midges that are going to be there. Christ, it's like they live in Lake Balaton. Wait, this lake. This is Balaton. After a particularly parching 40-degree summer, perhaps. Right, I'm getting ahead of myself, though. There still needs to be water here. And that won't be good enough. It will need yet more water. So I am probably going to need to put you here. There's overlap. Overlap is inefficient, but... needs to be done anyway, right? Wish I could just use magical Roman water here, and trust me, it's very tempting. We'll do this for now. We can always move some of this if we need to. Reservoirs in India could be quite pleasant if they're maintained. I think you could say that for a lot of things in India. Like India. So if we're going to have... Let's say we're going to have 42 large insulae. A large insulae houses 42 people. Sorry, 84 people. Number 42 is still farting around in my head. So we're looking at 42 times 84 people, which is 3,528 population. One farm can feed 160, so divide by 160. I'm going to need more than 22 farms. 22.05 farms, but never underproduce food. Perfectly producing food is perfectly fine, but never underproduce food. Because eventually someone is going to starve, or rather, eventually a market is going to struggle to get food. And its constant struggle to get food means it's constantly going to be not getting the other things that it needs. Pottery, oil, furniture, wine. And then the lack of that is probably what causes the devolution before anybody starves. And then once they devolve, well, they won't need as much food because not many people will be living there anymore. It brings me no joy, but it looks like Jake has got this one in the bag. Seldom is a map in the bag until you have steady patricians providing you with loads of money. Son, all we've done is built the street. This is essentially the seed money that gets me the patricians, and I'm not even working on the patricians. There's still a lot of design work that needs to be done here, and I'm currently struggling on the design of this farm. The farms are the ultimate thing that I would love a planning tool in this game for. But I'm kind of surprised Augustus doesn't have it. In fact, maybe it does. So my thought is maybe I build a streak along here. I could even bring it in a little bit, but I don't like changing the roads of my farm layout. But if I just did it here, 1, 2, 3, and 1 for a road, and then 1, 2, 3, we get these farms, then 1, 2, 3, 1 for a road. Nothing can be built here. Is that a problem? Said I need 22 farms. This won't cut the mustard, but this could aid it. If I commit all this place to farming food, then any potential further building I do... Wait a second. Enormous brainwave. The additional plebeians that I need can go here. It's not going to be beautiful, but they can live here. Because I can have a strip coming down here to a glorious Colosseum. That Colosseum fits there rather nicely. I'm pretty sure I can shove at least 20 medium insulae here. And they'll be able to benefit from entertainment workers that start here. They walk along here, giving patricians access. And then they finish up. You know, once the patricians have had their way with them, the end result can walk down here and satisfy the middling plebes. All the while, we have the large insulae here. That kind of shoots in the foot my plan to have people living here, but this was more of a plan-let. Okay, so ultimately we're going to be using this for farming, which is kind of good because it centralizes the granary quite well. Further question, how do I feed these people? And why am I getting messages? Yeah, it can wait. So another thing that needs to be planned is how exactly to serve these people. Yes, I can have people come along the bottom bit here, but that's usually best suited for entertainment walkers. The better question is, how do they get fed? Periodic marketplaces around here? It's nae easy. Splitting your food production. So currently, my biggest question right now is where does the granary go? And that follows up with a lot of questions of its own. Like, how do I get the food from the granary to distribute to these people? Because it's a long way to walk around here. And it's not that much shorter to walk around here. although it is a little bit shorter. So what I might do is concentrate the granary here, and then have the granary link into the road this way, and then lots of markets here get the goods. Markets down here aren't too bad, because markets have a negative effect on desirability if you're close to them. And if they're down here, they will never strictly be close to them. What I could also do is have a completely detached road around here. Hold on, this is where the big brain is happening. A detached road around here that has no connection to anything down here, which is where they get the goods, but not the food from, so the market ladies can 100% dedicate their time towards getting food for these people. And then on this side, I have a pair of warehouses over here with pottery, furniture, and oil. Sorry, how did I do that? Okay, one for pottery, one for furniture, one over here, one for pottery, one for oil. And then the market ladies go around here, back and forth, getting those goods. Oh, it's a brilliant idea. Well, it's my idea, so maybe it's inherently brilliant, but it is a good idea. Does mean a few other things. It means that entertainment should also walk along this way, because this is probably going to be a loop, so that the farm workers can go around happily, and I can distribute to a granary that is both here and here. Yes, I can see myself needing that. Okay. Are there problems with this? The main problem is I still need quite a lot of space over here for this, so try not to infringe beyond this line. Okay, I think I can make this work. At least 22 farms. Let's shoot for maybe 24, 25. Sounds good to me. Keep that saved. That's why every map challenge has to be about strangling income or lack of space or both. Some say Caesar 3 is easy mode. I do. Freaking alpha. Some governors have no respect for the gods. Am I just making life worse for myself by building this out this way? In the end, this has to loop around, but well, it doesn't have to, does it? Nothing's saying this actually has to loop back here, it just has to loop up top. Let's get out of the desirability map mode, it's not very clear. Barber map mode will do just fine. Either way, there's burned space here, but what's a man to do? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, yeah, it leaves that space over there. It might be relevant, might not. Oops. Fat finger that one pretty badly. Yeah, there's no room for additional farming down at the bottom here. There's one tryhard down there. Well, adjacency is quite a drug, isn't it? For example, you can be there and you can be there, and we can still do some funny things. Doesn't seem worth it, though. How many is that? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 15. That's already quite a lot of them. Pretty cool. We're not even done yet. There's 18 of them. It's rather a lot. Bit of a shame that I can't put it a little bit further out. Maybe just keep it basic. Like Baldy's basic. Absolute mandatory having prefects at the end of these. I do think I want this detached. I can't think of a single good reason to link any of what's going on here to the stuff that I'm building there. We can just have getting warehouses that grab from these, and I'm satisfied. I'm more than satisfied with that. Getting to the point where I'm going to want to stockpile a lot more goods, though, which is unfortunate because I still need quite a lot of money. Exports over 12 of all the advanced goods. Wine is not relevant yet. Barber map mode. Rome truly is a place of wonder. Yeah, well, don't you have dentist map mode on Pharaoh? Gosh, we can still farm more. I have not yet linked these people up with water. Perhaps I should do that before I get carried away here. Do I ever want houses here? Do I want something like this? When I was planning, did I imagine there being houses here? I cannot remember, but let's just cover that base. Husky unit, cover the base. Could do something like that. Severe risk of all this catching fire, by the way. I like to think I don't need to squeeze out even more farms here. It starts to really clutter the message. We should satisfy ourselves with this and make absolutely sure that we have some kind of labor access here. They're going to need it. Very conveniently, I can shove somebody over here. Be even more convenient if I shoved somebody over here, though. Just one will do for now. Over to there. Like I said, we are going to want more, though, because all we got is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 18. So we're going to have more coming down here, huh? At least living next to all these fruit farms is rather desirable. If I put it down here, then I'm drawing the line on this as being Patricianville. It's not a lot of space. Patricians need a lot of stuff, but I have to have some confidence in my abilities as a governor at 18, 19, 20, 21. Why do I have no money? Mistakes have been made. I shouldn't have built all of this. I also don't have the unemployment for all of this. Whoops. Alright, well, for now, undo that. Yeah, I'm causing myself some problems here. Of that, I'm certain. We should have some housing access here. If they walk that way, they'll see these guys. So I'm more interested in what happens for people to walk this way. There you go. Never, ever trust them not to fall apart. As our main man Blobber calls them, the no explodey buildings.
I think money grows on trees.
You mean money doesn't grow on trees? The financial push could get very real soon. Hopefully it doesn't, but it could. I built way too many farms here. I need more unemployment than I have. For now, I might actually get the unemployment. A man can dream.
My governors think money grows on trees.
Not very happy, is he? Taxes only cover my imports. Well, let's hope the exports continue to flow. Dear, look at this. Am I holding on to too many goods? Not really, and certainly not yet. It's okay, it's the start of a new year. We've got new trade quotas to meet. Here's a fun thing. Look at this fire risk. Until these prefects get labor access, I could actually just have a huge fire around here. So I'm going to spot check, take out the highest fire risks so that we don't run into that. Or we try not to run into that. Because as I said before, these values grow randomly. It's not true random. There's like a random pulse that may or may not happen in time. At least I can get some food at the ready. Employees needed. Don't I note? Okay, there we go. We should be relatively safe. But we still need more people here because these farms are munching down all my employees. Normally I like to put food production at the very bottom of the barrel when it comes to gaining my employment numbers, but I might not cut the mustard here. I can hear some protesters getting the sword right now. Also, I want a larger army. Yeah, some of these tent dwellers are not very happy with their lot in life, but I had to tell them to suck a lemon. There's some succinct design going on here. The tents grow in fire risk much faster than other types of buildings, which is why I have it so that this prefect, he has no choice but to walk up and over here, and even if he turns right, and even if he cuts the corner to take that right, he'll be standing here at one point, and his range of fire detection is 2. So 1, 2, 1, 2, bloop, he still hits this. So this thing gets fire checked by that and that guaranteed. Same with this one, gets hit by these two, guaranteed, because this guy will spawn here, boop, and this guy will walk up there. Take as few risks as possible when it comes to fire spreading on desert maps. Because in the end, you have to take some risks. Technology comes and goes, but this squeaky chair is for life, it seems. I have made a critical error. Can you spot it? Because I can. But I have a solution that Baron will like a lot. Alright, this map needs some magical Roman water. Tonk. Tonk. The magic of my water never ends. There we go. Romans build aqueducts with portals, you see. Augustus fixed this, by the way. And a certain governor friend is not happy with it. I don't know why they prevented this instead of adding a graphical tile to show the water flowing down perpendicular to the walkway. But who understands the thoughts of the Augustus modders? Hideous, that should be patched out. Magic water, my beloved. Oh gosh. To the furnisher, a distant Roman city is threatened. Is it me? Because I'm threatened. Cleo's dropping down. Well, actually, this wouldn't be Cleopatra. Who'd be attacking Rome from over here? Seleucids? Nah. Anyway, be that as it may, Rome has demanded that I deal with a small force. My non-academy trained units are not very good at dispatching that. And how much is a small force? A small force is up to 46 units. I could dispatch 2 loads of legionnaires and take care of that then, right? 16, 32, 32, 32, 16. 40. I could actually send 1 legionnaire, 1 javelin load and take care of it. Sure, the pandas and the Quakers should be able to take care of that. Here's hoping. Yeah, an attack force so small that you can beat it with a couple dozen troops. An unruly mob could take care of that. Oh dear. Having Medium Insulae here was not part of the plan. Why are they getting oil? Because oil is close enough for them. That needs to be stopped. Unfortunately, stopping it means removing their access to doctors. Ooh, that's quite bad actually. I really, really don't want these fools drinking my oil. But I don't have a good way to prevent them from getting oil. Desirability is a little too finicky to reduce here. Is there a problem to just letting them drink the bloody oil? It's funny to see the marketplace is all stocking that oil. Yeah, I guess as the crow flies, that's plenty of range to get the oil. I can get rid of them by cutting off their access to a doctor as soon as I have better level housing over here. So the best thing I can do is just limit the amount of Medium Insulae I have by dropping desirability. I'll give it my all. How are we doing with that then? I don't want casa. Don't get me wrong. There's no interest in me having casa here. Oh god, these guys, they're out of food, right? That's part of the problem. The market ladies are spending their time faffing over oil, so they're not actually getting enough food for these people. Egads. I've built a city that's too good. I need to drop desirability so some of these people stop thinking that Medium Insulae is a good place to live. Yeah, oh, golly gosh. Some of them went too far. Actually, no, they're out of food. That's really bad. Look at the food stock problems around here. Oh well, I did suspect I'd needed a market. Right, yeah, access to oil has gonna buggered that housing loop, so that's all the more reason to fast forward building up my large insulae. Just give them a school for the full mix. Ugh. Not here to build beautiful stuff just yet. Recht. I need to start with this. It's going to be a little awkward. All the more reason to save before starting it. Let's call it number 2. Might wonder what I do with all these saves once I'm done with it. In the end, I usually just have one master eternal save, and then I delete all the ones that lead up to it. And I periodically make a backup folder of my Caesar 3 cities, because it's very, very easy to overwrite a city in this game. There is no confirmation for overwriting an existing city, so I swear there's one of my cities where I just accidentally overwrote it. I think it was my Happy Tarentum, which is fine, because that Tarentum wasn't that great, but... Part of the problem is, every time I come back to this game, I get a bit better, and I look at some of my older cities and I think, oh, come on, what the hell are you doing here, you know? Could have done this better, could have done that better, what the hell is this housing loop, etc., etc. You know, what a problem to have, right? Oh no, I'm too good at this game. So what I'm going for here are mergers. Oh, but there's a problem. There's always a problem, right? These guys are... Well, not all of them, but a lot of them are going to be too far away from the road to properly merge. So I think what I do is I'm going to put down my merging houses in my usual layout. This won't merge, but that's okay. We want the space anyway for a future, for a future house. Wait, there was something to delete there? What in the world was there? Yeah, well, some questions best off not answered, huh? Might not be the best place for you, but it'll do. Right. And then I'll have a road that comes along this way just to smooth everything out. For example, you can go here because you will guaranteed be covered here. Takes quite a bit of esoteric Caesar 3 knowledge to know how to do cliff dwellers, but they're very satisfying when they work out. This area needs to be kept for road access, and that's of vital importance that I don't build here. Love that phrase of vital importance. Whose land do you want? Your land, Poland. It's of vital importance. Have 2x2 here-ish, which will allow 2x2 here, which still allows a road that goes around the back of it, which will allow a 2x2 here, which will allow 2x2 here, but it won't merge, so I won't build it. No, that is verboten. This route needs to be passed as well. So we got to do something around the back here. So it's going to cut into the amount of houses that I have actually available to me by a significant degree. Will wonders ever cease? Let's not put you there. Not yet, at least. I wonder if I'm building too many of these. Nah, it shouldn't take too long to bring them up to an agreeable standard of living. Shouldn't. It could. Get you over here. Is that enough? I don't want to build a ton of these right now. Dun, dun, dun. This is space for 2x2, so have it all connected around like so. And that is fine as is. This is going to need... Wait, we decided this would not connect up to here. So what this could do is that it could actually harmlessly come along to here. And then we could have whatever, maybe some entertainment walkers on this side. The entertainment walker will not affect you. I need to figure out what I do with these guys. Actually, I can get labor from here. What I'm saying is it's no big deal. That's fine, I like no big deal. But we're going to need prefectures up the wazoo around here. So that these people are now explodey, as our Australian friend would say, in a more convincing accent. What have the Romans ever done for us? I'm not sure this dirt path counts much more as a Roman road. But one of the really nice touches in this game, and tell me if Pharaoh does this, is that when the desirability in a place is nice, it actually makes nicer looking road tiles for you. It's gorgeous. Okay, I did not agree to having large casa around here. I feel bad about the Medium Insulae, but oh god, they're out of food. They're starving. And there's loads of food, which is the hilarious part. It's not that hilarious, I suppose. What I could do is migrate my oil production away from here, but that's a lot of buildings to move. It's probably worth it, though. And there is ample space over here for such an undertaking. I think it's a brilliant idea, especially considering that they need access to it over here and they don't need it over there. The donkeys have to walk a little further, so consider... Antioch doesn't have a lot to fulfill anyway, so the donkeys can walk over just fine. Damascus does have a lot of walking to do, so it might have some downsides, but we do it anyway. Yes, we don't concern ourselves with such minor trifles. 1, 2, 1, 2. Fine. You're the oil man now. Oil and olives. You are not accepting oil, not accepting olives. And we will export all of our existing oil just to clean it out and stop these people from grabbing it all. And then with this, we will completely detach ourselves from the horrors of oil over there. Would like one more over here. But I do want you to be able to walk through this, so I don't want to block this either. 4 oil producers going to be enough? No. But for now it's fine. Okay, perhaps I should get back to this. It is quite important. Squeezing in as many of these guys as I can. Do I really want to squeeze in loads of them? What am I going to do with the vast amounts of unemployment that I end up with? It's better to have it and drain it than not. What I should absolutely do is make sure that I leave myself all the space that I need for these people. And have the road designed so that we don't end up with issues with its design later on. Not a lot of space for services up here. But that's all the more reason that I'm going to have to use it for desirability boosters, most likely. Although, some large temples down here wouldn't go too much amiss. Even small temples will have an impact. Yeah, it's probably more of a garden situation, isn't it? Crutch Plaza, freak. We don't have plaza on this map. What you saw there was not plaza. I know you know what you're saying, though. I'm just getting baited. Monsters, the lot of you. Some interesting mergers that we can get around here, which is rather nice. 2, 1, 2. I don't trust you there. So I'll trust you here. So, okay, why don't I trust putting a 2x2 here? Ignore the fact that it doesn't merge, because it will force a merge when it becomes a large insulae. Imagine this forum is the large insulae we have. I don't trust it there because of its connection to the road over here. So you need to be within 2 tiles of a road to get the benefits of the guy serving it. So let's say there's a school child walking along here. If he walks on this tile, then his range of 2, 1, 2, means he will hit the house that we have here. The problem is that sometimes walkers cut corners. So instead of walking from here to here to here, they walk from here straight to here, which means he's never on this tile and he never provides his goods up here. And that can cause issues, especially when prefects do it and the house burns down. So we will not tolerate the house being that far away. He knows his stuff, so he does. Dun dun dun. And this is a really nice area for putting the road down and along. Lots of space for, well, all sorts of things. Desirability boosters, large temples, service buildings, which should be able to get this far. But many of them I would trust down here instead. It's kind of a cool design here. Which, again, I could probably do a lot faster if I wasn't spending ages talking about it. This is merger hell. You know, this won't merge, this won't merge, this won't merge, this will merge. Alright, so we take the merger at the very end and assume that there's going to be some other ones over here. And it's quite important that I get a lot of these. This actually merges here just fine, because this tile is 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, it's perfect. I love perfection. Das ist gut. Okay, problems. I need to get through this, don't I? But that doesn't leave enough space. And I do think I want this all connected. Let's not take a chance on that. So potential 2 houses just don't go there. I'll live with it. I should never default to staying 3 tiles away from a house tile here, because I may need to grow some of them naturally into large... Well, I do need to grow some of them naturally into large insulae. So let's not deny them access like that. He reminded me of Caesar 4, where if you increase the city speed, your city would burn down. The prefects moved past buildings too fast to stop the tiles. Wait, it wasn't dictated by game logic? I never played much Caesar 4, and you're making me feel all the better about my decisions. Could have you here, or I could have you here, and this just feels a lot more stable in a lot of ways. And then there's you. If they're going to be growing that way, there's no need to bring the road that far out. I'll have a 2x2 here. A lot of painstaking design going on here. It's it probably doesn't look fun to a lot of people, but I'm having a blast. Hello, fellow blast havers. Oh, but this is bad. Won't merge, won't merge, won't merge, will merge. Means I need to keep the road quite close to them like that. Thank God for this map mode, by the way. Could you imagine doing this with the pink pixels? I don't have to imagine it. I've done it, but... grim is what it would be. No, no, yes. And that's... plenty in range. Not in this map, obviously. I hope my estimate was right. Because I'm looking at a lot of things that will not go right. For example, some of these corners not working out. Fortunately, empty plots will not burn down of their own accord. Alright, this is looking really good. A lot of these spaces will have to fill in, but there's not going to be a shortage of food anytime soon. And then if and when I decide to put in more housing around here... Oh, hang on, you'd fit in here just fine. 1, 2, 1, 2, yep. Sounds good to me. Great, that I think is the thrilling conclusion of how far out we put this for now. We have this opportunity over here, and it is a true opportunity. I could turn this right around, or we could use this, or none of it. The options are ours. Point is, this is where my next plebeian batch are going to be. Oof. Pink pixel supremacy is over, now it's blue tiles reign supreme. Now, the ultimate supreme are the people who have just memorized all the tiles. There are some mad players out here that can look at this and tell which tiles are merger tiles and which are not. I have no idea how they manage it. It's certainly beyond me. Alright. This is still going to be in dire need of yet more prefecturing. That is probably still not enough prefects, but we'll do it now. We'll get these people into their small tents. We'll have them merge. I will need to do a tax cut, or else they're going to be rebelling against me. Some of these people already want to rebel against me, which will of course impact on the city coffers. I'm also really looking forward to this oil running out so that the market ladies stop stocking oil. In fact, during this time, could you go and get that oil so they can't get their filthy market hands on it? He's on the case. Surely all I need is an Anki deck and some dedication. Oh, well, that's an excellent opportunity to lose my oil. Because if I set it to stockpiling, then the market ladies won't grab it, and Toga Boy wants to take it off my hands anyway. It's very convenient of him. Thank you, Toga Boy. Still need people up here for labor access, and I need to make sure this stuff isn't about to burn down. It looks like they're burning, but no. There's only a negligible risk of these empty plots burning. This does all get watered, right? All enough. That would do it. Is that infringing on anything too hard? Well, I guess we'll find out in due time. 1, 2, 3, boop. Oh, wow. That person doesn't want to live. Right, so I think it's time for the tax rebate. We're going to drop taxes down to a mere 4%. There are certain thresholds at which tax is nice to set at. 4% means that you get a +2 global happiness, but you don't lose out on all your tax money. You get +3 global happiness if you set it to absolute 0, and I don't want to. But I don't want these people revolting on me. The peasants are revolting. But yes, they are rebelling. Gonna need those prefects on the beat soon. The engineer posts do want to... Wait. Oh, that's collapse risk. Wrong risk. Not so bad.
I've got nowhere to live.
So I'll be one of these people that ran out of food, and now Nicky has trudged all the way to the other end of the city to further find that he has no food to eat because I have not connected the granary to this loop. But what I will do is erect some granaries around here. Probably rather a lot of them, especially over here, because they're guaranteed to walk into that direction anyway. Do I want this for a 3x3? What 3x3 would I even want here? Nothing comes to mind. Water access can be done at the top. Or can it? Might be relevant. Let's leave that space for them. Anyway, they're going to need a lot of market ladies, there's no doubt about that. And market ladies, of course, need some element of fire retardation. Don't want to use this spot, that's a prime watering spot. In the end, there's a vast need for fire protection around here, and a significantly lower need for engineer-related protection. Gosh, my whole city's a protection racket. Get merging, get merging. Plap, plap, plap. Why did I suddenly get employees needed? When I'm bringing people in, maybe all this lack of food is a concern. So I rather rapidly need to get these people fed and watered, but I need the mergers first, so we're going to be on low tax mode for a few months. Could you memorize it in a custom map? I either downloaded or made, I forget, a custom map that has all the different tiles showed, but there comes a point of why would I memorize it when I don't have to? Which is usually my approach to anything that I need to memorize. I'm not good at memorization. I can accept that. Yeah, would you rather teach a child to learn or teach it to memorize? I feel like it's the kind of quandary that Ninjin would think more about than me. It's called skill. Is memorization a skill? I think it's something you can work on, but I have tried and I have failed. At least we're keeping unemployment nice and low, so the people are probably very happy with me. Well, they're extremely pleased with me, that's a good sign. The market ladies are already stocking up on food, so actually once I get my final mergers in here, it should be quite easy to boost these people up to where they need to go.
This must be the most boring city in the Empire.
God, I don't like it here.
The criminals I lock up have better entertainment than this city. I don't mind pushing a cart. It's more entertaining than the rest of this city.
I feel like they're not happy with the state of the city.
I'm hardly needed. These buildings are in great condition.
This city is so dull. Even a priest likes a good gladiator fight from time to time. Boring. That's what they say about this place, despite my valiant efforts. This city needs more entertainment.
This city is so dull, I've had patients ask me if I can cure chronic boredom.
That's a good thing it's 285 months before Caesar judges me. McCain misses the community pack. I go through it and bring back some select voices. Right, that's all the mergers that I care to get at this time. So it's time to water them. Watering will be a slightly delicate process, but only slightly. Guess I should water these buggers. I don't want them being crappy little tents. But I do need them to exist as labor. I often call it tent labor, but it doesn't specifically have to be a tent. Get you there and there. Hold on, hold on. Could I not push this further out and still get you? No, it would need to be somewhere around here. None of that reaches thanks to the decreased reach of fountains on this kind of map. Well, it sucks to be me. Let's get watering then. And it's not a problem that I'm pushing my water now when I don't have all the housing, because the rest of the housing is just going to be single tile, and then we'll grow it from there. I just need to make sure that I don't put my fountains on places that I do plan on putting future housing. Fine. I always said this looked quite nice, but the watering is done better from here regardless. That's not true. I missed this dude. Oops. This is a good watering spot, and it's a big reason why I left it open. I'm going to need that for watering all these people, but they have to come down the hill to get their water. Poor buggers. Right, any future water needer's gonna just have to work for it. I did connect this up with water, and it's barely in range. Ooh, hold the horses, though. I went and put this engineer post on the only place that can water that plebe. Is that true? It was never true. There you go, friend. There we go. Watch the evolution. Boom. Large tents galore, and those large tents will get their modest amounts of food. Market ladies here are going to have their work cut out for them, though. I guess I'll do like that for now. No explodey, no explodey. Again, never trust these things not to explode. I would like this to loop back around on itself, though I believe I mentioned that. I want it to come back around like so that I can rather handily have another granary over here. And then these market ladies don't have to trek all the way over to that. Is that true? I mean, they're only ever getting food. It's not a big deal if they have to trek quite far. And by quite far, I mean down and around and over to there. I think it's fine. Stops me having 2 granaries, but I don't think any of these fruit farms are going to struggle getting to that granary. Hope I don't end up low on food or anything. And I can migrate these. Yeah, it should be fine. Quick count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 20, possibly 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we're good. These people will be fed, no problem. Uh-oh. Someone else needs to be fed. Me, with tax money. Yum, 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 yum.
My governors think money grows on trees.
I try. I can't export my oil to meet Caesar's money demands because he's making his oil demands. Okay. Yeah, I'll go back and get Lucky's voice lines. I don't particularly like the existing donkey lines. They're too...
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
kind of go against the grain of the rest of the voices. Bit too loud, bit too pompous. Almost like the actor. Okay, so many of them are now in shack mode. I need to start thinking about how they get much of what they need to evolve. Unfortunately, I don't have the marble to give them really high quality stuff, but at the very least I could bring them up to Taxville. I love taxing people. And a forum here would certainly help. Actually, just periodic forums would probably go a long way here. Well, that's entertaining. You're not getting fed? The way these people walk. No, actually, if you walk on this tile, it should be reaching you. I guess they just run out of food at that point. Anyway, what I'm getting at is that I want to tax my people, and tax them I shall. It's very important to make money. Da-dum, da-dum. No, it's very important for me to make money. And I'm sure these forums will pay for themselves. Of course, these people won't actually pay any taxes until they have access to religion, so... How do we handle this? How do the gods feel? They're happy. At least they say they are. They won't be happy for long. Temple 1, Temple 2, Temple 3, Temple 4, Temple 5. Can't see a reason why that won't cover them all. That'll bring them up to small hovel, and small hovels pay taxes. And beyond small hovel, I don't particularly care, but by God, do I need employment. Oh God, what's this? There are no plays. Is there a problem with the actor colony? I think the existence of this road is messing with the actor colony. Let's do this then. Sometimes roads that are diagonally connected to a building make them screw up with their walker generation. Yeah, and that's exactly what happened there, which dropped all these people's access to entertainment. Which is amusing, but very costly on my coffers, so let's try and fix that. Don't worry about the sounding of the cornu. It's not a problem for me, probably. But do worry about those employment numbers. They need to be fixed. Baron says no to large casa. They do look good. I think they look especially good on a desert map. It's interesting how they made all of the...
My governors think money grows on trees.
All of the icons for the housing fit in pretty well on desert, northern and central climates. Lost technology was put into this game.
These houses pay so little tax, it hardly seems worth my time.
Well, they're going to have to pay some taxes. Okay, the actor is finally here. Not okay. The prefecture broke down. Anything else want to break down here? The answer is yes, because the nearest engineer hut is there. Well, prefects are important. You're going to have to come back on the double. The city is indeed in dire need of more workers. And probably at this rate more marketplaces. Just put a central one over there. It's a bit of a delicate operation bringing these guys up to large insulae. It's not a housing target that I often have. Mostly because it's kind of rubbish. Let me check where it is on my beloved tier list. Large insulae are there on B. That's higher than I thought, but they do a very important thing, which is force a merger. And they don't require two types of food, unlike a grand insulae. Even so, I don't tend to go for them because small insulae is just so much better and easier to make. And houses almost as many people. Look at this thing. It can house 36 plus 40. That's 76 people. Large insulae can have 84. So plus 8 for a lot of effort, including furniture and oil. And a lot of entertainment. Wait, that's not true. There's no additional entertainment needed for a large insulae. It's grand insulae. It needs 10 more entertainment. Forgive me. I made a mistake in Caesar 3. My life is over. Okay, it's looking good. People are coming in. We no longer have lack of employment issues. We're about to have unemployment issues. We're about to have Caesar wants his oil issues. Ugh, we're making you the oil, Toga boy. Calm down. Actually, could be a problem. I might run out of space for the oil in here. Which would be bad. I got 14 here, but I don't think I have space to accept more. I might have space to accept more if I stop importing more bleeding olives. I don't want to build a second warehouse, so let's just stop importing olives for a short moment so that this thing can fill up on more oil and we get Toga Boy what he needs so he doesn't have my guts for garters. Otherwise, we enjoy having tax income. It feels so good. Per person, these pay me twice as much denarii, but this place desperately needs to fix its food problem, which has been caused by the oil problem. Again, it's not a production problem, it's a logistical problem, which maybe I should solve with more markets. Doesn't hurt to have more markets, it's not like we're hurting on employment numbers currently. But I need to soak up that unemployment. I kind of have money and I don't want Toga Boy to take a whole lot from me in tribute. So I think we're actually going to start on our tower defense, because this will soak up quite a bit of money and employment. So 2 birds, 1 particularly well-placed stone. There we go. If they start coming over here, they're going to be... What? Well, I'll be. How in the world did that fall down? Ah, I see. An engineer would have stood here, which services this. But the prefecture would not have been seen to. I guess I do overwork these engineers a little bit. A little bit. Alright, I'll spare you. Yep, my city definitely looks like this. Small insulae, large insulae, grand insulae, more grand insulae. Definitely got those. The Caesar 3 deserts are so greyish. They're not very appealing to look at, are they? Alright, we did pay our tribute and we stayed in the black, so Toga Boy only lost 1 favour of me. And we almost have the oil. Come on, 1 more bit of oil and we're good. And I don't need to cease the imports of olives anymore. Because 1 tile of the warehouse can only support 1 type of good, but it can support 4 of them. I see this one has 1 out of 4 tiles of oil, so I know the next oil batch will bring us up and we'll be good. Provided nobody takes my bleeding oil. Am I still stockpiling? Yes, I am. And that should be it. Take it, Caesar. Stop stockpiling the oil. Please continue to export it. That's not oil. That is oil. Export units over... 12. Dun, dun, dun. I'm getting a bit worried about the pottery situation. I'm going to need a lot, and I mean a lot more pottery. So we'll do exports over 24. Because the idea is you're going to have 8. I'm going to have 8 here and another 8 here. Then I want exports over like 30, right? Sure. Need a lot of pottery to fuel this empire. Romans love their pottery. And it's going to be a very, very long way for the warehouse here to get their pottery. I could do it a different way. I could have my warehouses over here and have them get the pottery. The problem is warehouses are very undesirable neighbors. And I was hoping I could use this for some desirability boosters. Again, I want the market ladies on the bottom side to only concern themselves with food, and the ones on the top side to concern themselves with goods. Ah, but hold on. No, don't hold on. I was thinking that somebody here could walk down here, but no, the ledge is in the way. I guess we better just prepare ourselves then. I know I'm going to need a butt ton of pottery. So brace yourself. You there, start getting pottery. You there, start getting furniture. And then we'll need 2 over here. The position is quite important because I'm making a call now whether or not I'm going to keep this area for housing. Should have done a count, shouldn't I? How many houses are we going to have topside? Remember, the aim is 42. He double checks his own numbers. The aim is 42. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40. 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What was that, 38 or 48? 38 is a little shy, but it's not too shy that it's a problem. I can probably make it up to 40 using this space. Maybe not. Was it really 48? How badly did I count that? Do we have to recount? No, we should trust chat. Always trust chat. Okay, so we won't have it come out in that direction. In that case, we want our double warehouses over here. Again, they're undesirable neighbors, which makes these people very, very unhappy. But what we could do is bring this up. Means I forego this guy, don't I? I could forsake him. Ba-bum, ba-bum. Migrate you over here. I know the prefect is an undesirable neighbor, but bite me. Then we do this. You have got a lot of work to do gathering pottery, and you've got a hell of a lot of work to do gathering oil. And they got to go all the way around here for that. I worry that the oil guy is going to be overworked. But what I could do in a nefarious move is, safe in the knowledge that we have two places that gather pottery, have the one that gets pottery also get oil. And have the one that gets pottery here also get furniture. Yeah, that makes sense to me. They're going to be a rampage gathering up all these goods though, but that does further increase the level of backlog I need of this stuff. So furniture is exports over 24 now. Pottery is over 30, that's fine. Oil is also going to have to tragically be over 24. The wine is fine because we don't have patricians just yet. Unemployment's going to be a real problem when I start stacking up more people here, so I need to sponge unemployment with something. I might just sponge it with mission posts. I could build more towers on the other hand. That sponges my money as well, but if you've not yet been noticing, the Egyptians want my guts for garters. Distant battle and enemies at the door, and my army is still not back from defending. Where the hell have they gone? Your legion is marching to relieve a city of the Empire. I think the city was Tarsus, meaning it was very close. I could have delayed the assistance there. But it was only a small attack, and we don't actually worry about attacks coming from this side. Wait a second, why have I not put my additional towers here? Now is the ideal time for it. Because we don't have to worry about stuff over here anymore. Oh boy. Dropped the ball on that one a bit. Come on, Hightower. There we go. Now that'll shoot the enemies of Rome here. Don't worry about Caesar. I mean, why would he be angry with me spending money on defense of the Empire? He's the one that told me to go and save the other place. It'll take a while for the oil to run out of the market here, but it will run out, and then these people will devolve down to the slumlords that they need to be. Hope I have enough food being produced for them all. It'd be a dire loss if I didn't, but I think I counted it earlier and it looked fine. Yeah, no, it just looks bad because every time the market ladies do their food rampage, it clears out my granary. Yeah, well, no worries. So we'll get the goods located up here, and once we have the goods, it'll be a fell swoop to bring over the services. In the meantime, at least they're all paying their disgusting amounts of taxes. 7 denarius. Doesn't sound that great, especially when you compare it to getting 32 out of one of these. But they house only about 2/3 of the amount of people, and they pay half the taxes, so no worried about it. So many farms, so little food. Yeah, the farm output of non-wheat is just diabolically low. To get the best... Oh wow, Rome is actually happy for me sending them stuff. To get the best comments out of your people, you do need to have 4 months worth of food saved up, which on a larger map can be very difficult. I've got 2 full granaries, and that's only 2 months, so I would need 2 additional granaries. But considering I need to more than double my population, I would need to double the granaries again and then add a few more. So we're talking about 10 granaries or so, completely full to get best comments. And when I immortalize a city, I do try and get that, because it's nice when everyone says my city is fantastic. It just feels good. That sounds like a rioter spawned. I don't have a lot of tents. In fact, my only tents are here, 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 and here. And that is not something that I cannot fix. I could feed these people. The bigger issue is that these people are not happy with how undesirable their land is. That's a sizable investment to deal with without statues and such. It is something I'll have to think about in the future, but I don't think the future is now. Just live with the fact that we occasionally have some riotous people over there. We have leeway on our prosperity goals here. Getting granaries in the corners may fix both food and employment problems. The problem with the getting granary, I assume you mean over here, is that all of the ladies just beeline for the getting granary, and then they'll clear it out, but many of the ladies won't have gotten any food. So they return, and then they have almost no food. And then they try again, and again, and again. I like to just have a granary. Granted, it's a shorter distance to go, so their problems are mitigated. But I still don't like it. I just want this one granary to be the source of all of these market ladies' works. And occasionally there'll be a train of 6 market ladies going back to this place. And they drain it so 2 of them come back empty-handed. And that is why I have so many granaries, so many marketplaces here. So that, you know, even if 1, 2, 3, or even 4 of them are out of food, the other 4 will keep everybody stocked. We got so far into this map without a fire. Where is it? There's a prefect right here, but even I know that's not going to solve my problems. More prefects, please. Ooh. Oh, that's not quite the space that I thought it would be. Almost looks good. Yeah, okay. Prefects I need. Hopefully it doesn't burn this market down, because I'll lose 500. Okay, goodbye. The food inside the granary, the marketplace, is just gone. Never coming back. Is that our first fire in the city? That's actually really good. Fires in desert map are monstrously common. In fact, to the point where if you see anywhere that has even a moderate fire risk, reinforce it with more prefects. This place, for example. This temple could easily burn down, and then it could burn down my warehouse, and it has to be said I wouldn't like that, so I'm going to give it another prefect. And to make it look like this isn't a complete cop-out, we are going to build up wall here. So that we're all well aware of why this exists. It would be kind of nice if this was walled as well, but I don't think that looks good. You can kind of convince yourself that it's not right in front of one of the entranceways. Could actually have more towers over here, but I think this should suffice. It's more of a last line of defense rather than something to proactively deal with the engagements. It's just that it is so close to the invasion point, which I think we decided was here. Yeah, and it might aggro them very quickly. Let's just reinforce that a touch. Oh, wonderful. Caesar is delighted to the tune of, I think it's plus 25 favor, that the furnisher was able to relieve his beloved city of uh-oh. Well, let's hope we're getting back-to-back success. Ah, an invasion in a very fortunate location, because I don't really need to worry much about it. The only reasonable place they would ever attack is over here, which, come to think of it, why are these not stocked with tower guards? I guess these ones were first in line for getting their guards from the barracks. Wonder if I could entice them into coming over here. These guys will be fine hanging around for a month or two. They're Romans. Wow. Okay, so Tokubo wants an entire warehouse full of wine, which I happen to have. glad I can oblige. Right, Yeah, the camels could be a slight problem, but they kind of fight like dirt. That's interesting. Of course, my troops don't fight particularly well, but these invasions are kind of rubbish. Who are you, anyway? Egyptian warriors, so if this was a Dominions unit, it would be using short sword and shield. It would have no natural protection, no actual protection. They're coming at me in rags. We're talking, like, light militia here. Not even heavy. The camels have already had their morale broken, so away they go. This whole thing could be dealt with a single load of javelins and maybe some turrets. Although, let's get our money's worth out of the army. The job of these javelins was only to coax them into attacking, not to actually do all of the killing. Alright, there we go. Just have the legions take care of the rest. Well, I think these turrets are overkill, but blammo, away go the Egyptian scum. Unemployment numbers are staggeringly high, by the way. During this engagement, my people have become significantly less pleased with me due to the unemployment numbers. Let's get everybody back to their forts. I need to soak up unemployment, and rather a lot of it for that matter. Fortunately, I've got lots of space that nobody really cares about. I'm never going to be using the area up here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of these should suffice for now. Tonk. Sorry for the abusive use of these things. Slightly. Rome is happy, given I sent them an entire industry load of wine. Fruit farms are desirable neighbors. They're quite desirable. I think it's 3, 2, and 1 desirability. No, I tell a lie. It's shorter than that. It's 2 and 3. So being right next to them is a little desirable. Being 2 tiles away from them is quite desirable. A single tile of garden is amusingly stronger. But of course a garden doesn't produce anything. What do the mission posts do? So normally the mission post sends out this missionary.
I'm so glad to be Roman. You should see what these barbarians get up to in their huts. Hail! I can see there's a lot of work to be done teaching these barbarians the merits of Rome's benevolence.
And if one of these missionaries walks near a native settlement, it will pacify them, so they stop attacking you. And if it walks near a native trading post, they will trade with you. Up to 12 times a year. It's very powerful. But there are no natives on this map. But an important thing that they do is they never collapse and they never catch fire. Not naturally, at least. So you can just shove them anywhere on the map, and as long as they have the road access, they will gobble up 20 workers per building. And I usually just use them to sponge up labor. It's make work. You can use these. You could also use fountains to the same effect. One fountain, whether it works or not, still uses up 4 employees. So you'd need 5 of them to equate to one of these. Okay, it's the same. Oh, it's more expensive, actually. Mission posts are more expensive than fountains. Okay, use fountains over mission posts then. But there's 4 times less clicking with those. Anyway, the reason I'm using them is just to draw down unemployment. This is make work. Work that we don't need, but it's to drive down unemployment numbers and make everybody happier. And I need them happy because they pay abusive amounts of tax to me. And I need that abusive amounts of tax because my boss needs paid. Yeah, McCain, that was you. Is it still you?
Greetings, mighty hail. Hail,
No, but Worm
hail.
is there. I miss Worm. So once I'm quite certain that we are drowning in pottery and furniture, should I get even more? I mean, the demands for pottery are sky high, but it's not higher than the other goods. It really doesn't make any sense to have them both get all the goods. But at the same time, it makes sense to me. That means I'm going to have even more pottery on hand, and I'm going to need to bank even more pottery for myself. So exports over 38, please. This potter is actually detrimental. And my need for pottery is extremely dire, so I think we just have all of our potters right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, huh? Okay, 7. On top of that, I'm actually no longer going to accept pottery here, and I'm going to make a separate warehouse for pottery. Hey, look at this. A well-placed place for pottery. Because we no longer do oil stuff here. In fact... Oh, crumbs. I don't want these people taking more oil, but I've got all this oil backed up here. Screw it. Goodbye, oil. Donk. A lot of space just freed up here. I could actually transform these people away from their horrible tent-like lives. And I will do my utmost for them. There we go. Can't help out a little tent tin here, but maybe I could just delete the tents. I don't think I'll run into labor problems by deleting this. Because if anybody walks down this way, they're going to get access to these guys' labor anyway. Enemies are on their way, but the biggest enemy is my unemployment figures, which needs to be continually greased. Cook those books. What morals, what Roman morals would you teach them, McCain? Bear in mind you have to win them over. That's your duty to Rome. Right, so just the clay comes in here. Gotta make sure that I get all of the clay. My needs for clay are huge. We only get 25 units of clay per... Wait a minute, I just had a moment of, oh my god. If I only get 25 units of clay per year, and that's assuming I get every bit of clay fulfilled, from Damascus, who also waste their time buying my oil, furniture, and wine, and selling me iron, oh gosh. I might have to cut iron imports just so I can get the clay in fully. Anyway, 25 units of clay, 25 units of pottery. Each house uses how much pottery? I forget, but I think that only can fulfill 104 houses or so. Oh god, where's my production and consumption numbers? Production and consumption. Each house uses 0.02 carts of each good per month, so per year, that's 0.24. So yeah, about... okay, fortunately my grand plan is to only have 101 houses, but that is incredibly tight. If there's ever a year where I don't import all of the clay, then I won't be able to make enough pottery for all of my people. So I do see a future where I have to kibosh on my oil, my iron imports. Ooh, it's quite the quandary. Yes, give me that clay. I need it so badly.
I love coming here. Business is going very well.
Could be a real problem if they don't just get out fast enough. Alright, the unemployment continues to spiral out of control. Now, I'd love to evolve these people beyond small hovels, but the follow-up problem here is that when I do that, I'm going to have a lot of unemployment. Now, that can be sponged up by very quickly making my patricians up here, which I do plan on doing. Let's preemptively clear the space, but be extremely careful not to open this up to enemy attack. If I ever make it so that enemies can draw a line to here, then my patricians will be vulnerable to attack. So I must not delete any of these. I must not delete that. So maybe I shouldn't be hovering this over. You know, it just takes one Logitech misclick on my mouse for everything to go stumbling away. The safety point is here, right? Yeah, it's right here. So this can be deleted and these can be deleted. And we're still safe. Safe as houses. Need to figure out a design for this. It is not a lot of space to work with and it's extremely awkward, but it is elevated. And elevated means they're going to get an inherent plus 10 desirability to their houses, but virtually all of my houses have that. It's nothing special. The only people that don't have it, these lowlander living slobs. Everybody wants to live in the Highlands, don't you know? Actually, the only tents I have are you and you. Really tempted to fix that and just have no tents. It's not trivial though, because getting them their food's not the easiest thing in the world, but they do only need food, so if I were to slam a single little market... Gosh, even here would be good, but there's no... Hold on. If I migrated you over here, I'd be saying goodbye to any access to there, which could be bad. But it could be good. Good is good. He's thinking. Probably going to need this access for some kind of getting down the line anyway. Alright, if this all goes Pete Tong, I can fix it later, but for now, let's do this. I can do away with you. I can trust that you reach there. I can put a marketplace here. And the hope is that the market lady manages to walk down here periodically to feed them. And then I'll have no tents on the map, period, and that'll be good for me feeling good. Won't actually do much for the map in general, but it'll make me feel good. And isn't that all we really want in life? Me feeling good? How are we looking on those marble quotas? Not marble. Oh, we're looking really good in the clay quotas. We're looking absolutely nothing on the marble quota. Where can I shove marble that doesn't cause any issues? You're right, we can shove it in the clay warehouse and have no real bad sides. Excellent. Bring me marble. They'll sell me like 8 or 12 units of marble, but it won't get in the way of stockpiling clay. Life is good. Careful, young, or I'll just die on purpose tomorrow to spare you from your State of Decay weekly one-shot. I'll just cross the street without looking both ways. What's the worst that could happen? And oh no, there's no State of Decay coming, because I'm dead. Ah, a man can dream. Could migrate this slightly down, couldn't I? Okay, the disjointed nature of the aqueduct here slightly bothers me, and I have enough money that I can afford to deal with things like this that bother me. You get out of the way, you go there, you go there like a boss. And let's ensure that people can still actually walk through here if the need arises. Don't worry about the water being cut. It's not cut long enough to destroy any of my housing. Well, of course, I've kind of built that and then realized we don't actually even use it, but that's fine. I can still get through here. And I will need this to be better. We must be better Roman. Good way to sponge up employment numbers, after all, is just have people working in food, overproducing food. There's not a problem with that. Only if you're doing crazy one single granary with multiple food things is overproduction of food really going to be a problem. And there's a madman called Bruegel who has some cities that are entirely fed by one granary, including the patricians getting their food from that single granary. And patricians inherently need multiple types of food.
I love coming here. Business is going very well.
I'm glad business is going well for you. Now I have access to marble, I can build large temples if I need to. I don't currently need to, but I may want to in due time. And eventually, all the oil in these marketplaces is going to run out. That's 188, 196, 164. These people have way too much oil. But they'll eventually drink it down. They will never restock, and this place should be safe as houses. The important thing is to make sure that everybody is at least small insulae here, which they are, so this is fine. Why are you like this? It's a spiteful life, and it feels good. Giving these people all the stuff they desire is going to be no small feat. However, the Colosseum will go a long way to making them feel better about their lives. I just build the Colosseum now. It's going to cost money, it's going to cost workers, and whoops, I've already built it. They will need a house for their lions and a house for their gladiators. And they will even need an actor colony, most likely. Need is a relative term. See, the Colosseum gives 25 entertainment points. So actually, if I build an actor colony and only build a theatre, then there's not going to be any situation where the entertainment walkers are walking to some bizarrely random place and not providing my people with entertainment. So this will give all these people all the entertainment they will ever need for being a large insulae. And if I wanted to do a grand insulae, I could just throw down an amphitheatre and it'd be fine. Dune. Throw it down. Where did that come from? Now the main challenge is going to be desirability for these fools. But I will rise to that challenge, don't you worry, girlie. Seeing Bruegel's cities is mental. He's playing an Excel spreadsheet, not a Sierra game. Bruegel at his most mental was Blood Under the Bridge. Do I even have that? Let me make a save here. I did look at it and I was absolutely aghast by how he built that thing. Yeah. This is the hardest map I have ever played. Blood Under the Bridge. Are we going to count Islands of Pain? Okay, well, it's joint with Islands of Pain. Illustra John made this map. You can tell because it's absolutely beautiful. But Illustra John made this map, and you can tell because it's absolutely brutal. It has massive attacks. You need to dedicate an obscene amount to defense against them. You have almost no food. This is all your farmland. That true? Yeah, that's all your farmland. Just this meager spot. And good luck getting labor access for them. Bruegel is so good, he gets his labor access from this one crappy small shack. Oh, I tell a lie, there's another one right here. The design of this alone is just... you write papers on this. But even so, how does he manage to feed all of these people? He's got large insulae all the way over here. How's he managing it? He's got a fort next to his large insulae and it's still okay. There's getting granaries, there's weird pathing. You have to mine up atop this really tall mountain just to get your hands on some iron and some marble. Despite the 84 grand that Bruegel has, the economy on this map is unbelievably difficult. And say nothing of the difficulties of getting patricians, of which he has a gorillion up here. I tried this map, and it is the hardest any Caesar 3 map has ever kicked my ass. I didn't stand a chance at it. And Bruegel has fed everyone on this map. We can check our societal breakdown. Those are the small shacks, those are the large shacks. That's the large insulae, and that's the grand villas. Now, when Bruegel finishes a map, he posts up his stats, and it usually says minimum housing level grand insulae. And in this one, he posts it up and it says minimum housing standard small shack. And I read that and had a right proper giggle. Because there's no space to even give these people religious access. Speaking of which, he does actually give you the oracle. Rare, nice John moment. The economy on Blood Under the Bridge was generous. Really? It had this earthquake that ruptured your trade route, meaning your donkeys had to take a very long way around, so it was incredibly awkward to actually fill your quotas. Not to mention, there's no space on this map, and I think the invasions come from approximately everywhere. Yeah, you get invasions here? For God's sake! John's a monster, but he does make the most beautiful maps. Anyway, glad we could take an interim moment to appreciate this. Actually, we're going to take a slightly longer interim moment. We're actually going to watch it for a little bit because I need to take a water break. I will be right back.
There's so much unemployment here. I wish we could practice on some of them.
Yeah, what in the world was that rank that popped up? Kizator. Unheard of. That means you actually started at architect. Madness. I just noticed it's not often you see one-by-one tile housing. He also uses gardens as pathways, which is not something I often do. Because truth be told, I don't fully understand it. I know that walkers with a destination who could reach it through not going through the garden will go through a garden. But there are also situations where they'll walk through a garden regardless of that. It's madness is what it is. Anyway, Bruegel is one of the absolute greats. Bruegel, Cicero, Troglu, and Whisperwind. I can't hold a candle to these players. Which is why I cower beneath the idea of, well, at least I do it live. Gotta cling on to whatever I can here. Let's get back to our work. My city looks like a piece of trash in comparison. Okay. These people are going to need school access and library access. So I guess we better start just working on what they need. Considering that we've already got all the pottery, the furniture, and the whatnot. Actually, I want to bring them up to castle level quite quickly because... Yeah, why do I want to do that, Jake? I want that pottery distributed. Alright, school and school. School kid will get to approximately here. I may want this for a large... temple, that's the word. I doubt the kids are going to get this far, but they might. Ooh, that's good news. Rome has increased the price of fruit, so I can actually make more money exporting fruit. Normally expect prices to fall, but it seems that Kiryu's gone soft. He's lost his touch. Let's not do that. Last time I said that about Illustration, I got my arse swiftly beaten in the map called Trading Trouble. I think it was minutes later, actually. See what that school kid... The school kid ran here and then turned around and ran back. School kids are the most chaotic walkers in the whole game. And that is saying something. Well, that should hopefully take care of it. The libraries I probably want to put on the top side so that... well, that's not always an option, is it? There's incredibly limited space for walker stuff over here. I need to expand my options like so. At least the libraries are much more sensible walkers than the bleeding school kids. You should get up to about here, so I reckon a library here will be fine, and I'll probably need one more here-ish. Is that even next to a road? It is indeed. Kids suck. What else is new? You got me there. Running out of people to work. However, it's a false complaint because I'm very soon going to have too many people. Oh. Wait, the engineer's right here. That's a very, very rare occurrence. Normally engineers are so good at walking paths. But that one was having none of it. Yeah, actually, there was an engineer here, and neither of them went to that market. And in fact, the one I just put down is not coming here. Unusual. Oh, there's plenty of unusual things in this world. I would expect this kind of problem with fire risk, not with things falling apart. Hey. This seems remarkably unfair. This is me taking the State of Decay 2 challenge tomorrow. We finally beat a guy down and they unleashed 6 lions on me. Except it's not lions, it's blood ferals.
These houses pay so little tax, it hardly seems worth my time.
Killing myself over these streams. Okay, let that pottery get distributed before I start bringing these people up. This is what I'm kind of worried about. The desirability is largely insufficient. And it's going to take a lot of work to bring it up. Because they're only really getting 10 up here, and there's nothing boosting it beyond that yet. My soldiers have all returned. I have a full quota here. I have defenses here and here. I like to imagine that the military threat of this map is now over. But that's just my imagination. Could be wrong. Bobby challenge. Would it kill you, to be honest? I'm starting to think it would. You know that challenge is hard as hell. Ooh, I placed you in the wrong position here. The house is meant to go here, and then here, and then here. Actually, no, I didn't. There was no pushing us back another tile. Yeah, the risk was too high. Alright, very good. So we'll let that pottery get distributed, and then we'll bring these people up to Small Insulae. Maybe we should just do that anyway. Small Insulae pay me the loads of money united. Population loadsa. That should do us up to about here or so. That should take care of this, and then one more for the road. I want to save that though. Can I squeeze you in there perhaps? Yeah, between them they should get everything. Drinks up the unemployment doing it like this. I'll have to put down like triple of a lot of building types just to fulfill what could really be done in one loop. It's unusual. I can live with that though. How do the people feel? And people are pleased. Pleased isn't good enough. Let's hold a festival to Venus. All the gods are largely indifferent with me, so they're definitely going to need some better temples.
This area has some risk of crime.
Crime? That's amusing to me. A hotbed of crime. These people are not getting the food that I wanted them to get. I can sort it out putting a marketplace here, and I will. Want to avoid tent labor as best I can. I will temporarily, and I mean for a few months, drop my taxes mightily. May, June, by August I want to jack those back up, so if you could be very kind enough to tell me to tax the tears away from my people, I'd be much obliged. That was the sound of somebody dying, because they're not happy about my policies. Right, time to do what I can for desirability, which is, at this point, not a lot. Because I can't place things where I expect to put down houses. And when all you have are 1x1s to work with, you don't have much at all. This can't even be any housing. Okay. How about any of you? Just squeeze in what I can. Anything to boost desirability here. This will be one house here, which gives me a bit of space for you. Wow, there really is not a lot of space for desirability, huh? We're still waiting on the pottery. Wait a second, I never actually built any marketplaces up top. Which is where they need to be, which is actually a grave concern of mine. Might actually have to put you here, even though I wanted this for housing. We said we had 48 plots for I don't trust that count anymore. I'm going to recount. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 40. Okay, it was 48. That's fine though. That eases me up for putting more marketplaces up here. Should I say I'm sorry for not trusting you? Maybe I should. It's not an unthinkable thing to do. There we go. Those marketplaces have no access to food. Their only job will be grabbing these goods. Can these market ladies even reach over here, by the way? I can go 40 units as the crow flies, and that's 52. That's 43. You can and will go and get that. But I might need more of you. The problem could well be the likes of you going over here to get this. The oil. That is too far. They won't be able to get oil like this. Does that mean I should have centralized my goods up here? Possibly. I mean, there's pottery on both sides. Perhaps the correct thing to do is actually just introduce the final good on both sides. It's a little sad, but I think it has to be done. So we'll have someone that gets furniture here, and we'll have someone that gets oil here. Otherwise, some of these market ladies are not going to stock, period. Also, don't trust these not to explode. Oh boy, this guy really is not happy. The school kids don't reach him, and the library doesn't reach him. In fact, those school kids are... They're only going this far. Schools are awful buildings. Just awful, and they do need school access. The fact that even the librarian doesn't make it down is a bit of a kicker as well. There we go. Alright, this will be the real test of desirability. Can we get them all the way up to large insulae? There's my beloved small insulae. This is already running into desirability problems. And this is why I'm importing that marble. Oh god, the taxes. It's okay, I was only 1 month later than I thought I'd be, but my people love me. That's as high as it... no, it goes up to idolize you as a god. But love is good. But we have more people coming in, so if there's one person that doesn't love me, it's any god. So, how will we combat this? Where do I think the highest desirability problems are going to be, and how do we solve them? I think this is this side is going to be the biggest problem, so let's move you over there and have ourselves a lovely large temple for Ceres right here. This is also going to be a problem. Large temple for Neptune. Oh, look how well that fits in right there. These have a range of 6 for making people happy, which is not great, but it does what it can, which isn't much. I would very much like this to be another large temple. Large temple to Mercury right here, please. Not small, large. Donk. 2 more. Large temple to Mars. These guys are fine. They've got a lot of opportunity for desirability boosting over here, so they really don't need that. Same with over here. This is more of a hot spot. Although not as bad. This is more of a tight area. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, he will have an effect from here. Very nice. And then one more for good old Venus. I could just put Venus here, but 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. It doesn't hit the most important guy, but this guy's going to get tons of other stuff. Slam Venus over there and call it a day. What's that? Distant battle. Oh god, even more of them on the way. Well, I've got my walls, I've got my legions, I really can't prepare much more within reason. I could do vast overkill defenses with towers, but I prefer not to if I can avoid it. And right now, I can avoid it. This guy's going to be really easy to get desirability for, because I can do this. Although the idea was to put another house here, so... I do something like this instead. That's a lot of desirability. He hates being next to the warehouse, though. The warehouse is awful, but... Suck a lemon and all that. Oh, my city really looks like this. I've got a Colosseum. And I got a large temple, but I don't have the luxury palace, the hippodrome, the other patrician buildings. Maybe in time. If Jake fails tomorrow, surely you'll show us how it's done. Ooh. Yeah, if there's one thing to be had enjoying State of Decay, it's seeing other people play it as well. Ah, slight issue here. These people need some kind of doctor access. I'd rather give them hospital than doctor. Brilliant, that's what it will do. We will destroy the clinic over here, so these people get no access to healthcare, and these people will get doctor access. Not to be confused with Dr. Aftish. Right, you should be able to go up and around there, you should be able to come down and around here. Any little one-tile peak joint for you should be fine. They might even reach halfway house there, we'll see how it goes. Health, clinic access, let's see how the walkers go. This is such a nice overlay. Why do I feel like other city builder games just don't give you this kind of lovely information? I had to get mods for city skylines to get the kind of overlay information I was looking for. Ah, skylines, what could have been. Okay, I need you to come down this way and you to go up that way, and then hopefully you'll see eye to eye. Hit that. Okay, life is good. Well, you're not being hit, but I'm sure it's fine. Dun 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 dun. Clinics are nice and easy though. They're small buildings with only 5 people working there. Why do I still hear revolts? Who's even wanting to revolt against me? I don't have any tents that are left over, do I? Shack, 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 shack. I guess the shack people are still not happy that other people live in such glamorous housing. But this is a tent-free area. Come to think of it, do they need to be shacks? Couldn't I give them fountain water? I give one of them fountain water. Do you think that'll be enough? I have a cunning plan that involves you dying. There you go. Now you provide all these people with what they need. These people don't have religion, but that's their problem. Well, fiscally we're doing very well. I suspected there'd be desirability problems over here, but I also said at the time that this can be solved with the power of desirability boosters on the outside. Since they don't need any other... they need barber access. I was going to say, they don't need any more services, but yeah, barber is a service, and they do need that. Interesting thing, barber is a desirable building. It gives a 2-range desirability boost to be near, and on a very tricky map, where desirability was almost impossible to get. I couldn't manage the map, but good old Sudazima did. Sudazima used barbers to boost desirability. An unheard of strategy. But they're just that good. Which does mean that I can substitute a garden for a barber and have minimal negative impact on desirability. He might get this far, he might not. I don't trust him to go far enough. I'll slam one over here. They're only 2 workers each, so it's no big deal. My unemployment numbers are, on the other hand, a big deal, and they're going out of control. But this is plenty of spare workers to be used for patricians later on. And the first of the large insulae are on their way. Is Caesar 3 the best Caesar game? I have not played 1 or 2. But I played 4 and I didn't like it. Uh-oh. The enemy army have heard what I said, and they are big Caesar 4 fans, it seems. And Caesar keeps demanding entire warehouses full of wine. Although, perhaps a better question is, why do I not have this completely full of wine? I guess it took me time to undo all the wine demands that he had from me earlier? No, I bet it was just a new quota of wine being sold. Either way, I need to stockpile wine for the big cheese, so too bad. Right, so they're coming on an attack vector over here once again. I think I'm eventually going to replace that scream with nothing. I really like it when they shout out their formations, but the ura, ura, ura. I don't mind them saying ura, I just mind them talking at all. It makes me feel like I'm playing an RTS where every single bloody unit runs their mouth when you give them an order. I've never liked that in RTSs. Affirmative, going there. They'll be dead in no time, General, etc., etc. I don't like it. And it's one of the many reasons that I can't stand They Are Billions. I've just never seen the appeal. At least it's not so bad if they just say one thing, like just saying affirmative, that's fine. Alright, come on in and get clobbered. They are going to get absolutely annihilated here. Some of them don't even like the idea of approaching my ballistae. Now hold on, nobody said you were allowed to flank me. Some of them getting funny ideas about going around this hill. I won't be having any of that. Shake it, baby. I played Red Alert, but I played it on the PlayStation. Wouldn't recommend. Nice thing about towers, they are impervious to projectiles. The enemy doesn't even target them. Alright, the time has come. March on in, slay the beasts. There's no point risking anything chasing them down. The camels really run out of morale really quickly. I guess camels aren't particularly good. I mean, thinking about Ubar in Dominions. The camel riders are not the ones you fear, says damn Jin. Storm immune, invisible, fly to your back row, kill your mages, Jin. God, I love Dominions. Okay, well, mixed insulae looks nice, but unfortunately these all need to be large insulae if we're going to be getting anywhere. Now we run into some of the problems here. Desirability. Now, as I mentioned, there is a hook on desirability where they won't fall down if we hit a high enough number. Can I use that here? I think the better thing to use is just better desirability boosters. Kind of a shame. I could really do with another large temple right around here, but there is not the space. I can't commit such things. Yeah, boosting your desirability is going to be tough. I got nothing for you. Trying to think of a way to just bring a little bit of garden closer to their life, like that. And I think I could squeeze in a few gardens up here, although I'm not convinced it's going to do anything for them, because it's a bit far away. What I could do is chance this. Do that, they evolve, get rid of them, and then see if it remains evolved. Yes and yes. So as long as they don't devolve, we'll be okay. This place isn't happy because of that bleeding market next to it, although that may not be the actual source of their woes. There are many woes they have that they don't voice entirely well. I think I was right about this being a real desirability pinch. I will do what I can. Which is migrate you. To here. Hopefully you still walk fine. And then give ourselves another batch of large temples. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I know I'm going to need them eventually, if nothing else than for making the gods happy. I can't believe that still wasn't enough for you. Look at this, you got Ceres right here, you moody buggers. Here, take that, evolve, then I take it away from you because I'm a monster. That wasn't good enough. You need more, slightly more than that. I could move the fountain elsewhere. The fountain currently only waters you two, so the fountain could be moved here. We remove the fountain, and then we give you that, and then that. What? No, you're fine, you're fine. I think I was close on that. I just need a little bit more desirability, but how? How do we squeeze in such a thing? You're right, I could move the gardens. That brings the gardens closer to him. And then with that, I think I can catch him. That's good. Stay there. Sheer perfection. Of course, the problem is they devolve and then they don't work so well. I mean, why do these guys want to devolve? They devolve and then re-evolve. I don't know what their problem was. Might have been lack of a market good. Maybe oil. Oil is going to be a real problem until we stock up plenty of it. You should get oil as well. And then you should get pottery. Similarly, you should... get oil and furniture. And then you get furniture and pottery. Just so we have 3 warehouses, each getting 2 goods. So on both sides, there are 2 warehouses worth of getting goods. Could still cause a squeeze on this end, but let's hope that it doesn't. Yes, simply hoping for things should be plenty.
Things seem to be working well here.
I'm glad you think so. Alright, so taxes are high, my money is fantastic, the defenses are excellent. I don't think those Egyptians are ever going to cause a problem, unless they spawn here and they immediately attack into this. And even if they do, I just level that and let the legions come in and clean up. The gods are going to be very happy with all these large statues. Really, the only major thing to do is to stabilize my large insulae and get myself my much-needed patricians. Look at that stupid kid. He runs here and doubles back. I truly have no idea why. Well, I have an idea why. I think walkers have a distance that they can walk, and then beyond that they do some random walking. I think that was his length of walking, and then his random walking just immediately took him back. It's my best guess, but it's not a very good guess. Getting desirability to go any length without statues is hardcore here. And even the gardens that I put here would not amount to anything. What I could, however, do is simply move my forum, and then we replace the forum with something considerably more desirable. Like another temple, I guess. Look, everyone loves Neptune on this waterless map. There you go. He's not impressed in the slightest. That's quite funny. Yeah, it's kind of awkward when you can't just slam down a building. I mean, what I could do is the nuclear option. Build my own personal villa here. Everybody loves being near my villa. I'd like to avoid that, but maybe I can't. I could build my house here, but the house only has a range of 3. Ooh, hold on. I could build my house here. Yeah, get in touch with the common people. Nothing says I know the common people quite like showing that I have a better house. Hopefully that doesn't cause you devolution. It does cause you devolution. That house did get in the way of quite a lot of desirability boosting. I'll just slam this here for now. See, it worked on you. If I got rid of this, would you still be somewhat impressed? Yes, they are. Okay. Things start getting real esoteric at this stage. Don't worry about it. Let me worry about it. The boost from small temples really isn't that great, but it is a reasonable range. So somewhere we can see a single isolated small temple to see its effect. No, isolated is not something this busy city really does. He probably cut a corner to reach his destination. Ah, is that what causes him to go off on a bender? I see, and I understand. I might already be needing another batch of large temples. Do I have the marble for that? I have precisely the marble for that. I know I need these temples anyway because the demands for pleasing the gods are quite high on this map. Oh, that's actually a really good idea. Yeah, let's have you here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Not a lot of space for these buggers over here, though. This temple would exist, but it wouldn't actually function because it doesn't have road access. Can I get one over here? Absolutely not, but I can get one over here, which is just as good. Because I'm going to need desirability for these folks. The enemies are closing in. The enemies of Rome grow ever bolder, sir. These guys don't have school access, despite this school here and this school here. That sounds like a Caesar 3 walkers to me. Well, at least my culture rating's going to be good with all these temples and schools and things. Shame about the lack of theatres, I suppose. You are all getting school access by now, right? Absolutely. Churns out the unemployment numbers as well. This guy's a problem. Might be a problem that has to be solved with small temples. I can't think of any other things that can get a good range on this. Not a inherent problem with having even more small temples, frankly. I got a lot of people to make very happy. This is so close to being a 3x3. But close isn't good enough. Come on. There we go. Alright, looks good, and if this is nice and stable, it shouldn't be too difficult to add more houses to it. Oh, the school didn't reach there of all places. It's so close. The school kids just vanish into the ether before they reach you. I'm not thrilled about putting down another school over here, but I might as well. And for some reason, the barber doesn't reach here. This is a very, very awkward... Oh my god, the barber's right there and he doesn't reach here. Well, it's more than a little awkward, but whatever. This barber will surely cut their way up there. I think in the end it's going to look quite nice having all these large insulae look down. It would look better if it was mixed insulae, but we don't have enough leeway on the wind criteria here for mixed insulae. These guys are having problems, and I suspect the problem is market access. They're temporarily losing access to oil or pottery or something. I need a solution, and I need it pretty fast. Is the solution just build a market here? As in, raise one of these houses and build a marketplace, because the devolutions are very, very threatening in this area. He's thinking about it. I don't want to get rid of the forum. Taxes are important. However, the forum could be migrated to the bottom. Okay, I'm sold. Hopefully none of them devolved due to lack of desirability. The market is undesirable at that range. On top of that, finding space for the forum is not trivial here because these blasted school children. These sand-blasted what nows? Yeah, okay, good job me not leaving any space at all for a forum. This is really packed and busy. Getting all the more excited thinking about what Keinwyn's solution for this is. Do I even need this anymore? Yeah, I still need labor access down here. And that school is fairly mandatory. Is the library mandatory? Well, there's no telling if it'll actually go up that way. Most troubling. The next closest forum is over here, right? Commerce, tax income, yeah. What about religious access? You have multiple religions. We could axe Ceres here. Replace her with a forum. Hope that it doesn't murder the... well, murder something. And then Ceres can be loved over there instead. Ah, it did exactly that. The desirability went down too much from losing Ceres. This is proving difficult. Oh gosh, the desirability went down for you as well. And desirability's no joke. It's this blasted school. It's causing me so many problems. Embrace the mixed insulae. I refuse. Gonna need a lot of large insulae, and this is the best place to have them. Must be some way just to bring up your desirability, but you need a fairly hefty chunk of it, I can tell. The people are cutting this corner regardless, so what I can do is move that over, and then we can use this for a garden. And that garden is a +2 over there. I'm assuming that's your most... well, one of these will be your most valuable tile. Well, we don't need to assume anything. We can look at the desirability map mode. I need to remember I have access to this for checking desirability numbers. So he's got an 18 right here, and to become a large insula you need 32, but we get +10, so he's actually got 28 here, and he needs 32. That's really, really close, though. How about you? You've got 19 right here, that's even closer. But that's already embracing a lot of powerful gardens. I can embrace a few more. That brings you up. Hopefully nobody walks over here, but there's no reason to think that they would. How about you? What could possibly be done for you? 18. I just need 2 more. 2 more desirability. But there's really no space anymore, is there? Yeah, we've kind of tapped out on space. Also, I have scuppered this guy. I think my earlier setup was required. If people shortcut over there, they won't walk here, which won't affect him anymore. So I need it like that. How important are these taxes again? They're pretty important. Maybe we can just leave you there as a reminder that I could maybe solve this later on, but for now we'll not. Everything else looks so good. It's painful how good it looks. Nice. I just wish this wasn't so full of temples. It's kind of hard to understand what this place is even trying to do because it's got all these massive temples in the way. Okay, we want to now slam in as many houses as we can. Slight problem, the existence of these single tile houses might actually cause some of these houses to devolve. Further problem, it's difficult for me to lock them in place. But difficult doesn't mean impossible. Ooh, some of them don't even have water access, is that right? Big, is that so? You go, big guy. They're gonna get access to everything from up here. They won't get access to food, actually. So I'm in this awkward place where I need to put them in the middle. Well, that is awkward. It's taken care of here. And here, but not here. I need to actually build you right there. And then you need to be built right there. And there. And you're just barely out of range of the water, which is awkward. But once you grow, it'll no longer be awkward. Okay, good to know. Hope I don't regret tearing down that one prefect. And just by saying that, I know I'm going to invoke caring about it a lot. So here's a replacement prefect. This is awkward, incredibly awkward. Don't let anyone tell you that it's not, because they're lying. They see me do all this winning in Caesar 3 and they get jealous and they feel the need to say things that are categorically untrue. I've scuppered this for being a place for another large insulae, sadly. So I got another 1 or 2 that need to go around here, but hang on, I do have ways that I can pin them in, don't I? So I've got I got 1 here, and I can put 1 here, and what I can do is I can pin them in with barbers. Wait, I can go 1 step cheaper and pin them in with fountains. Why can't I build a fountain here? What's here?
I'm new to this place. Do you know of anywhere to live?
Oh, it was the walker. Alright, yeah, you'll grow there, you'll grow there, you'll grow there, that's fine. Alright. Get these built in and everything should be a-okay. Wonderful. Once this is fully operational, the patricians are to come. The prosperity rating is already really good at 48 because we don't have any slums. I actually don't mind having hovels as my my low-cost labor access. I think it's quite aesthetic having hovels over by the farms, although that might just be cope. I don't like to cope. They are going to need some actual fountain water and some religion in their lives. I can certainly give them fountains, but religion? I don't know about that part. I could get rid of one of these farms and replace it with not a farm, but instead religion. Which doesn't seem too untoward. I could tell Ceres that I'm absolutely in love with her by replacing one of these with the Ceres temple. I'm going to be quite reliant on her eventually walking down that way, so I think this is the one to get rid of. It also adds a bit of desirability over here, which might be relevant for the patricians that are bound to be living up there. So let's embrace relevance and hope that you walk up there and then we get some hovels. We'll have hovels. Hovels pay taxes after all.
Hail, citizen! This city, we quite like it, really, don't we, Leo?
I have a little bit of concern, and by little I mean quite a lot. My employment numbers are dangerous for supporting patricians. I know I have... Oh gosh, how many of these are there? That's 8. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 times 20 spare workers, so about 300 or so. 300 spare workers has to be enough for patricians. 360, 380, it's more like 400. Even more with these built up, let's say 500. Okay, no, I'm in a better space than I thought. I was panicking myself over no good reason.
Greetings. I'm new to this place. Do you know of anywhere to live?
Yeah, how about you live in this medium insulae and make it look nicer? I seem to be having trouble doing that. It's a shame that marketplaces aren't more desirable. There's got to be something I can do with this bloody school. This school is the source of all my problems here. But we have accepted the fact that these school kids are just so bad at walking. Yeah, that school kid is vital because these kids, they only get to here and then they give up. So they don't actually supply these guys with school access. The alternative is to move the school, where they might not even walk up this way. So the question is, does the library walker come far enough to allow me to move this library? So I need this library walker to walk all the way down here. Then I can get rid of you. I don't think that'll work, but we can use powers of delusion pretty well around here. This library walker is defending their work by doing a really good job of walking up here. I also overproduce food. I could actually bin one of these farms. Oh, that library walker's doing God's work. Do you have any way to see how much pop you'd have if all your current houses filled up? No. Feature from Augustus that would be really nice in Julius is this, telling you how many of each building you have. So I have an unknown number of small shack. Well, that's you. How could you live next to this Ceres temple? God's sake. Small hovels, large hovels, small insulae, medium insulae, large insulae. If the number was here, then it could give me some information about total workforce. Otherwise, I'd have to go around and count, and I'm not up for that. Not currently, at least. Give it time. Might get desperate yet. That library walker doesn't want to walk down this way at all now, does he? You're waiting on your food, but your food will come from the bottom. I guarantee it. I don't guarantee it because the walker might not walk on that tile. Ah, they walked on that tile. You're fine.
Hail, citizen! This city, we quite like it, really, don't we, Leo?
Yes, oh, it feels so good to see them grow like this. Oh boy, look at them grow. Alright, one more here to take care of the rest of that. You need the pottery, but you'll get the pottery. This guy is trying to grow. Well, I'll let you grow. It's no big deal. Hopefully I'm not going to find that I can't actually water these people. That'd be a horrible thing to let it grow and then realize, oh, I didn't water my plebes again. Where's your current water source? It's here. That'll get you. But what about this fellow? Where's your water? It almost doesn't exist. So I think I need to migrate this to here. Alright. Needs must. And that's some good looking insulae. This thing bothers me greatly. Again, cutting out taxes would be a solution. Alright, embrace how good this is. Unemployment is mounting, and soon it's going to break through the threshold of 5%, so now I really need to get on patricians. I should have gotten patricians ages ago, but I'm hesitating because it's going to be very awkward to build them. But awkward building is what we do around here. How long have we been at this? 5 hours, okay. We're like 3 hours overdue for building patricians. I think I can put them up here. The imaginary patricians I will symbolize with these governor houses. Okay, this is just wide enough to have a grand insulae, a grand villa here, grand villa here, grand villa here, grand villa here. That's 4 of them already. Now, this is going to be very, very difficult to make desirable, but I have an ace up my sleeve, and it's called the Governor's Palace. It is ridiculously big, huge, and large, but so was the archipelago we did, and that thing rocked. But it has a range of 5 and an enormous amount of desirability that it gives. I forget the exact numbers, but it is huge. Perhaps combining that with the 10 bonus that we have up here, a few gardens for good measure, and maybe some large large temples down here, we might be able to get somewhere. The problem is I need more than 4, I need the rest. I wonder, could I combine you with a villa? There, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I think I have a villa and my own personal mansion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That will satisfy 4 of them. Can I get another one, though? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, so a 5th one goes here. 6th one goes here, and a 7 wild card goes over there or there, depending on where desirability is at their best. Okay, that seems fine to me. I'm going to need... Where the hell is all my pottery? These pottery workshops are just not working or shopping. We do not export pottery anymore. And frankly, we shouldn't even export anymore. Ugh, that's not fair. Right, pottery. In fact, all of these things. We're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5/8 are 40, so exports over, let's say, 52. Exports over 44 for furniture. And 44 for oil. Ooh, I completely forgot about exporting all this stuff. Wine exports can grow to over 12. Yeah, that'll actually cause problems for the market, ladies, in the long term. I'm glad I caught it now. Yeah, I was wondering why we're doing that. Actually, pottery is so tight, we just shouldn't export pottery. Ugh, over 60. Okay, let's just be glad that we caught it, not sad that it happened. I'll need a road that comes somewhere along here. This is going to be awkward in a lot of ways. And I strongly suspect part of the awkwardness comes from these being in the way. Should I get rid of them? Can I afford to get rid of them? The imports for clay are tight, and I need them to be working around the clock. He's thinking. So your current setup is actually quite nice. You definitely get through all that clay. The problem is I'm going to need this space for walkers. But, you know, the Hippodrome remains an option. Grand villas need 50 units of entertainment. That's a coliseum, an amphitheatre, and a theatre. My worry is that I won't have enough space for all the walkers if I don't clear out something here. Although, let's see, you're going to be there. 1, 2, 3, you're going to be there. If I have 1 McMansion on this side and then 2 on this side, that should be okay. In fact, it should be better. And then I can have my walkers. I still think this is going to have to go, like this 1. Because I'm going to need a gladiator over here. And then the 1, 2, 3. Yeah, gladiator here, the actor here, and then that will cover the amphitheater, theater, and the coliseum for walkers. And I just got to make sure that they also get lions. I'll walk over for all these people. Okay, so that is a must in my opinion. Actor colony, there we go. Right, just put down the things that we must have before we consider about the things that we would like to have. Water access is going to be unpleasant, but surely manageable. If I could water on that square right there, which I could from here, although that's very, very unpleasant placement for the reservoir, then I can water up the hill. Okay, that tells me that this is also a begrudging must. Something that's going to be very begrudging is getting food for these people. Starting to think I don't need to worry about this being blocked in. The defenses are so high around here, and it's so quick for my army to get over there that it doesn't really matter whether or not this is accessible. It being accessible, does that improve anything for me? It gives me this space to put down imported food handling. But I already have this space available for... Wait a second, imported food is going to be yet another strain on my donkeys. The food comes from Heliopolis. 15 wheat, 15 meat. Why does Antioch buy meat? And why do they buy so much meat? Bizarre. Right, Heliopolis. Heliopolis is quite strained because they buy a lot of my fruit, and I want to sell that fruit. But getting the wheat and meat is more important. But it's not a huge strain for them to walk over here, so I think we will just have our imported food handling over here. Further problem. Remember when I said I'm going to need an additional 20 or so Meacham Insulae? Where do they live? And what do they eat? This is getting tighter than I thought. It's already quite tight. Yeah, because by my estimates I need another 20 or so Meacham Insulae for victory. I could make these guys into Meacham Insulae, but that would still leave me requiring some small insulae of sorts. I think we squeezed out a few more large insulae than we strictly needed as well. But it remains a small problem. Maybe I should preempt this problem by... Oh, I do not want to connect these two loops, not at all. If I overproduce food here and shove it into a granary here-ish... No, the problem is that these bastards are going to eat wheat. Wheat is a preferable food over fruit. Wait, brainwave. Oh, damn, Oh, maybe. How many farms do you think we can fit up here? Ooh, alright. Emergency food source over here for my emergency addendum of insulae. 1 farm, 2 farms. Ah, damn, I was hoping for a bit more than 2 farms. Although, they could work in mysterious ways where I have even more farming down here. I should clear some of this for some idea of what I can work with. So I need somewhere in the region of 5 farms if I want to have these additional houses. Well, maybe more than 5. I can get 2 farms here. I can get no farms here. Ooh, that's fierce. We sure about that? Come on, clerk, put your mind to it. Be a man, be a clug man. So what are we saying here? I'm not even sure this farm is reasonable, although I could unreasonably migrate the Colosseum over by a couple of tiles and then have a road that comes through here to get to that farm. There's got to be a better solution than this. I was eyeing up this area earlier. This might be a more reasonable solution. New patch idea. Show if the farm can be built or not. If there are obstacles that prevent it from being built. I don't want to go too deep into such ideas. Be satisfied with what you have. There's also the idea of water, but the water is accessible there. But still, you know, get 1 farm, 2 farm, 3 farm, 4 farm, 5 farm. That would feed 10 medium insulae, which is not a lot, but it's pretty close to what I need for victory, considering we overbuilt the large insulae and the small insulae. So it's not outside the realms of possibility to have a really weird hybrid feeding setup here for a handful of medium insulae. So basically, keep this land free, it might be necessary, but I still need a Colosseum all the way over here. Weird. Right, well, weird is as weird does. We still need this hanging onto the cliff edge for my McMansions. Watering them is going to be awkward, but we knew that already. Right, you're going to water some of them. It's going to be here. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that just quite doesn't water you. That's hilarious. But actually I could remove quite a number of problems by moving the watering hole here. And we'll probably have a need for more water over there, and then the other water can be caught by you. Alright, this can work out. All of the services need to be down here, which is very awkward. There's not a lot of space for what traditionally needs to be a lot of patrician services. Now, you thought the school kids were pain in the balls up here. This is going to be nightmarish. To make matters potentially worse, I might need more services on this side, although they won't be able to reach over to here. Truly nightmarish. Could the solution be to cut this stuff away? Does that achieve anything? It achieves a bit of space. This is a frighteningly difficult place to put down patricians. The space austerity is unreal. I only need to feed them through 2 farms at least, I think. Yeah, although I will, of course, want more. Is there any logic at all in involving it in this loop? These people won't get any additional entertainment. Kind of. The walkers actually will get messed up from here. No, because you're not linked to that, so maybe it'll be okay. No, I can't afford to do it because of the food situation. These people cannot connect up or else they're going to eat all the wheat, which is bad. All the more reason it's nice to produce your wheat locally. And they need 3 types of food to make life even more embarrassingly difficult. Good lord, this is hard. And this isn't even talking about the desirability problems we're going to have up here. You know, add to the fact that I'm going to need a hospital and an academy and the school buildings. The entertainment buildings are largely taken care of. Bath, doctor, barber, religion, tax. Whew. Having my doubts about this one. I'm relying on those walkers to walk a great deal of distance as well. Jake, you ever been to Fisher Donaldson? I have no idea what that is. I could make it that this branch is off. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. I could do this, and then that gives me an opportunity to build buildings here, which come down, and every one of them I need them to walk both of these forks. Could be tough, and it might involve a bit of jiggery-pokery, but it seems to be one of the more sensible things I can do for this. It also allows me to place one of the granaries over here, but I don't want to have them walk up this way at all. Awkward, awkward. Also means that my fruit farming could be done down here. I think it has to be done down here, actually. Fruit farming for my patricians gets from there. I'm gonna need some awkward food, awkward labor access. Well, we haven't looked at this in a while. If it's needed, it shall be gotten. I hope I have enough spare wheat to feed. No, I don't think they can. I don't think I can give them the food they deserve. Has to be awkward tent labor. Well, awkward it is then. Very awkward, especially considering I still need somewhere for the Colosseum to go. I guess I can go here, you know, sod everything else. Alright, I'm sold. Donk. I might not even water you, but that does mean you're going to need to be very rigorously prefected. Very rigorously. So the markets are going to have to also have extensive access to warehouses. One getting... no, it's not a lot of patricians, so I think I can make do with 2 getting warehouses per. Worry greatly about desirability up here, so I don't want to push it that close. But also I need triple granary. Should I just... this is a really difficult, by the way. I underestimated how tough this is going to be for me. Am I okay completely blocking this off? No, but I don't have to completely block it off. What I can do is I can put a granary here. And then there is, strictly speaking, a path through that leads to there, so it doesn't count as blocked. This will be where we get the fruit from here. And then we have granary 1, granary 2 right here. Normally I have them as part of the path, but I'm not doing that today. Meat and wheat. Meat and wheat. I don't like how close that is to this, because these are undesirable buildings. Maybe over here I could actually have some of them. Yeah, actually I could have 2 of them right here. That's no big deal. Then I don't need to worry about their walkers, right? You get pottery and furniture. You get vino and oil. And it's not far for them to go, so I'm not worried about their distance. That's not too bad. Alright, you're the meat dude. So we got the meat. We got the wheat. We've got taking the meat. We've got taking the wheat. Now we need to set import for wheat and meat. Good. Still significantly worried about everything burning down over here. When am I not? Let's get off of the mergers map mode. It's not necessary for now. There, we don't trust them not to explode, so give them extra. Warehouses cannot fall down, nor can they catch fire naturally, but they can have fire spread to them, which is hilarious when it happens, and by hilarious I mean tragic. What did we decide about the water over here? We have our ways, is what we're going with. Okay, good. Ooh. Tough. Really, really tough. Right, one house here. One house here. They are within range. Strictly speaking, you're not in range with that, so I'm actually going to put you there. Have extra water access like so. That's not enough for labor access, sadly. So these people are going to struggle on labor access until these buildings evolve. Does that mean I should have emergency labor access down on the bottom side? I think it's worth doing. So I'll do it. Gosh, this is going to be agonizingly awkward. Kind of excited, actually. Doing difficult things feels good. Well, succeeding at difficult things feels good. Sad attempts can be very sad. Right, heavens knows I have the unemployment to soak up some of this. Let's hope all this doesn't burn down in a lot of misery. I might actually need something over here just to get these people some lions. Ugh, the lions can go anywhere. The lions could go here, for God's sake. This needs to be full of stuff for patricians, though. Chock full. I'm going to use that to pin you in place. Didn't I build a house here? Must have been mistaken. Alright, it's going to take a while for the food and stuff to pile up here, but the migrants are on their way.
I've heard there are jobs here. I want to be a lion tamer.
Maybe this will be a passable amount of labor access for some of these people once people move in. But yeah, look at them. They climb up the hill to get into their little crappy tent. Good job on them. That's no small amount of work. If you have a 1x1 house and it grows large enough to expand, it will always grow downwards if there's room. It will always grow the direction I've never actually bothered to check. They're playing Cairn. Well, good on them. Ooh, unemployment numbers looking unpleasant. And destroy a couple of these to make space. If nothing else, it's fewer people that I have to pay to work in their make work. I'm going to need a lot of marketplaces here to make life even more awkward. And gosh, is it awkward. This is all very, very awkward. I also need free passageway space. I'm really starting to think I need to trim this down. I hope I overproduce food here. Toga Boy's not been requesting anything for a while, right? No, and he's excited with my performance. That's good, because I am too. But the favor requirement is still very high. At least if I trim this away, I've got myself a lot of extra space for marketing. I think I need to detach myself from this. Gonna move the market over to here. I'm gonna destroy you, destroy all of you. And I'm sorry, Ceres, but you've got to go. Religion is needed, so I'm gonna put you here. In fact, 2 religions are needed. Is this really necessary? That thing is Xbox huge. Absolutely big, huge. And do this instead. Sorry, Mars. You are the weakest link. Oh, right, the whole point was I still need to get rid of this thing. Sorry, Ceres. Hopefully she doesn't get too mad. You know, if she burns down all my plants, that's a genuine problem. She's very temporarily exalted, and that is very temporary. I don't want to skimp on the engineering. I want that food to build up, but at the same time I need marketplaces to get and distribute that food for my many, many picky patricians. I worry that this guy's not going to get what he needs. Not much I can do but worry about it, though. Boys are boys.
Down with the governor!
Greetings. This is an okay city, really.
The protester does not agree, but people are still pleased with me. He's just unhappy because he lives in a tent with no food, whilst there's all this food over here. They don't actually burn down buildings until they're on a riot. And I won't let them get that far. Maybe putting down my own personal palace is a little extreme this early. Hang on, I want to... Trying to see how these guys grow. I do need to pen them in, so to speak. But I can worry about that once they've grown into 2x2 and beyond. Because this guy needs to grow here and here, and this guy needs to grow here and here. But this guy could grow here and then here, so that's why I'm penned him in with this. But similarly, you are not meant to grow up this far. So I guess I'll just keep them penned in. Keep those goods flowing. I'm glad at the very least we have plenty of money to work with. Oh, hello. This guy is not happy, and neither is this one. It's too undesirable with these markets and things. How unfortunate. Come on, you're right next to this giant temple to Mercury. How can it be that unpleasant? What I could actually do is put down a small temple to Venus that isn't actually used. Let's see what we can do with this. That's fine. Just grow a little bit more and everyone's happy, especially me. Now you're going to eat the... they eat the gardens, which might cause them to devolve again, but it looks like it doesn't. So I hope this is solid as a rock, because if they ever devolve, then this is going to be chaos. But it looks pretty good. Oh, very, very good. I've worked hard in this city, harder than I work on most of my cities, and I work pretty hard on most of my cities. Yeah, they sometimes lie about what is undesirable. They say the land isn't good enough, and then they pick one thing that is detrimental to their desirability that's nearby. At least that's how I understand it working. Keinwyn would understand it better. Okay, the goods are here at least. The Colosseum is giving them nothing but gladiator bouts. I guess it needs a lion house eventually. Should I just build it now? Too late, I've already built it now. Another undesirable neighbor. Okay, now they need their plethora of services, starting with a school. One school won't be enough, they're going to need another. I can already smell their demands. I think I'm going to need to put like my theatre and amphitheatre over here. I can't see a way to squeeze that in. Or can I? If the school kids are kind enough to come down here and around to there... I think the school needs to go here. Alright, they're also going to need a library. They're also going to need an academy, which is a very desirable neighbor. They're going to need a hospital, which is not a very desirable neighbor. This also closes off access through here. Is that a problem? Well, of course it is. But I could leave this little gap... Oh, what the heck do you even water? Nothing anymore. Hope I haven't killed labor access to these people. But if they go that way, they get you, and if they go this way, could be a problem, but it might not. There's always the problems overlay for people that lack labor access. Unfortunately, it also shows people that are simply full of goods, which is not a problem in my view. You'll get what you need soon enough. Alright, so hopefully that takes care of their health needs to a degree. They're still going to need a barber, who hopefully does all the rounds, and they're going to need a doctor. It doesn't get much easier, does it? When does the easier part of all this happen? I don't want to put him here. This is a really good thoroughfare. This could be home to an amphitheater, or another similarly big, huge, large building. Let's not clutter it up with a doctor just yet. So I'm hoping, I'm doing a lot of hoping that the walkers go the way I want them to, but they very frequently don't. This will be replaced with a service building later on, but not now. Possibly the bathhouse. Bathhouse can also go here. These people must pay their taxes. Well, they don't... It's not that they must. I could actually put the forum up here, maybe, and capture most of them. Since I have so much plebeian money, maybe that's less of a concern than normal. But let's just see what we can do with this to begin with. Okay, Yarn Water's range is just... workers can be hard to get, I understand. Buggers are eating my wheat. They don't deserve wheat. They deserve anything but wheat. Maybe time to build my own personal palace. Does the palace go here? Really? Why does that not feel right? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2... 1, 2, 3... 1, 2, 3. Is that really where the palace goes? Well, I guess, because I've already put it down. My own personal palace is not enough to show them how much superior I am to them. I think I should also put down my own villa here, but before I do that, I should make sure that I can actually get another house in. 1, 2, 3, 4. So you're going to be here, huh? You're in range quite well of everything. Fine, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need my 6th one around here. And you'll do just fine. And then I need my 7th one. Maybe need is a relative term when you get this far from Rome. I have my severe doubts that this guy will get access to all of the stuff that I have built. And I have even more severe doubts that I can water him. But I've done crazier things. You're gonna squeeze out to here. How about here? You'll grow out to be this size. That will not conflict with you. 1, 2, 3, and 2. Yeah. Watering you remains a pipe dream. That is so close. That's not unthinkable. How is that? Okay, wait. Wait. That'll keep you watered. How am I losing 88 people? Oh, all these buildings that I built. Whoops. Let's get those employment numbers back, please. And it's only going to get worse, I reckon, as they evolve. You have a triumphal arch too. That is an excellent point. That thing has a really good range and high value, but maybe we can save the triumphal arch. Anything's possible, right? I'd like to get rid of this housing. It's going to bank up lots of food and other goods that I don't want it to take. But currently it supplies a lot of labor access. I'll get rid of it as soon as we end up in large large Insulaville. Yeesh. So part of the problem here is that you're not actually reaching them, are you? You're not reaching that one specifically, but you will reach it once it becomes lovely desirable. They're waiting on the bathhouse, of course. Don't you dare. Stop. Okay, good. Just keep it at that rate, although it still consumes pottery. I'll live with it. Well, the bathhouse walker doesn't want to walk around here, which is absolutely chaotic. Well, the gladiator school and the actor colony don't feel so good anymore. They're not the only things that don't feel so good. Ah, that's right, I built the engineer over there because of this issue earlier. Guess we need another one. Pronto. Oh, we never needed to use this area. See if we can get away without this. Actor colony, please. And I want my gladiator school back. Donk. Well built, but they still collapse all the time, so says the game. Yeah. Who could have seen this coming? Oh wow, Togobo wants a ton of weapons. I export a ton of weapons. Oh, you need them fast. Right, perhaps I should have raised my export number quite a while ago, but I didn't. Yeah, we're going to need to hold on to that big time. How many does he want? 24. I'll do my best, Toga boy.
Greetings.
These structures were in poor condition. I came along just in time.
How full of himself. Oh, I came along. It was all me. Alright, once this thing is large, insulae-esque, it'll start getting the effect of the palace, although not the villa. Is this an indication that I actually should have had 2 palaces? If you were over here, you would grow to 3 like that. I think maybe I do need 2 villas rather than a villa and a palace, otherwise I won't reach these guys at the back. One, 2, 3, 4. No, I will reach them at the back. It's just I've initially put their position really poorly. That is a shame, but maybe it's a fixable shame. Yeah, this guy's too far back, but whatever. It shall be fixed. What are they waiting on anyway? Oil. This is so awkward to build. Fortunately, I have a lot of money and plenty of time left on the map to build it, but seldom have I built something so awkward. What's the big central farm area? Seems a bit larger than usual. It's because we have to farm fruits instead of wheat, meaning I need twice as many farms. It's a considerable concern for this map. Okay, there we go. Now you should have a good amount of desirability from being next to these things, and now you want more entertainment. Are you not entertained? Well, no, we're not. Please entertain us more, they say. Alright then. 1 theatre and 1 amphitheatre. We'll deal with everything. I don't regret tearing down all these prefects. Wait, you don't have access to a library. This library has been here and operational for a long time. That's concerning. But wait, the library worker just walked back from here. How do you not have access to the library? Maybe he didn't walk all the way, which would be evidenced. Ah, crumbs. Never gets any easier, but it sure as hell gets a lot harder. And to make matters slightly worse, I don't think the religious walkers come this far. Look at him go. Look at him not reach this tile here. No. Huh. Don't despair, this can be solved. Ooh, wow. We've got a villa already. Right, I am not despairing. I have ideas. What I can do is have my own walkers around here. 1, 2, 3. If religious access around these far parts is a problem, then I can give you it with something that I need to boost my desirability with anyway. A brilliant plan. Well, it's a plan. They're going to need their own prefecting and their own engineering. That's right, I tore down the one from for Ceres earlier, didn't I? Alright, well, another large one for Venus, because we love Venus. That'll get them their religious access and a punch more of desirability. Oh, baby, this medium villa is going places. Unfortunately, it's not going to the wonderful world of having access to an academy. The academy walker only goes this way. Wait, he goes here. Anyway, this can be solved by slamming down an academy on this side as well. It's very wasteful in my employment figures, but I think we can handle that. Also, with the likes of you, I'm happy to tear you down. And the librarian, what was your problem again? Library doesn't come down here? Then you will be cleansed. Uh-oh, I might be cleansed. No earthquake? No earthquake. Fine by me. Hoorah for days. How goes the city? Hey, Callum? It goes really rather well. However, I have to build an incredibly difficult patrician block. You know what? Get all the way back. I will advance forward a little bit into them just so I look their way, but as we have determined, Egyptians cannot fight to save their lives. Joke nation. Hasn't achieved anything of note for thousands of years. Why would they start now? Alright, that's pretty damn well set up. They come in, they eat my pointy sticks, and then they freaking die. I don't even need academy training or turtle formation for this one. So that librarian I put down still insists on only walking this way, which is funny, if a little sad. Down they go. Doesn't seem to be reaching you anymore, so actually I think this new location is even worse. On the plus side though, I have one of my grand villas. I'm gonna need more, but one is a start. Come to chaos. Now, these guys don't even know what to do. I can impart upon them some Roman wisdom. Gosh, they really don't know what they're doing. Never seen that before. It's getting a bit tricky to get Caesar all of his weapons, but even if it's a little delayed, it shouldn't be a big problem. Just in case I run into iron problems, as in iron blocking the space for the weapons, I'm going to stop importing iron just for a moment. Oh, I worry about things like that. Don't you start telling me you have supply problems. I'm not open to that. Because then, you know, you die off like that. Yeah, this is really not a good place for my McMansions. But I don't have any places left to put down more of them. There's a slight possibility to put another one over here, of course, but I'd rather you just got seen to. What I could do is embrace it, but give them a dedicated warehouse that works over here. The food shouldn't be a problem, but the goods will be, because the market ladies are very chaotic. Oh wow, you actually do get library access now. The library move was good. Okay, I'm going to open this up, and I'm not going to be happy about it. But it shouldn't ever be attacked by the Egyptians. It just means I need to have my front line a little further forward to protect my patricians. And then what I will do is I'll have a pair of warehouses over here, who, come to think of it, will struggle greatly on getting labor access, but so be it for now. Maybe I can give them some temporary labor access for now. These guys won't get food, so it's not a big deal. Alright, you need to get furniture and pottery. You need to get vino and oil. Otherwise, these market ladies will never be able to get what I need them to get, which is goods for my patricians. And let's see, you're going to grow out... I am really worried about desirability for you. If and only if you grow in this direction, you will get influenced by my personal villa. And I guess the rest I can make up over here. But that means you're going to grow out to this point. And putting a market here just seems like a poor idea, but I do want them to get those goods. I think I have to. Let's do it like this. Alright, fine. Any additional goods and services they need can be provided over here. Can you block the other direction of the fountains? Yes, I can. And in fact, I have. Look at this guy. He wants to grow, but I've gone and blocked him in with fountain power. Which I can get rid of now. Same with you. Fountain power is no more. Grow as you see fit. Man, looks good when they're nice and evolved like that. Oh boy. Are you going to tell me that the hospital doesn't walk down there? I believe the hospital will come back to you. I have powers of delusion beyond you, what you can possibly comprehend. I also know I'm going to need more guarding of this area. There you go. Okay, good. Scratch one more large villa. They don't have double god access. How's that even possible? Oh, hold on, hold on. You actually need triple god access. Huh, I thought you didn't need that until you're in palace level, but no, you need triple god access to become a grand villa. Well, the more you learn. That's fine though. Who's the most disgruntled god? It's nobody. But I'll give them a temple to Neptune. Pretty good. The desirability necessity around here continues to worry me. I can do a little bit more, but only a little bit. And now I think I can get rid of this, because you're going to need that space to grow. I don't want to. I want to wait until things are a lot more stable. And yes, I'm already thinking about taxation. There we go. This guy is very unstable. He doesn't have the goods access because his warehouses aren't fully operational yet. Neptune for all the seafaring on this map? Yeah, I know. Neptune couldn't hurt me. I could spend the entire game not patronizing Neptune at all, and it wouldn't really have any downsides worth caring about. What? How in God's name? No, you idiots! The oil! That's right, I migrated the oil over here, so now these market ladies waste their time getting oil. That maybe isn't too bad. It's only oil, and they already get oil up here. I think the bigger issue is that I just don't have enough market coverage down here. But this is already a huge kerfuddle to get working the way it does right now. Right, huge though the kerfuddle may be, it does need to be seen to. As expected, the desirability up here is brutal to get. The school is once again being a huge problem for me. Kind of surprised that food of all things is a problem. It's not like the markets don't have much food. Okay, a couple of them are lacking it. The oil needs to not be there. I don't want to migrate the oil again. It was a problem enough when it was over here. Wait, it's not a problem over there anymore. Because these people no longer have access to a clinic. So I can actually begin again the production of oil over here. Ah, clever. Very close to missing Caesar's demand here. Very clever, in fact. Okay, so how do we handle this? We stop you from accepting olives. I do actually like my pottery being stockpiled over there, but that means I need another warehouse. The barracks is a little surplus to requirements these days, so I could actually migrate it over here. Because now it's not such a big deal that we don't do much in the way of weapon production. And then the oil workshops, 1, 2, 3, 4 should be plenty. And then you accept oil, and you accept olives. And that's where it'll all be done. And actually I can scale back my weapon production a touch. Even though it's something that Caesar's currently asking for. I just don't want to miss out on oil. You ever been to the Mediterranean? I've been to the Isle of... I forget. Malta, that's the one. Been to Malta, and I've been to Granada. And I live in Hungary, which is practically the Mediterranean. To a fair-skinned Scot like me, anywhere that you see the sun for more than an hour a day is practically tropical anyway. Unemployment becoming problematic, as in the lack of spare workers that I have. These guys only have one godly access, which is maddening. Yeah, because these workers just are not going the way I need them to. Horrifying. What can be done? He's thinking. Maybe he could think a little harder. Are they all registered for tax? They are, which tells me the tax worker could actually become something godly. Become Mercury. And hopefully he'll come down here. But then they'll grow to large villa. I guess that's okay. You're still in need of better stuff. Now this is actually a good reason to large temple... Mars here? Or maybe Venus? Which gods do you have? Hey, well, not Mars, because Mars is the only one they're getting. But I could certainly large temple Venus over here. Thonk. And that'll improve your desirability and give you more god access. And now you want to grow some more, no doubt. Let me help you with that. Oh yeah, now hopefully you don't immediately devolve due to it not being very desirable. Oh no, because they were suddenly in range of my personal villa, which made them enter the desirability range of 55, 54, 52. That's all good. It's less good on this side, but whatever. So now we've got 1, 2, 3 of the McMansions that we need, and we need 7 for victory. Hungarians don't practically drink olive oil. I think it's more of an oil country than a fat country here. Oh god, you don't like the desirability where you live. I've been wondering why you haven't been evolving at all. I just assumed it was Mad because bad. Whoops, I actually need that. Otherwise the house will cease to exist. Alright, what can I do for you? What can I do for you in this world of true emotion? Pure emotion? I don't know, I forget how the song goes. Desirability for this thing is going to be a pain in my bits. I can already feel it. I think we just surround it in gardens and hope for the best. Well, I hope for the best, and I'm getting something almost as good. To be clear, you are well inside the range of walkers over here, so I don't need to worry about that. I don't need them to evolve in this direction, and this direction is better because of the desirability boost that you give. Means I can get rid of that, if nothing else. Do-do-do-do-do. Good. Keep doing good things. You hate the market. Yeah, of course. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And desirability is already 52 here. The problem is they need 53 for a medium villa and 63 for a grand villa. So actually need 10 more desirability on this thing, which is nay easy. Not impossible, of course. Destroying the warehouse and replacing it with a large temple would go a long way. But of course he's going to eat a lot of the gardens as well, which will actually lower desirability. What if I were to... Oh no, that doesn't fit because of this little corner bit here. Trying to think of anything I can do to squeeze this guy in. The market, of course, could go away, but I think the market is quite necessary. Otherwise, they're going to face a severe lack of access to goods. Wait, would they really? They've got the marketplace right here. They will always have access to those goods. Might not say the same for this grand villa, though. Stability is nice, but this McMansion still needs to grow. Can Jake say any Hungarian swear words? I can barely say any Hungarian words. And I'm not going to denigrate myself by trying right now. Yes, I see. If I migrate the lion house to here, get rid of you, and slam down yet another large temple, this time to the displeased Mars. Mars feels bad considering the religious access that we have right now involves Mars massively, but whatever. Boom. That will give you desirability. Oh, wait, what? Ah, I got alerted a moment too late that I had Caesar's weapons, and had more than enough weapons for him. Well, that's okay. It didn't punish me that badly, but it's going to be quite funny to find out that that we have genuine problems with the favor. To mitigate that, I'm actually going to pay myself a real salary. I'll start it next year, actually. Keep Caesar in my good boy books. All right, so now you need a hospital. Oh, boy. Fortunately, a hospital I can provide. It's not very desirable for you, but desirability is not really your problem yet. It's costing me a lot of workers, and I'm almost out of backup workers to draw from. I'm going to need more plebs before long. Right, so this is where I can actually do commerce desirability checking things. So this guy is currently on 45 desirability on this square and on this square, so which is actually 55. He needs to be on 63. So I need to boost it by about 10 or so. Far from impossible. How are the gods doing again? Mars is filled with indifference. Okay, well, here you go, Mars. Yeah, I can see why he's shy a small temple. Kaboom! And then they want their third type of food, and then they will be plenty happy. Yes, yes they will. As long as they get that food. You're growing, which is lovely. Oh, wow, you're exactly where I need you to be. Wonderful. Now I have to pray that this is stable. As stable as things get, because if it's not, I'm in trouble. If any of these devolve, then bad things happen to me. Hope that doesn't actually reduce any desirability around here, though. Alright, they're all just really waiting on their third type of food. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The food is flowing, there's no reason to think that it won't ever get to them. If one market hogs all the one type of food, then it could be a problem. For now, though, it seems to be fine. Now that you're here, this doesn't need to exist, so it can be replaced with taxation enforcement.
I've got nowhere to live.
We all have problems, Nicky. It's just you have more than most. Right, now I have a slight problem of not enough people and not enough food. I might yet not win this map. We have problems. Problems that I don't necessarily have solutions to. Yeah, there's +10 for raised land, which is not baked into this. Which makes me think it's not actually a desirability boost, but it's actually a decrease in their pickiness for desirability. It's the best idea I have, and it's a pretty good one. I really hope this is stable, but it could easily not be, and if this thing starts crumbling, I'm going to fail the same way that I failed the Pratum map. Again, these people will not die to the oil monsters. I hope they are somewhat paying their taxes, though. Yeah, the tax collector probably doesn't always come down here, but as long as I make a half-hearted approach at taxing them, it should be fine. Still worry, I mean, you could easily run out of pottery. In fact, look at that, you're almost out of oil, for God's sake. We were told that how can a Roman be a Roman without oil? No! No! Ah! Oh, whew. Okay, I need the oil over here pronto. This is not a stable loop. And in fact, this guy still wants access to more gods. You get Neptune, Mercury, Mars, and Venus, and you just get Mars and Venus. Which tells me that... What does it tell me? Well, I'm not entirely sure what it tells me. Probably tells me something, though. I'll solve it once all the other problems are solved. It's a very, very minor problem in the grander scale of things right now. Remember the Triumphal Arch. Desirability is not the problem here. My problem is that I need a bunch more plebs to win this map. And also I'm going to run out of employment soon because this is not a very employment-happy map. I have to employ a lot of people. I could always skim down on the turrets, but I'd really rather not. They keep me safe. Okay, I need to eke out the win here. Eking out the win is going to require how many more people? Let's assume all the other houses are full. I know some of them are not, but... Do you still have food problems, by the way? No, the only reason you had food problems is because of the bleeding oil problems, and the oil problem is fading away. Let's believe that you'll be fine. And let's pray that these guys get everything they need. You're meant to be coming back with the oil. As soon as the oil enters this market, this guy will be safe. Because the market trader spawns right next to him, so he'll always... Oh God, the oil! Bring me oil!
This city isn't too bad.
Why do you not have oil? Okay, there we go. There's the oil. Okay, there's the oil as well. Now the marketplace will get oil and you'll be safe, unless we have pottery-related problems. So how many people are we missing for the map? We have 70, 130, 200, 300... About 400 people are coming in here, and let's say another 100 up here. So that's 500, 6, 7... I need about 1,200 people to win. 1,200 people require food. I could win this with my horrific tactic of... Hold on. Oh, look at this. There's food to be had here. I could tent rush to win. 1,200 people, that's no big deal for tent rushing unless I get invaded at the very moment that I do it. Oh, I need to be very careful I didn't accidentally open a path in here. I did not. This path was intentionally opened by me. Right, so feeding 1,200 people is going to require about 8 farms. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 farms here. Can we get away with 7? Is there anywhere else that I could potentially feed someone? Ah, yes, we covered that we can put a few farms around here. This space is wasted. In fact, I wasted quite a lot of space here, but I needed it to make these patricians significantly less angry. I love how we went from Keinwyn has lost his touch to I might win if I tent rush. Perhaps I phrased it poorly. I can guarantee the win for my beloved win lobby by tent rushing. A disparaged tactic for the desperate. But I could also just win normally. The problem is the density, and also there's a huge problem with closeness to the invasion point here. So what I could do is actually stabilize everything else, get my prosperity up, and then win not by tent spamming, but by actually building up a nice little extra area here. Or I could just tent spam. You know, the options are all there. I need only grasp them. In retrospect, this was not the place to put the patricians. But where would be? I actually think here. A lot of space to work with. The food can still come over just as easily. In fact, wait a minute. There was space for farms here, right? God, never mind putting them over there. I should have put them... Oh, right, the invasion point is here. Okay, invasion point here notwithstanding, I could have put the patricians here. Then I could have used this food better and had a long line of plebeian housing here. That was the correct call, and I didn't do it. To be fair, this is also great plebeian housing, and it did set us up for a really good run. Really good run. Okay, what? That forum has been fine for ages, and now it's not? Okay. That fire could spread remarkably badly. So we're not going to let it. It's very painful to shut down a market that has all those goods, but this is not going to be allowed to spread. Jesus, that's a tall order, isn't it? I guess I'll move my... I'll move you back a bit, is what I'll do. That'll allow me to slam down another prefect over here. I won't do it now because fires can spread to prefects as well.
The heat from this fire is amazing. These fires spread if you don't catch them fast enough. The heat from this fire is amazing.
You join the prefect to kill people and you're forced to fight fires. How grim. Right, what did I knock down? I believe there was a market here. You were formerly a forum. Out of the way, prefect. Clearly, prefecting is not strong enough here, so additional prefect, and gonna need that Colosseum back. Chonk. Hopefully I didn't change anything dramatically for the entire loop here, but it could happen. Walkers are monsters. Oh, did anyone catch what my prosperity went up to or by? What was it last year? It's 69 now, obviously. I am conflicted, says Keinwyn. I do like points. Well, no, the best win for you is that I do tent rush. Because I tent rush, I win, you get the points, and you can forever go, oh, Jake, you only won my map because you tent rushed. And think how good that'll make you feel. It would make me feel good. Oh, jings, the amount of times I do that to other people. I just love mockery. I know it has a negative connotation, but it feels so good. And how can something that feels good be bad? The food is tight as a tiger here, though. Holy crapola. Also, I believe I said I'd start paying myself a salary because Caesar's not giving me a lot of opportunities to impress him. And whenever he does, he says, yeah, I'd like an entire warehouse full of goods, please. Which is a bit rough when the import quotas are really tight. It's a good thing he's not asking for pottery. I just don't think I could give Caesar any pottery because it's already really tight how we have it. I think I'm going to stop exporting pottery. It's too risky. It's not even worth it. Maybe even the oil exports over 50, please. Same with the furniture. Yeah, we get good enough tax money. I shouldn't be risking it over that. But I think I need to pay myself the salary to give Caesar a gift every now and then. And I probably shouldn't be doing that for the whole run, because then I could have squeezed out another maybe 10 favor or so. We are almost 20 shy on the favor after all. In the final year, you can pay yourself a massive salary and then just give Caesar whatever. You can squeeze another 17 or so happiness out there. Distant battle. I don't really fear the Egyptians. Bit of a joke enemy. Uh-oh. I fear that. 35 wheat. I am importing all the wheat that I can each year, right? One so far, but I think it's only April. We'll have time for the rest. It's not unexpected, though. This market goes and jumps all the wheat possible, so it takes a while for it to trickle over here. Still unfortunate, though. And this thing will only devolve down to large villa. It'll be fine. Kind of. Only having fruit locally available here is one of the bigger pains, because it hurts the amount of people that you need to employ in making food. It hurts food production, hurts capitalizing on what little arable land that we have. And in a more esoteric way, it's painful because wheat is the most desired food by Romans, so it is eaten at the expense of all others. So first they stock wheat and eat wheat, then vegetables, then fruit, then meat. It's really nice when meat and fruit are what you import, because then it's bottom of the barrel stuff. So you could actually mix it with your plebeians, and the plebeians won't care. They'll just eat their wheat and or vegetables, and then the patricians get the fruit and the meat. It's a pain.
This city isn't too bad.
Well, I'm glad my city ain't too bad. Alright, once that prosperity hits 95, which I can't imagine why it wouldn't in a city like this, we'll be free to go for the victory. But I'm still on tenterhooks about this setup. If these patricians collapse, my city collapses. Yeah, the orchard are pretty, I'll give you that. But also the food imports are incredibly tight. Only 2 loads of 15, which severely limits the amount of patricians. But I can see why you did that. The whole aim of this map was to force the governor to make higher quality housing. What is this? There was a devolution here, and it did bad things. I don't like bad things. I'll have to get rid of you. And then don't you dare evolve the way I think you're going to evolve. Out of the way. There we go. I wonder why they devolved. Was that a market issue? There's a market here and a market here that are well stocked. Well, not well stocked with pottery. Pottery's not being a problem, is it? There certainly isn't a lot of it. But we do import as much as we can. I can't believe how tight you made pottery on this map, but I suppose that was also a way to stop you from spamming small insulae. But the other factors mean that that's superfluous. Just means one bad year of trading and you're scuppered, though. The city looks great. I'm pretty satisfied with the solutions I came up with, but I'm not sure I'm aesthetically happy with it. The center here looks really ugly, because it's just spamming large temples, because there's nothing else that can reasonably get desirability up top. And large temples, I just don't think they look all that great. It's nice to have one of each across your city, in my opinion, but beyond that, nay impressed. That Venus temple, who does she visit? She visits you. Trying to think what, if anything, I can tear down to get this guy as extra god. Nothing comes to mind, though. And I wouldn't want to tear down the actor colony. It gives access to all of these people. The theatre, that is. I could take a close look at the schools. There's a small chance that the school is superfluous. There is a 0% chance that school is superfluous. This Mercury temple is superfluous. It doesn't serve anybody. As in, it doesn't give them something they already have. There's a minute chance that if I replace it with a school, the school kid will run down to you. I'm gonna give it a go. If it does, then I can get rid of this school and then replace it with a temple that will serve you, and then you'll still need school access, but I can build a school over here. So what was it? Well, it has already failed me. Jesus. Expectations, man. Never have them. As expected, this fell down to large villa, but it's just because it's taking time for wheat to penetrate throughout the market. As we can tell, we do import all of the wheat and all of the meat, so we're not missing out on anything. So it's just a supply chain issue, it's not a production issue. Or in this case, an import issue. What a fragile city. Well, I overproduce wine for this very reason. Toga boy, you want your wine so badly, just take it. You cleaned out the entire warehouse. Oh, freaking Caesar, man. What's he like? Have a Greek manuscript and chill out. Nuke pottery barn, shift the gladiator, make space for the 2x2. That's quite reasonable. The pottery barns are struggling to work as it is. Wait a minute. This one doesn't even have a worker. Well, that's all the more reason to destroy it, isn't it? So what we can do is this, and then, what was it? A small temple to... Who's the most cheesed off god, if anybody? Mercury. Oh, I suppose I did tear down your temple earlier. There you go. That cut off nothing, so we can still get through here. Alright. Why does pottery barn feel like a natural thing to say? Is there a chain or something called the pottery barn? Just feels like a word that's in my head and doesn't belong there. There is, says Ask Smooth Ass Kiwi. Ah, right. We get all sorts around here. Not judging, just Myron. This is really unstable, it keeps devolving. It will re-evolve nicely if they just had a bit more desirability. I suppose nothing says desirability quite like my own personal... 1, 2, 3, 4... the village just doesn't have the range to hit you. And I don't have the space for the palace. Also, the palace wouldn't reach you. Oh man, it never gets any easier here, does it? I don't know why you're devolving, but my best guess is there's some lack of goods for you. I'm actually going to put a market here. The market will actually give you... Anyone know what the range of a market is for desirability? Let's check. Here's the market. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wow, it is 6. It's +3 at distance 6. So this market will actually make that evolve. Will make it evolve. There we go. Never had any doubt. That said, a second marketplace here is probably good just for the evolution factor. It won't break down or burn down because of the road here. And it won't employ people. So actually, that's incredible, actually. Using marketplaces as desirability boosters. Normally, they're annoying because they're detracting from desirability. But you know what it's like? You know, if you live right next to the shop, then you get all the undesirables coming to the shop at all hours. But if you live within walking distance of the shops, you're pretty happy. Unless you're an American, then you're incredibly confused. These feet should be operating the gas pedals, but they are propelling me towards the shop without a car. How can this be? Turn back on... Oh, thank you. Prosperity went up by 8. Went from 69 to 77. So... shouldn't be too long to hit the prosperity cap, and then we just... totally don't tent rush. But, you know, if we win by having tents, that's just a nasty... coincidence, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What's 7 times 160? It's a number, all right. Apparently my loyalty for Rome will never be forgotten. Lovely. Einum says it is 6, 7. Okay. Glad we have this kind of valuable input. Since we're at the point of needing to squeak out every advantage that we can get, I'm not opposed to... well, I'm slightly opposed to putting down a bunch of roads here. Not roads, gardens, because people could walk past it. Well, whatever. Have your gardens. Fine, then. Maybe give me back some of those gardens. Good. Gotta squeeze every penny now. I could squeeze more pennies by upgrading these guys to medium insulae. I don't want to, though. But know that I could. Hopefully you being a large villa doesn't impact things too negatively. What is that noise? Enemies closing. Hang on. Desirability boosting market, you say? We did say that, didn't we? Hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, it would be here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, it's one shy. I had this brilliant idea of using a Still feels like a brilliant idea, though, but there's just no bleeding space for the marketplace. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's close. If this was all just shoved down by one unit, I could do it. I could use magical Roman water and shove in the marketplace here, but I don't particularly want to do that. I could replace this temple with a marketplace. I hope that doesn't devolve any of these. It might. They're not happy, but they're not devolving. And this guy is still not happy enough. But hold on, what if? What if? I just force you to... Wow, you are really not wanting to evolve, aren't you? Kind of incredible how much it doesn't want to evolve, but oh well. Let's not have Ceres purge me for destroying one of our temples, at least. Okay, oh, that's the... That's a nail house of this entire run here. Zimbim underscore comes in, and it's their first time ever in chat, at least their first time saying anything. And they simply say Caesar 3, my beloved, and I agree with that feeling entirely. I love this game.
Things seem to be working well here.
I've been playing this game for God knows how long, and I'll still be playing it God knows how long from now. God knows if this villa will ever get its wheat. It needs these places to saturate with wheat, but unfortunately places keep adding more and more people, so more people means that they want even more wheat, and the amount of wheat that I can import is just so low that it's very, very difficult to get enough. Within time, you know, it will eventually get there. But yeah, I think we pass a few years, we should be fine as long as we don't get burned down or anything breaks down. And I am shocked at how stable this disgusting patrician block is. Has no right to be as stable as it is. Same with my coffers. My coffers are amazing. I'm a little worried about the unemployment number kind of yo-yoing, though. Oh, now I'm very worried. See the warehouse that gets the pottery that's vital for the settlement? It's struggling on employment, on getting workers. That struggle is enough of a concern for me to bring back some houses here. It's also possible that by changing some of the layouts here, the walkers aren't quite going the way they did previously. But that's neither here nor there. The point is, I don't want to risk this. So we're going to have some extra crappy houses here. This place is going to hate it, but they're going to hate many things. And it's going to be crappy well water for the rest of them. But these guys at least enjoy some non-well water. Where are my people? There we go. Have it all merge. And have it significantly, disgustingly watered. Just don't want this thing ever running out of workers so that they don't stock up on clay, because clay is absolutely necessary for my potteries, as I'm sure you're well aware. I still seem that they're having issues accessing employees. Risks, problems. These guys are full, that's not a problem. Still says warning, low access to employees, but... Ah, there we go. Now they have no access to employees. Where's their employee getter walker guy? Because he's not showing up under problems. Maybe warehouses don't show up under problems. He seems to be fine now, though. I'll just leave him be. Also, finally, the Grand Villa got 54 units of wheat. I don't think it's going to last, but it is good to see that the wheat is perpetuating through. Let's keep Caesar happy with his own carpet. Very close in the favor. The prosperity grew another 8. Did it? I don't know about that. I hope I'm not prosperity capped. Let me think. It went from 69 to 77. Then it went from 77 to 84. It's possible I missed a another boost, but I don't know. I am really worried about the pottery situation. I think I might actually die to lack of pottery. Some of these places are really struggling to get it. They're returning with oil, they're returning with God knows what, you're returning with pottery, but pottery workshop, pottery warehouse is running thin because the amount of pottery we get on this map is so incredibly tight. Why did Keinwyn do this to me? Only Keinwyn will know. Also, gonna employ maybe a couple more prefects. So if the pottery is so important to me, let's make sure it doesn't burn down on us. And maybe employ a few more labor sponges, just to make sure that people don't revolt against me from a staggering 5% unemployment rate. Okay, I'm very, very happy to see this, though. Enemies at the door. Probably not a concern. Hopefully not a concern. Hey, the population number looks really good. That's even better than I suspected. Then the farms here will really get us to the goal. Okay, if we just hold out for 2 more years and the prosperity does grow to at least 95, we're there. Hope it does, though. I have maybe a few more hovels and things that I was banking on. But I do need them for labor access. What I could do is give them crappy access to entertainment and have them grow a little bit. Do they have access to any education? Library, and more than a library. Yeah, but you have no entertainment. Interesting. Well, that's right. I got rid of all my oil production over here. Meaning this warehouse and all of this other stuff is surplus to requirement. Meaning I can do something like, but not necessarily this. He's hatching a thought, but he has to nurse it a little bit. This shouldn't break anything. Shouldn't, right? Could. There we go, that'll evolve them quite nicely. Might even evolve them up to... Hang on. Ooh, water access over here. That means I can have a bathhouse. Yeah, we'll see if we can't make them insulae. Join the rest of the other illustrious insulae club. Good to raise the prosperity cap. And it's also good to shove in a few more plebs, even though I have to spend plebs to make them in this regard. No, he's not happy with how undesirable it is, what with the reservoir nearby. The gods are fairly happy, but Neptune and Mercury are both shy on large temples, so praise Neptune. That should help them out, as would a little bit of gardening. They'll want their pottery, they'll want their pottery. There is no access to pottery down here, actually, is there? No, then you're just out of luck, too bad. Some small casa is at least looking better than hovels. Jake, I just have you running in the background while I build a factory in Satisfactory. It's been over 6 hours already. I'll go and grab something to drink and then rest my eyes. Yeah, I'm getting pretty bleeding hungry over here. Hungry for victory. It's alright, when I finish this, I'll have my dindins. Hopefully it'll be a celebratory dindins and not a commiseration dindins. This large villa not becoming a grand villa is actually... Okay, they got a staggering 100 wheat. That's not going to last them. I am due 2 attacks though, right? At least. Well, maybe it's just 1, but whatever. I've got a massive bleeding army to deal with them. Financially, I am really handling this map. And next month, in January, we can give Toga Boy his glassware. If you're really cheeky, you put your salary down to 0 only at the turn of the year, and then you save yourself on the Imperial Fever drop, whilst also having the money to send Caesar some gifts. But we don't need to use such underhanded tactics. I don't think we do. 92. What was it last year? It was 88, right? No, it couldn't have been 88. Maybe it was 86. Rather annoyingly, the game does not tell you if your prosperity is going to keep on growing if it's above 90. It just says, wow, you're amazing, Caesar has so much respect for you, da-da-da. Went from 87 to 92. That's actually concerning. Are you sure it was 87? That is a worry for me. Okay, I have a solution. It's underhanded, though. 88 to 92 is still not good enough, so that tells me my prosperity cap is actually 92, which is lower than it needs to be. And I'll tell you what the problem is. The problem is all these small insulae. Okay. Somebody's saying that it was 84. Yeah. I'd like to review the footage here. 84 seems reasonable. 84 to 92 is not a cause for concern. Oh my god, Toga Boy. Please, I need that wine for my people. I'll keep Toga Boy on my side, though. Okay, I have a solution now, then. But let's give it 1 year, because I have a funny feeling that prosperity actually was 84 to 92. My prosperity cap only being 92 would be very, very concerning, given the amount of large insulae I have. 84 might be true. I remember thinking we need at least 2 more ticks. The brain farting of Pepperan, you say. Oh, hold that thought. There are people that need to die. Let's go and coax them into fighting us. And like I said, I need to advance my front a little bit more. I wonder. Oh, they fixed it. It used to be if you paused whilst in control of units, you'd lose the control of the units. Alright, you sand-blasted grease watsits. Time to send you packing. Somebody's sand might be getting blasted, and it might not be mine. Uh-oh. Whoa, come to think of it, we've gone a long way without inflation hitting hard. Rome is only paying 40. You'd expect it to be, well, more than 40 by now. Any enemy that you can kill by just retreating your javelins back is a damn weak enemy. I think this is why people love to give me Goths on my maps. Goths are faster than you, and they shoot from horseback, and it hurts like hell. Yes, yes, Ura. Come on, you slow buggers. I can't believe chat aren't paying attention to get me the victory numbers I need. How could they be so cruel? This is an age-old Caesar 3 tactic of just rolling defense. Narevo. I might as well just engage these guys to show them how little I care about them. I think I took out 1, maybe 2 of my spearmen right there. Or maybe they didn't take out any, because Egyptians are jokes. Throw some jabs, encourage them to engage, and show them some early modern warfare. Which is not the right phrase, of course. This is antiquity, not early modern. And then someone's going to correct me on that too, but then I tell them I don't care. I'm here to murder Egyptians. Yeah, so you can tell why I didn't open up this path into here. I did not want them threatening my high-value patrician individuals. This is squarely classical. There we go. You can bait out the pedants by being wrong, and then they'll do all the work for you. Alright. We roll towards the end of the year. Caesar is in my pocket. Culture is irrelevant. Prosperity is high. The question is, does prosperity go up to 95 and beyond? If it does, we win. If not, well, we have a bit of work to do. But it's very underhanded work. I can't believe how stable this has been. Show in hands from those who at least have a passing experience with Caesar 3. Did you think this was going to hold? Because I really did not. There was no way I thought all these service buildings were going to give them what they did, and I certainly didn't think that the marketplaces would hold. And they certainly wouldn't have held without these being able to hold the backdrop. But I'm very, very happy with how it turned out. Just not visually. Visually, this is ugly as sin. Okay, turn of the year. What does this number say? It says... One more than necessary is what it says. Okay, I feel good about that. Let's end this bleeding map. Chunk. I have no experience and I never doubted our glorious leader. Oh, there's not even an attack due for a wee while, so let's go for it. Right. Naturally, I wouldn't dream of tent rushing, so we're going to build an actual addendum. So these people will be squarely fed their meals. Wanted a little bit of extra space there. Can this be pushed out a bit? No, not at all. This could be brought down, but there's no room to get around it anyway, so too bad. So with this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 additional farms, we can just shove them into a granary, and this will feed the very few additional people that I need. Is that actually a merger point? It is a merger point. That's very, very convenient. So I can just shove you over here. And hey, look, it's really close to the road to Rome. Wouldn't it be very funny if we, accidentally got more people than we needed here? I reckon we could feed approximately this many folk. We'll leave them a little gap to move in here, and we'll periodically give them some space for some prefects, which I'm going to very, very desperately need. Engineer a solution. There, and there. And a prefect here, and here, and here, and probably here as well, because we don't trust these things to not explode on us. And I think we should celebrate by no longer having to pay taxes, or maybe 4% taxes. Gotta say, it looked tense for a hot minute. This scenario had all the right difficulty, though. The difficulty was in building a nice city. It wasn't huge attacks coming in, or starting out with 0 denarii. It was, how do you build a city to these high standards when the available farming space, although it looks huge, is actually quite tight. And the landscape is a disaster. And the landscape wouldn't be such a disaster if I had access to statues, but I didn't. Nor did I have access to oracles or plaza. It was good though. Hell, it was great. It looks really nice, yeah, it does. When I say the landscape is a disaster, I don't mean that it doesn't look visually appealing. It's just a nightmare to build on. And if I were to take the knowledge of what I have now and Groundhog Day this day, and then for some reason still feel the need to sit down and play this, my patricians would have gone here, for sure. Just would have made it so much simpler to have my patricians over here. And it wouldn't necessarily have blocked me also having some plebeians over here. Although what I most likely would have done was having a long strip line here of plebeians on either side, because they would fit in a lot better than patricians. But yes, let's have these people flow on in. And hopefully not burn down. Remember, we're not going to have these as tents. I wouldn't dream of tent winning. But, we need some initial tents to have the people. Oracles aren't a crutch when they cost 1,000 to pop. Is this some Augustus experience being handed down to us? Okay, the prefects are making muckle good care of the fire risk, but I don't trust them unless they're at the edge. Dun 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 dun. The farms are lazy. Nah, they're fine. Oh, right, this one, yeah, it's not actually connected. That means it's going to burn down. That's funny. That's really rather funny. And, you know, these people are absolutely going to be getting their food. Here, I'll even build a marketplace to show how much food they're going to be getting. How are we going to water them? Oh, you're asking too many questions here. They should start out with well water, of course. Wouldn't want them getting ahead of themselves now, would I? What would be extremely funny right now, to destroy my coy approach here, is that if we suddenly got an invasion, because invasions stop immigration. But, you know, it never happens. Donk.
Greetings. I'm new to this place. Do you know of anywhere to live?
Don't care. Also, don't look at that. Honest to goodness, I can get these people up to something half decent. Well, actually, no, I can't without water access. But that's not my problem. Congratulations! Once again, you've proven yourself to be one of Rome's finest clerks. Ain't I just? Oh, when was my most recent save? Oh, this is on victory lap, so that's no problem. Well, I think there's one thing we need to do that's very, very important, and that is pat me on the back for dealing with this really rather difficult map. I know it didn't look like I wasn't stumbling at any point, but I had to use at least 85% of my Caesar 3 powers to overcome this one. It was really tough. But of course, we should also congratulate those who correctly predicted that I will crush this map. And the odds were lower than normal. Normally it's like 80% of people thinking I'll win, but here it was down at only 66. Well, that means more points for my believers. We'll crush this one. Complete that prediction. And we're going to enjoy 2.5 million channel points going into some very Herculean exemplars of wallets. Alright, let's bring that summary out so we can all see who made Mad Bank today. If I can find it. Why is it never to hand? This thing that says prediction seems like the right button to hit. There we go. 4 quarter mils. So between these 4 people, 1 million points are put in. It's Rotten Bart, Blubbery Abyss, Attle, Winner, and Chumro. He's not a chump today. Thank you, Holden Caulfield SVK. What? Keinwyn. Oh, this is very nice. So Keinwyn put forward the map. Keinwyn believed in the victory, and of course they're rewarded for it. And Nana and Oldie Dad and Deadrak and Sir Phobos. Thank you all for believing in me, because only through your belief can I rise to the heights. At least that's what we're saying in the official message. And then there's these losers. It's not Luckshadden's lucky day today. He's robbed of 100,010 points, and he puts in that little 10 just so he can nudge across and be the biggest loser of the bunch. And there's Ubiquitous and Rainy and a bunch of people that are such big bloody losers that we shouldn't even mention them. But don't worry, if you lost all these points, you'll have an excellent opportunity to win it back tomorrow, for it's the weekly one-shot, and I will be doing a very long and very difficult run of State of Decay 2. It's so difficult, I think I might lose it really early, like in the first few hours, and then I have another 8 hours or so of just misery, polishing off the challenge that I already lose. But let's think more positively, surely we can take care of it. That is my burden to bear for tomorrow, though. For today, it feels like I'm about to conclude, but maybe I should say a thing or two about this map. Well, not really. I think I said it as we went along. Very masterfully designed. I'm very happy with it. The only thing I could say that could be a little bit more refined is maybe, for the love of God, give me more clay. You've already limited the housing thing through the food, so the clay just makes me feel like I'm permanently on tenterhooks, because you cannot have more than like 102 bits of housing. And probably a stronger military threat. Because once I had this, we were done. And it's hard to make Egyptians terrifying, though, but if I had to dedicate a bit more towards my defenses, or maybe I had to build out here, so I had to build more of a tower wall, Just something a bit more in the defences. Maybe no access to local weapons, but even then, Egyptians die to just being thrown spears at. Then you just make bank on trade. Is that true, though? Because you could just lower the amount of pottery that people buy. I don't know. Obviously, you thought it through more than I did, so well done, Keinwyn, for this brilliant map. And until I'm back tomorrow, it's a cheers to all, especially the win lobbyists, and a cheerio.
As cities go, this one seems okay.